13. They've made amazing advances in medicine since my great-grandmother's day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But one thing that's pretty much the same as in the 20th century is general anesthesia. You don't just pop out of it, it's a gradual process. I have vague memories of nurses in isolation suits and of doctors poking and prodding and sampling. The standard indignities. I remember wanting to pee so badly it hurt, trying to tell someone that I needed to go, finally letting loose and realizing there was a catheter in. Duh. The first thing I remember more or less clearly is Mike. He was sitting on the bed, holding my hand, asleep, sitting up. I don't know how he does that, but he does. I gave his hand a hearty squeeze, which wouldn't have crushed a bug. His eyes snapped open. My vision was a bit blurred, and I could only concentrate on one thing at a time. I couldn't even see all his face at once. It was like looking through a crazy lens. "Pod Kane!" he shouted, and started to embrace me. Then he stopped himself. "All right, my girl, no more lollygagging. I know you've been faking it, so get up, get dressed, and let's get out of here." "Sure," I mumbled. "Clothes?" I looked around vaguely, and when I looked back, the first thing I saw were the tears streaming down his face. "Oh, Potty," he moaned. "I swore I wouldn't cry." "Give us a hug, baby boy," I said, and he put his arms around me. I expected it to hurt, but it didn't. He didn't squeeze hard. After a while, he drew back, snuffling. "You look terrible," he said, wiping his nose. "Just what a girl wants to hear." "Mike, am I—" "You're going to be fine, Pod, just fine. You looked like something dragged out of a trash compactor when they brought you in, but they've got you all fixed up. That's no bullshit. The doctors tell us you'll be just as awful as you ever were in a few weeks." "Weeks?" I yawned. "Well, months, with rehab." "That's nice. I think I'll sleep now." I frowned. There was something I wanted to know, but I couldn't remember what it was. Then I had it. "What's the date?" "December 1st. "Oh, good. I'd have time to get my Christmas shopping done." And I drifted off. My last thought. Mike was wearing red. Mike hates red. Was my little brother in uniform? What was that all about? Swimming back into consciousness, as from the bottom of a deep well. Familiar faces. Family. Mom, Dad, Mike, and Elizabeth. "Back with us, Pod Kane?" Elizabeth asked brightly. It was her bedside manner, I guess. She was wearing goggles of some sort, and looking at a lot of machines that, I imagine, were telling her a lot more about my poor, abused body than I'd ever want to know. The bed was high. Mom only had to bend at the waist to put her face close to mine and kiss me. There were lines at the corners of her eyes and around her mouth that I hadn't noticed before. My mom is a beautiful woman. I must have gotten it from somewhere, right? But she looked a lot older. I must have caused them a lot of worry. I felt all choked up inside as she kissed me again and wiped away a tear. Then Dad was there, too. "How's my girl?" "A little woozy." "That's to be expected," Aunt Elizabeth said from behind them. She had something in her hand, but kept her distance. I looked at Dad again. His face looked a lot older, too. A lot older. And it wasn't wrinkles. His hairline, which had been receding since I was 10, was way back from where it had been less than a year ago. Okay, blamed the drugs. "How long?" I asked. Mom looked me right in the eye and didn't dissemble. 10 years and a bit, she said. A tear made its way down her cheek. "And we're so glad to have you back." 10 years. "Which means I'm older than you now," Mike said, with a smile, but he couldn't keep it in place. 10 years. Aunt Elizabeth pressed something against my neck, and there was a hiss. The rising panic I'd been feeling fell away, and I sank back into welcome darkness. 10 years. "No way are you older than me," I said. "Way? Mike, I'm 29. Only if you go by the calendar, you know and I know that you're still 19, and I was 21 in February, well, on March the 1st. Actually, you were 5, which makes you a bit less than 5, he said smugly. We were back to normal, or as back to normal as we'd ever be, with him the same age as me, joshing each other. He was sitting in his usual place on my bed, spoon-feeding me raspberry sherbet. I had just about enough strength to lift the spoon, but not enough coordination to get it to the right spot on my face, as red blotches on my nose and cheek testified. I was on a liquid and ice cream diet until my digestive system recovered from the trauma of many days of nanosurgery. There was so much Mike and I couldn't really get into yet, so many things for me to sort out. It was going to be a time for sorting out, that was for sure. "So you're really going to take this oath of secrecy business seriously?" I asked him, for the third or fourth time. "Have to, Potty. Gave my word. And, you know, the word of a Martian Patrol Space Commander is as good as gold." It was a game we'd played when he was young. There's a lot of questions you could ask when you come out of a coma, medically induced and lasting about a month. One of the few details anyone had seen fit to give me. I hadn't asked any of them as such. I was too woozy for the first 3 or 4 days, but I pieced together a few things. Where am I? Mars. The good old Red Thunder Hotel, the family business. I was in a small suite, with Aunt Elizabeth installed in a spare bed in the living room and in 24-hour attendance. Why the hotel? Why not a hospital? No one was willing to tell me. What happened? I knew what happened up to the point I pulled the plug. I remembered it all quite well, every agonizing moment, including a lot I'd much rather forget. But what happened after that? No one was saying. They'd all taken the Martian Patrol Space Commander oath. Why not just tell me and get it over with? Ah, at last a question they were willing to answer. They had a lot of experience with taking people out of time stasis. They'd tried a lot of different methods, including just answering any questions the Stay-C, new word, someone freshly out of stasis, also known more idiomatically as Rips, as in Van Winkle, asked, in the order she asked them. Usual result: confusion, anxiety, mild sedation. For instance, one question that soon arose in a long-term stasis, 5 years or more, especially if a familiar face wasn't there, was, who died? So protocols had been developed. Only the closest relatives were allowed to see the Stay-C at first. Then recent history, including the macro kind, what are countries doing? The personal kind, what are my friends and family up to? And yes, even the popular kind, what are the hit downloads? Is doled out in bites. The reintegration counselor thinks the Stay-C, oh, the hell with it, I hate that word, the Rip can handle. My RC was a tiny little earthborn, Nigeria, I believe, named Maimuna. She explained all this to me and listened patiently while I told her it was stupid. Come on, Doc, I can handle it. I realized she'd heard the same old song and dance 100 times. Then I surprised myself by realizing she might know more about this than me, so I shut up. "We've prepared summaries of world events," she said. "They're pretty standard. We will show them to you at the rate of 1 per day. In a week and a half, I'll be all caught up." She wagged a finger at me and shook her head. "It would be a mistake to think that. You will have the information, but it will take considerably longer to integrate it. Trust me on this. Even if the 10 missing years were relatively uneventful, if you were at all connected to the larger events of politics, and I know you are, not like some of the game heads I get, who couldn't name 3 countries on Earth or the current president of Mars, it will take some time. And one thing I can tell you, without getting into specifics, is that these 10 years have not been uneventful." "Grumpy," I said. "That's all I can say, but of course you were there at the beginning of that event." "A pretty big event," I ventured, but she wouldn't say any more. So I was reduced to trying to trick snippets of information out of my little brother. He loved it, the bastard. He'd start to say something, then clap his hand over his mouth and look alarmed. But it was never anything. He was just yanking my chain. We finished the sherbet, and I longed for a cheeseburger. "So, do you know when I get my cybers back?" I asked him. "Same time as last time you asked me, when the reorientation is finished." He smiled, feeling a little net withdrawal. I was, a little. You grow up with the newest corneal screens and wearing your computing and connecting equipment, either as accessories or implanted somewhere around your ear. You get used to being able to answer a lot of questions with a few simple ticks. Even as simple a question as, "What time is it?" You look down into the corner of your vision, and there's your clock, ready to tell you the time in any zone of Mars, Earth, or any other inhabited planet, plus the speed of light time between any two places. Or, you want to know who wrote the lyric to a song, you Google it, and there's a new window. My corneas had been wiped clean as part of the nanosurgery, and I had no net access at all for the first time I could remember. "I can't even get a weather forecast," I complained. "I like to get the daily temperatures from Pismo Beach, so I can be happy I'm not there." "Might tell you too much," Mike said, and grinned again. "Oh, right. That might tell me too much about how climate change is progressing on Earth," I guessed. "Sure. It'll all come in time, Kane. Just be patient." So I was, but patient isn't something I do well. The next day they finally activated the wall screen and showed me the first tape. I might as well summarize. After all, for everyone else this happened a long time ago. It's old news. Everyone else had time to adjust to it day by day. But I got it 365 days at a time, and the experience is different that way. More like reading a book or watching a movie than living real life. And I realized that's how it would always be. There was no way of getting my 10 years back. Grow up, Kane. Would you rather still be at the bottom of the ocean on Europa or wherever it was you spent the last 10 years? No, thank you. Kane, The Lost Decade, Year 1. Top story. Grumpy erupts. Like I had guessed, Grumpy didn't just jump, didn't just pop up and then fall back down. That big red bastard had leaped from the ice of Europa and into space. It took up an elliptical orbit around Jupiter, dipping right into the atmosphere 3 times, where many astronomers ended up with egg on their faces after predicting it would burn up and be swallowed like a strawberry gumdrop in a whale's belly. Instead, it seemed to thrive on the heat and friction, accelerating, and finally leaving the area altogether, followed by a whole fleet of Martian Navy vessels. Taliesin was a shambles. Forward base and the Nemo station vanished, crushed beneath the waves of broken ice. Main base sank. Only the crew at the Elf base managed to escape with their lives. I watched some satellite video taken of the event, then had to pause it while I cried. All those people. Captain Scott, Dr. Land, Captain Stone. Could they be alive? For now, they were simply listed as overdue, like the Nemo sub-October. When I started the video again, I was startled to see Bus 54, a shiny steel bug crawling over the ice. Resolution was not quite good enough to see faces in the windows, but it gave me a bad turn, let me tell you. I saw the ice wave hurl us into the sky, watched us flip over and over until the camera lost us. Clark Center had had to batten down a bit, but still suffered damage. 27 people died, and about 100 were injured. Normally, I would have Googled a casualty list, but this was old-fashioned TV, non-interactive. I thought of all my friends there. Stupidly, I thought of Kahlua, the cat who had adopted me. Were they okay? I'd find out later, in carefully measured doses. All non-essential personnel were evacuated from Europa to Ganymede and Callisto, leaving only combat troops and scientific observers. Political news. Not worth mentioning. Some new leaders on Earth, same as the old ones. Same old hatreds brewing, some of them centuries old. Nobody got nuked, which made it a good year for the Earth. Cultural news. The usual celebrity divorces and custody squabbles. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of blockbuster movies I wouldn't want to see. Some people won Oscars, and most people probably had already forgotten who they were. Oddly, there was no news of the top downloads. I called Maimuna, and she said I'd just have to trust her. She recommended I listen to oldies, which I could call up on my room memory, so I did a little of that and drifted off to sleep. Next day, there was a familiar face waiting for me. "Travis!" I shouted, and put my arms around him. He was the first one who hadn't cried when he saw me, and I was grateful for that. Enough people cry over you, and you start to think of yourself as a pitiful waif. So what did I do?
I started crying again. He was so old. 10 years ago, he'd been in his 80s in calendar years, late 60s in body time, since he started skipping so many years. Now he looked well into his 70s, healthy, hearty, with his usual crooked smile, but his hair was thin and his skin was mottled with age spots. He hadn't spent the last decade in stasis, that was for sure. Well, of course not, with Grumpy rampaging around the solar system. He'd want to be awake and keeping an eye on that. "Oh, Uncle Travis, I wanted to marry you," I said. No kidding, my tongue was leading a life of its own. He raised an eyebrow and gave me a dubious look, but he didn't laugh, bless him. "Well, I figure you'd have been too smart for that," he said. "Just ask my ex-wife." I had it all figured out. With you skipping years, eventually we'd be close to the same age. Now I've lost a whole decade. Luckiest thing that ever happened to you, if it put you farther away from me. He dried my eyes with a tissue. I felt like such a fool. Wisely, he didn't say any more about that, but threw me a conversational lifesaver. "So, what have you been up to today?" "Let's see. This morning I climbed the south face of Olympus Mons with a 4-man bobsled on my back." "Oh, no, wait. What I meant was, I walked to the bathroom and back, which was harder." He laughed, and we went on like that for a bit, keeping it light and safe. But something was fluttering around on the edge of my memory, and I eventually netted it among the random flock of butterflies that was still taking the place of coherent thoughts in my shell-shocked brain. "I heard your voice," I said. "That would be during the opening of your bubble." "You were there?" "Just an observer. We recovered 6 bubbles from the wreckage. After we got it all back to Mars, I turned it over to the experts, and I watched as each one was opened. If it wasn't you, I had no further interest." I thought about that. There were a few questions I had to ask, even though I was pretty sure I wouldn't get any answers yet. "Who survived?" "I'm not supposed to tell you that. Not yet." But he hadn't said he was forbidden, which is what everyone else had said. "Ambassador Baruti?" I asked. There was a short pause. I glanced down at his lap and saw his thumb was sticking up. I tried to stay as deadpan as he was. "Come on, Travis. Senator Wu and Monet?" Thumb up. "Slow-mo?" He frowned, and I realized he didn't know the nickname. Hell, I didn't know his real name. "The cameraman?" Thumb up. "Tina?" Thumb up. "Bryn?" The merest shake of his head, then he patted my hand. "No more questions about that, okay? You know I'm forbidden to tell you, and I was warned not to wear you out, so—" "I'm not tired," I lied. "There's one more thing I think I'll go crazy if someone doesn't tell me. Why did it take so long? 10 years, Uncle Travis, my God. Were we at the bottom of the ocean? Couldn't they find us?" "You were embedded in the ice about a mile down," he said, "and I shouldn't have told you that, and that's all I can say. You'll know the whole story soon, so relax." "I can't relax." "You need a pill?" Aunt Elizabeth called out from the next room. "Geez, can't a girl get a little privacy?" "I'm fine. Travis, you're right, I am tired. But could you run me through what happened? I mean, after they got me back here to Mars and opened the bubble, it was pretty confusing." "I'm sure it was. It's confusing enough when you've planned for it, like I do. One day they open your bubble, and here's a bunch of nuts with their hands in the air shouting, 'Don't shoot!'" I laughed, remembering Travis arriving at Gran's stopper ceremonies. My God, Gran. She'd been inside her bubble longer than I had, unless she was already out, which was something I'm sure they weren't going to tell me yet. So Travis ran me through the procedure, which was interesting, but I fell asleep before he was through. I learned more details later. The flashes of light were cameras, of course, taking pictures of me from all possible angles. X-rays, infrared, MRI, HGH, who knows what, putting together a densely detailed picture of my predicament as the slush drained out of my little sphere of catastrophe. The information gathering took less than 10 seconds. Then I was popped back into the bubble. All that was fed into a computer, which made models. Then technicians, from robot arm programmers to medical personnel, like Aunt Elizabeth, came up with a plan of action. When they opened the bubble the next time, everything was ready, including the pain-killing injections. I remembered it all with a shudder. Then I fell asleep. Kane, The Lost Decade, Year 2. Top story, Doc erupts. That caught me completely by surprise. If Grumpy could do it, it of course implied that any of the Crystal Mountains could do it, but I hadn't given it a thought. But others had. The researchers still on Europa had studied the seismology surrounding all the mountains and concluded that if any of them were going to repeat the performance, it would be Doc. And sure enough, 7 months later, that big yellow bastard lifted itself into space and headed for Jupiter, just like his slightly smaller brother had done. 3 trips around, dipping into the atmosphere each time and speeding up instead of slowing down, as it should have. And Doc was off to the races, too. He didn't follow the exact path of Grumpy. Jupiter had moved on in its orbit, but both appeared to be headed in the general vicinity of the sun. If more of them were going to take off, Dopey and Happy were usually mentioned as the most likely candidates, along with some that hadn't had names before. Were people still calling them by those stupid names? Apparently so. Early on, the more sedate news organizations had tried the official acronyms and numbers, but Tech P40 just doesn't have any punch to it. People needed personification, and the names were already handy. So someone dug around in the history books and found that the Disney people had considered no less than 50 names when creating the dwarfs, and these were applied to those Tech Ps that didn't have one yet, and that's what people called them. Among them were Blabby, Jumpy, Shifty, Snoopy, Awful, Biggie, Blabby, Dirty, Gabby, Gaspy, Gloomy, Hoppy, Hotsy, Jaunty, and Nifty. What were they up to? Nobody knew anything. How did they do what they did? How did 1 trillion tons of crystalline matter free itself from the gravity of a small planet with no visible expenditure of energy? Vague theories were trotted out, possibly some use of the galactic magnetic field, whatever that is. Dark matter and dark energy were mentioned darkly. God was mentioned. God always seems to get into the game. Bottom line, nobody knew anything. Political news. Back to God again. The rapturists were stirring from beneath the rocks and in all the damp, wet, moldy places of the mind and spirit in Arkansas and Alabama and Tennessee, and all those other vacation wonderlands in heartland America. They'd had some hard times after the tsunami hadn't turned out to be the clarion call to Armageddon, but true believers never die. They just annotate their beliefs and raise more true believers. Massive rallies were held all over the heartland. The exact nature of Grumpy and Doc was debated, sometimes with thumped Bibles, sometimes with shotguns. The consensus was they were archangels, coming to summon the faithful, but since the Bible apparently didn't mention Archangel Grumpy, just who were they? Most agreed that Grumpy was Gabriel. Top candidates for Doc were Michael, Uriel, and Zadkiel. Stay tuned to this heavenly channel for more news. Over in the world of Islam, the imams currently stirring up the most trouble were speaking of the sword of Allah. They expected Grumpy and/or Doc to wipe out all the infidels. According to them, the big wave was just the big guy getting the range on his target. Oddly enough, terror attacks were down for the year, and the one before. Lots of Muslims wanted to stick around for the show. Cultural news. What culture? More movies, books, art, and once more, no music news. I was beginning to see this as highly suspicious. Were they hiding something from me? Had people given up on music as a bad job? Was Elvis back from the dead? My next visitor announced himself by leaping onto my chest and bumping my nose hard, accompanied by the sound of a large vibrator. "Kahlua!" I shouted. He just regarded me with those narrow blue eyes, bumped noses again to mark me with his scent, then curled his paws on my chest, wrapped his tail around his hind end, and seemed to drift off to sleep. "Hi, Kane," came a voice from the door. Karma, who I'd seen a little more than a week ago and who hadn't seen me in 10 years. "You're looking good, Car," I said, stroking Kahlua's fur. I noticed she was in Navy uniform. Once again, What was that all about? Do the necessary and get out. That had been Karma's philosophy. You mean for my age? She said. Bring me up to date? I said. Well, you know it can only be personal details. In short, married to someone I'd never met. 2 children, 3 and 5. She looked tired. I guess kids will do that to you, combined with the life in the Navy. I wanted to ask her about that, but sensed that I wouldn't get any answers, so we talked about safe things. Of which there weren't many. You know, listening to older people, I realized there are decades, and then there are decades. We all know that the distance between ages 9 and 19 is immense. Granddaddy Manny once told me that the difference between age 50 and 60 is really not that much. By then, you're pretty much who you're going to be. But 19 and 29 is quite a gulf. I had no idea what I'd be doing in 10 years, and I found that exciting. Karma, I quickly discovered, had a pretty good idea what she would be doing, or at least what she hoped to be doing, for the next 20 or 30. Her life had taken shape. Mine was still fluid. I realized, with a pang, that it would be that way with all my friends. Good Lord, what would the pod people be like today? Who would they be jamming with? What would they be playing? I could be sure it wouldn't include poor, pitiful Pod Kane. There was a story behind the cat. Otherwise, we'd have had very little we could talk about, or would even want to talk about. We rode out the quake pretty well, Karma said. I don't think it even woke Kahlua up. Then I was busy with the rescue parties. A momentary pause there, and a faraway look. But for her, the horror of that day was long ago, and there were no tears now. Anyway, when we were being evacuated, I couldn't find the damn cat. I looked everywhere, but we weren't given a lot of time. I figured he was a goner when I got aboard the ship, and when I settled down in my seat, there he was, rubbing against my leg and purring. I don't know how he does it. He's a spook, I said, and rubbed his head. He opened one eye enough to glare at me, then started that maddening thing he does, of exercising his claws against my chest. Anyway, I brought him back to Mars, and I remembered you had an uncle who was an admiral, so I looked him up and told him about your cat. He was upset. We were all pretty upset at the time, but he took Kahlua. You must be a pretty old fellow by now, huh? I told the cat. He ignored me. That's what I'm telling you. He's not old. Your uncle had him put in stasis, and I just got him out this morning. You probably thought he had a pretty good memory, going right up to you like that, but for him it's the same as you. For him it's only been days since he's seen you. You can pick up with him right where you left off. I took a great deal of comfort from that, probably because I knew there was very little else I could pick up where I left off. One good thing about enforced bed rest, I had a chance to catch up on my reading. Real paper books, too, since all my cyber inputs were shut down. I finally read that book my parents stole my name from, which was called Pod Kane of Mars. What a horrible book! What a mean old man! He spends the whole book getting you to like this sweet little airhead, and then he does terrible things to her. Don't you hate it when an author does that? I'm not reading any more of his books, I promise you. Pod Kane, The Lost Decade, Year 3. Top story. This time it was Sneezy. Formerly known as Tech P-12, Sneezy was a wee bit smaller than Grumpy and Doc, only about 4 miles long and dominated by the color green. So now we had a yellow one and a blue one and a green one falling toward the sun, and 3 big holes in the Taliesin surface, already frozen quite deep, of course, and quickly filling in from landslides caused by the still nervous crust and tidal stresses. Grumpy was getting quite close to the sun, and by the end of the year had gone within the orbit of Mercury. Navy fleets were still following it, and the others, in rotating shifts. At the rate Grumpy was going, they'd have to break off early in the new year. We have bases on Mercury, and have ventured a lot closer, but Grumpy was on a course to take it too close to the primal fires for any ship we had. I had to keep reminding myself that not only had this all happened already, but so had the next 7 years. I was beginning to get a little annoyed at that. What was the harm of just letting me know how it all came out? Obviously, civilization hadn't been destroyed. Why not skip to page 500 and let me know what the situation was now. But they stuck to their guns. Other news, not worth mentioning. They put me on a walking machine that day, and I crept along on it for 10 minutes, at a pace that would have done a 110-year-old woman proud. Why a walking machine? Why not the corridor outside my room? Why not back and forth within the room? Oh, well, we don't question doctor's orders. Aunt Elizabeth was no longer rooming with me. She checked up for about an hour that day and left me in the hands of a nurse, who promptly conked out on the couch. Here was my chance. The screws were sleeping, the tunnel was complete, I'd carved a gun out of a bar of soap. I could be under the wire and out into the trees in 5 minutes, 10 if I had to fight off the dogs and the odd Nazi perimeter guard. Instead, I settled for swinging my legs over at the side of the bed and pulling my brand-new aluminum walker over with one foot and slowly putting my weight on it. I shuffled across the thick carpet. Snails would have sneered at my pace. Earthworms could have run rings around me. I couldn't help it. I was going stir-crazy. I had to see outside. There was a single small rectangle of window in the room, which told me I was in the old historic part of the Red Thunder. It used to be open to the elements, hence the stingy port, from back in the days when we were still learning about pressurized environments. The old wing was now enclosed under the mile-high dome, but nothing had been changed. You didn't get the nice views of the dome you'd get from your open balcony in the newer parts of the hotel, but people paid premium prices to stay here. Silly, but I understood it. We don't have a lot of history on Mars, and this is about as far back as it goes. I was winded when I got there. There was an old-fashioned blind over it, and I pulled the cord cautiously, aware of their tendency to clatter down if you didn't do it right. Then I leaned to the window to take a look outside, annoyed that my distance vision was still a bit fuzzy. First impression, sort of dark. Second, very dark, and not many people around. The Mile High is a flurry of gardens, fountains, pools, arcades, and shops, and at night, like it was now, under the transparent dome, it should have been blazing with artificial light. Instead, there was the bare minimum of streetlights on the paths, and only a few people walking, or riding bikes or scooters. Across the small plaza outside the hotel, a single vidboard showed a commercial for breakfast cereal. I looked down. I figured I was on about the 10th or 12th floor, out of 20. The plaza itself was crowded with people, maybe 1,000. Hard to make them out in the semi-darkness. Many of them were carrying candles, and I thought they might be singing. No sound at all came through the triple-thick Lexan. All around the people, covering the plaza from side to side, were flowers. Millions of flowers. Where they were heaped under the streetlights, I could see a riot of colors. There were huge arrangements, and there were piles and piles of simple bouquets in cellophane. Suddenly there was a commotion. Somebody was pointing, then more people, and then they were all on their feet. Some were applauding, others were waving, some were doing handsprings and backflips and other signs of unrestrained joy in .38 G. It looked like there was a big celebrity staying at the hotel, probably somewhere above me, judging from where people were pointing. It was frustrating. I'm no celebrity hound, but it would have been nice to know who it was. Then I remembered this was 10 years later, and I might not even know the name. There'd been time for a lot of old famous faces to grow obscure, and a whole new crop of tabloid fodder to arise. I hadn't learned much, and I was tired, but it was nice to have seen something beyond these 6 walls. I was about to head back to bed when I noticed the scene had changed on the vidboard across the way. There was a crawl line across the bottom, but I couldn't read it. It looked like a promo for a horror movie. It showed the face of a blonde woman who might have been moderately attractive if she'd put on a little makeup and did something about the dark circles under her eyes. Her hair was a fright, stiff and tangled and standing up on one side like she'd slept on it. I wouldn't be caught dead going out in public like that. I watched her, waiting for something to happen. She looked vaguely familiar. Finally, I shrugged and turned away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the ugly hag on the screen shrug and turn. I turned back, and so did she. I let out a shriek that levitated the sleeping nurse 2 feet off the couch, to bounce once on the floor and leap to her feet, groggy and frightened. That was me. I'm afraid I wasn't very nice about it. When Aunt Elizabeth arrived, I told her I wanted the whole story, or I wanted a lawyer. Was I a prisoner here, or what? It took half an hour, but finally much of the family was assembled in my room, most of them looking uneasy, but none of them looking guilty. They still thought they were doing the right thing for me. I was going to disabuse them of that. Mom and Dad and Mike were there, and all 4 grandparents. I'd seen them all before, separately, and though I can't say I was used to seeing my parents in their late 40s and their parents in their early 70s, I knew it was true. Also present was Uncle Bill, resplendent in the uniform of, yikes, a fleet admiral. At least I guessed that's what that circle of 5 stars on his shoulder boards and lapels meant. I'd never seen a fleet admiral before. Senator Wu was there with his daughter Monet. I was surprised to discover how happy I was to see them. They had been relatively uninjured in the crash, nothing more than bumps and bruises, and in Monet's case, a broken arm. So they weren't in recovery like me, but I assumed they were still going through the reorientation process and would be in the dark as to most current events. It felt good that there were 2 people there who were probably as disoriented as I was, who had shared the nightmare and now the aftermath. I looked forward to putting our heads together. But the big surprise was Quinn and Cassandra, my old pod people. Quinn had already been 5 years older than the rest of us, and was looking more than 10 years older now. Cassandra didn't look all that changed, but it might have been skillful makeup and maybe a touch of surgery. I made a silent bet with myself on who would be the first to speak and what that speech would be. $10 per bet. Pod Kane, Grandma Kelly said, making me $10 richer in theory. We understand why you're upset. Anyone would be. But we still think you should stick with the program, follow your doctor's orders. And that made me $20 richer. I noticed a few people shifting around. I wondered if a vote had been taken, and if it was unanimous. But I didn't really care. Grandma Kelly, I said, coming down maybe a little harder than necessary on the first word. I'm going to be frank. I don't give a sandrat's ass what you think. You or all of you. I'm going to find out why I'm being held here and what's going on outside, one way or another. Your choice here is to tell me or lock me in and tie me down. There was a short silence, and I looked at Mom and Dad. So, parental units, what's it going to be? Mom smiled. What I knew it would be when I came in here. We're going to do a deal. Right, Elizabeth? Aunt Elizabeth didn't look happy. Doctors are like that. They like to be in charge. But she nodded. Here it is, Mom went on. You know from what you saw that things have changed in a big way in the 10 years you've been gone. Part of that is system-wide in scope and affects all humanity. And involves Grumpy and Doc and Sneezy. Yes. The other part is personal. We're going to tell you the personal part now and save the rest for another day. How about tomorrow? Mom looked at Dad and then at Elizabeth, and they both nodded. If you want. What I can tell you right now is, you are probably the most famous person in the solar system. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. Sure, I'd figured out all those people out there were holding a candlelight vigil for me, but I thought it just had something to do with the accident, and they were just happy I'd been lucky enough to make it through alive. Well, I had been the only one to do much about the emergency, me and Slow-Mo. Maybe that was it. I was the story of the day, the chump of the moment, the news footnote of the month, the Warhol girl entering her 15 minutes. Maybe I was being built up as a hero. How did it feel, Pod Kane, when the driver's brains spattered on your face? Oh, that should be glorious. Gag me. It didn't feel right. None of that would make me the most famous person in the solar system, as Mom had put it. But what did I do? I asked. What I did was Jazzy's song. No kidding. I had completely forgotten that I'd shipped off the finished product to Mike and to Quinn. Shortly after that, Grumpy exploded, and I vanished into the European ice. Mike and Quinn had corresponded and became good friends. Quinn and Cassandra had fiddled with it, tweaked it here and there, but mostly left it alone. Then they went to work, copywriting it, downloading it, promoting it. Sometimes someone is simply at the right place and in the right time with the right product. I don't know, no one will ever know, if Jazzy would have taken off or even got much listening if it hadn't been so intimately associated with the European situation. If the base material hadn't come from the crystals themselves, via elf recording and manipulation. But it was, and if I say so myself, and as proven by the reaction of the first people to hear it as I performed it live, a very nice piece of music. It was like nothing anyone had ever heard before, and it was a human interacting with the crystals. And in the prevailing nervous mood affecting all humanity, it was what they wanted to hear. Which was great news. I was famous and I was rich. And I died young, which is often a good career move, as I was saying to Elvis and John Lennon just the other day. How rich? Very rich. Jazzy's song had been the top download for 3 consecutive years. And it was all mine, less a collaboration fee for the Pod People and Mike as my de facto manager. All amazing, all hard to take in, and just the beginning. There was just the one Jazzy song, but there were the sides we burned on the tour, and once you've got one big hit, the public clamors for more. Quinn and Mike doled them out, and each became a hit. So the Pod People got some money too, which made me happy. 10 years later, we were well into the point where people were trading bootlegs of the stuff I'd recorded before I was famous. Famous? It was going to take a while to get used to that. Like so much of that sort of ephemera, a lot of it was stuff I wouldn't have released if I was around to have any say about it. But it wasn't awful, and it made me a lot more money, so who's complaining? But wait, as they say on hard-sell TV commercials, there's more. Jazzy was so popular that the public wanted more of it, but there wasn't any, for a while anyway. But all that elf music was available, public domain, and anybody with a mixer and a mic could experiment with it. It wasn't long before people were making their own variations, finding stuff in there that I told myself I would have found if I hadn't been in deep freeze. Within a year, there was a whole new genre of music. For a while they called it crystal music, but the label that stuck was, get ready for it, pod music. The big new thing in music, not related to rock or pop or anything that came before it, really. 10 years later, it was still going strong, as hard to kill as disco or rap. And it was all my doing. I'm not getting a swelled head here, honestly I'm not. But it was just me, sitting on my bed, waiting for something exciting to happen, mixing and discarding and listening, and then singing. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Pod Kane, back from the dead. Thank you, thank you. I am the inventor of pod music, the podorama, the podster herself. I am the Princess of Mars, the Tsarina of the sun and moon, the Queen of the Earth, the Empress of ice cream. I am the bee's kneecaps and the kitty's jam-jams. I am Champagne Charlene. I am me and Bobby McGee. I am Woman Hear Me Roar. I am the freaking walrus. And I don't have a clue what pod music is all about. 14. Say you're Beethoven. It's 1800. You've just published your first symphony, and you're running around Vienna trying to get the DJs to spin your piano concertos and a string quartet or two, hoping to generate a buzz in the Viennese chat rooms. Just starting to really learn your composing chops, in other words. Then you take a trip to the Catskills for your health. You're walking around the forest primeval, humming this little ditty that's been running through your head, which you scribbled on a scrap of papyrus and gave to your main man, Joseph Haydn, before you left. Freude schöne Götterfunken, then something, 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 something. That's all you've got. Just those 8 quarter notes. But you know a good theme when you hear one, and you think this might get some serious downloads. Suddenly you're struck by lightning and collapse in a stupor under the tree right next to Rip Van Winkle's. You wake up, 100 years have gone by. Things happened slower back then. There's a guy there. Says his name is Gustav Mahler. Yo, B, baby, we're so glad you're back.
Then he tells you that while you were sleeping, people began to really take a listen to that little first symphony of yours. They found stuff in it even you didn't know was there. You are, in fact, the father of the Romantic movement in music. In fact, people call it B-music in your honor. He's got some sides with him, and he plays some of it for you. The Emperor Concerto by some Pole named Chopin. Fidelio by Richard Wagner. The Moonlight Sonata by Franz Liszt. A Pastoral Symphony by Anton Bruckner. A Choral Symphony by Felix Mendelssohn, plus some stuff by some crazy Russians. Tchaikovsky, Rimsky-Korsakov, Mussorgsky, Rachmaninoff. None of it sounds familiar, except a little bit of the Mendelssohn. Even worse, most of it doesn't make a damn bit of sense to you. These guys have taken your basic idea and run with it, and now they've elaborated it past your capacity to dig it. It might as well be Ravel, or Copland, or Bernstein, or Schoenberg. For all your understanding of this music, you might as well be, well, deaf. All resemblance between me and Beethoven stops right there, of course. He was a musical genius. I'm a damn good singer, end of story. But in my little scenario of him, and in my real life, we were both baffled, deafened, deprived of the work we might have created. There would never be enough time to catch up and resume where you left off, because the musical world had left you sleeping under an oak tree, or a mile of European ice. So I was the godmother of pod music, so what? On that note, I fell into a troubled sleep. I dreamed. I can't say for sure when the recurring dreams began. I suspect it was while I was under the nano-knives and sedation, but it might have been before that. And I know that doesn't make sense, but hear me out. I hate it when authors describe dreams in books. It seems lazy to me. Dreams are full of symbolism, and they aren't logical or orderly. Scraps of your life are tossed into the air of your subconscious, and glued together any old which way, if you follow one theory. They might be ordered according to symbols, or paradigms, or archetypes, or engrams, depending on who else you talk to. I don't think anybody really knows, but we've all had them, and we know they have things in common. There's the caught naked dream, which happens even to nudity-tolerant Martians. There are places you go nude and places you don't. There's the running-in-place dream, where you're moving through molasses. There's the falling dream, so I'm told. I've never had one. Dozens or hundreds of others. They usually involve people you know in unlikely situations. They usually are set in places you're familiar with. These dreams were nothing like that. They are very hard to talk about because I don't have the verbs and nouns to describe the experience. For one, there is a sense of no time. Not no time passing, no time at all, if that makes any sense. Maybe what it was like before the Big Bang, when everything existed as a single point, and the cosmic stopwatch hadn't started running yet. Or inside a stopper bubble, which is the only place I can think of where we know time doesn't move. You see where I'm going with this? Though there was no way to validate the notion, either something happened while I was in the bubble, or my subconscious thought something should have happened, and was supplying these weird dreams to fill in the blank. Since there is no time in these dreams, nothing can be said to actually happen, if you can understand that. Heck, I'm the one having the dreams and I don't really understand it, but let me keep trying. I am a presence. I know who I am, but I can't say that I have an actual name. I see nothing, I hear nothing, I feel nothing. I suppose it's like being in an isolation tank, except even in a tank, I'd expect to have thoughts, mental images, retinal flashes of light, the sensation of warm water on my skin. There's none of that. This doesn't disturb me, as the mere awareness of identity is enough. Perhaps it's the ultimate Zen state. I don't know. In fact, I know nothing because knowledge requires a place to put it, whether it's on a bookshelf or in electronic storage, and there is no place here. See? Even the word here implies a place. There is no here. It is all strangely relaxing. Well, why shouldn't it be? To be unrelaxed, you have to be engaged in something, dealing with a problem, and there are no problems here. stimulated, either for good or bad, and there is no source of stimulation, nothing to stimulate, no use for the verbs stimulate, deal, or engage. No use for any of the thousands of verbs I used to know, nor the thousands of nouns and modifiers. This place simply is, apparently outside of space and time, with no further detail available than that. But gradually, and that's not right because it implies a process and a state of before and after, but it's the best way I can put it, I realize I'm not alone. I've always known this, because every moment is the same as any other, but there are presences here that are somehow different from my presence. I don't see them, I don't feel them, I don't hear them, but they are there. They are aware of me. Then time begins. It's only a nanosecond, but it's the first tick of time there has ever been, anywhere. And before this there was no anywhere for time to exist in, and we all savor it. And now that there is time, there can be other things. So, in the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was hello. Or maybe it was God, and maybe they're the same thing. All right, the easy part is over. That's right, that had been the easy part. From now on it gets grim. Mom, Dad, Mike, and Travis gathered in my room, where I was practicing sitting up in a comfy chair instead of in bed. Aunt Elizabeth was there, too, with her machines, probably ready to sedate me if the stuff I was about to hear was too upsetting. The agreement was that we'd dispense with the year by year and just tell the whole story of the 7 years I was still missing. Mike pulled a chair up in front of me and hopped onto it. This was a new Mike, to me, dead serious, no playfulness about him at all. We talked it over, he said, and I asked to be sort of the moderator of this little show. Again, a new Mike. Being what he was, he had changed very little. When I left, he was smaller than a normal 10-year-old child, and he was still about the same size. So he didn't look any older, except around the eyes. And, of course, in body language and demeanor. He was clearly an adult, but my mind was having a devil of a time accepting that. It kept superimposing the happy-go-lucky, sweet little kid I knew over this tiny little man, and the cognitive dissonance was disconcerting. I suggested we find out if there are burning questions you want an answer to right now, before we get into the whole story. Some answers wouldn't make sense unless you did know the whole story naturally, but I can only try. He lifted an eyebrow, and I got right to the first one. Who's dead? I asked. Aside from the people on Europa, who you already know about, your Uncle Anthony died 2 years ago. I remembered him from the last time I saw him at Gran's farewell party. Chubby, stuffing himself at the free buffet, a big, affable, sweet-natured failure at everything he ever tried, a man impossible to dislike unless he owed you money, which he did to most of the family older than me. How did he die? He and your cousin Luther were working at a rescue mission somewhere in Africa and were killed during a refugee riot. Luther. I could barely place the face. One of the Sandrats at Gran's farewell, running around, screaming and crying, maybe about 12. I hadn't known any of them well, hadn't known Anthony all that well for that matter. Refugee riots in Africa? Obviously, that was part of the bigger picture, which I had long ago figured out was not good. Gran? I said. Still in suspension. Everyone's been far too busy to work much on the sort of medical problem she has. There's been a lot more progress on the sort of medical problem you had. Meaning violent accidents, or maybe not accidents. All those Navy uniforms, Karma still in the service, the lack of lights or tourists under the Mile High. It was sounding more and more like war. Just for a moment, I didn't want to hear any more. Don't bring me no bad news. The military wife claps her hands over her ears when she sees the solemn officer approaching her house. If she doesn't hear the awful news, then it didn't happen. Or she could pretend it didn't happen for a little longer. Let's rewind this tape all the way back to before the trip to Taliesin, and let's take a different path to a different future. Like when Mom and Dad saw the first video of the big wave. Like when people saw the Twin Towers falling in New York.
like when an even earlier generation heard the news about Pearl Harbor on the radio. You knew that a moment had arrived that would forever divide your life between before it happened and after it happened. For me, it hadn't happened yet. Grumpy had erupted, sure, I'd been there, I'd seen it as close as anyone had, but the aftermath hadn't arrived yet for me, and like a little child, I didn't want it to arrive. Make it not happened, Mommy. Because I knew that the flight of Grumpy and the others was one of those turning points, and I knew the news was bad, probably very bad. The only place you can escape history is inside a stopper bubble, and I didn't want to go back inside. Next time I was destasized, if ever, my family might not be there, and right now they were all I had to cling to. But I put it off just a minute longer. Jubal? I asked. Only Travis knows that, Mike said, and looked at Travis, who spread his hands wordlessly. Still in stasis, he said. That surprised me. Jubal's genius had saved Mars once, and I had figured Travis would have him out and working on this problem, whatever it was. So I sighed and gestured to Mike. Let's hear it, I said, and settled back in my chair with Kahlua on my lap. Mike stood up and started pacing. Grumpy circled the sun 3 times and headed straight for the Earth. At the velocity it was moving, and with a mass of almost 1 trillion tons, the results would make the big wave seem like dropping a ball bearing into Lake Superior. The sun's gravity would slow it some, but as it approached Earth it would speed up again. Minimum impact speed of a body falling from infinite space, 25,000 miles per hour. Earth had had about 2 months to prepare. It was the most massive movement of population in human history. Coastal areas were evacuated. Giant refugee camps were established at higher elevations. It was summer in the northern hemisphere, so the most populous areas of the planet were at least temperate, but there were not enough tents globally to handle a fraction of the refugees. Civil strife everywhere, but worse in some places than in others. People who were already living in places like Denver and Geneva and Central India and Africa and Asia were not always happy to see these hungry, homeless hordes, and often there was fighting for scarce space and food and shelter. Martial law, mass killings, starvation. 6 cities vanished overnight in nuclear explosions. Heroic examples of people working together for the common good. Craven examples of people at their worst, stealing and raping and murdering. The only people who were happy about it were the rapturists, who had definitely settled on Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael as the real names of Grumpy, Doc, and Sneezy. They expected that Gabriel, Grumpy, would elevate them right out of their clothes and directly into heaven, while the rest of us fought it out for the 7 years of the tribulation. The Martian Republic was torn. Suddenly every Earthie who could afford it wanted to book passage to Mars, or anywhere else, most of which were Martian colonies. Some people who were already here wanted to go home to be with loved ones, but a lot more wanted to stay past their visas. But what were we going to do? There weren't enough ships in the entire system to transport even a tiny fraction of the people who wanted to travel, and not 1,000th of the space that would be needed to house them when they got here. I'm proud of my country and what we did, which was simply everything we could and as fairly as possible. People already here were allowed to stay. People who wanted to go home were allowed to do that, on ships that were pretty empty earthbound. And at spaceports all over Earth, lotteries were conducted. We didn't intend to fill up with only rich Earthies. Anyone who could make it to a spaceport, and we had no control over that, and the carnage on the roads and in the terminals was terrible, got a chance. If you won, you got to take your family with you, but not your friends. The lottery forms specified immediate family only. I can only imagine the heart-rending scenes. I didn't watch any of the video of that. Ships were hot-bunked, with 3 people sharing each bed in 8-hour shifts. The finest luxury liners became overcrowded cattle cars, gourmet meals vanishing in favor of macaroni and rice and oatmeal. At home, all tourism activity was suspended.
Nobody was spending money on luxuries anyway, though a lot of people wanted the casinos kept open in an eat, drink, and be merry spirit. No dice, so to speak. Soon families were sleeping on the craps tables, under the craps tables, too. This came to be known as a Martian bunk bed. All the hotels were rapidly converted to barracks. We jammed them in there like sardines, as many as each room could take, and there were always more, as each and every passenger ship that could be pressed into service shuttled back and forth between Earth and Mars, and some of the asteroid colonies, at a steady 1G of boost. Many Navy ships that had even corridor space for sleeping bags were shuttling too. We moved almost 1 million people in 2 months. And of course it was a drop in the bucket. Billions were left behind. There was a very strong chance that all those billions would die. High ground or low ground, nothing was going to save them if the impact was as hard as it was expected to be. It would be an extinction event, as bad as the one that killed the dinosaurs. The sky would blacken and stay that way for many years. The ground would open and swallow entire cities, whether coastal or mountainous. It was going to be hell on earth for everybody but the rapturists. While governments and other bodies were concerning themselves primarily with rescue operations, the military branches of these entities were not entirely inactive. As soon as Grumpy's course became clear, 2 possible means of salvation presented themselves, and both of them had to be put into action as soon as possible if they were to have any effect. Plan A, divert it, tall order. Plan B, blow it up. The idea was that smaller chunks might cause less damage. Some would miss the Earth entirely, and the rest might be easier to divert. There were voices raised, pointing out that attacking these things, in view of their incredible power, might not be a wise idea. What if we merely managed to piss them off? But most people with the capacity to do something about it decided that you could hardly be more pissed off than to aim a 1-trillion-ton object at an inhabited planet. I'm not a big advocate of shooting if there's anything else you can do, but I had to agree, retrospectively. Why not try it? So they went with Plan B first, simply because they could do it at once, and Plan A took some preparation. One of the largest weapons in somebody's nuclear arsenal was put aboard a rocket and accelerated at a constant 500 Gs right at the heart of Grumpy, and everybody crossed their fingers. Result? Nothing. It didn't go off. The curse of Taliesin strikes again. Probably. I mean, no nuke had ever failed before when used in anger. 2 days later, there was no farting around. A salvo of 100 nuclear-tipped missiles was fired. All Earth and all Mars and all the outer planets watched hopefully as they approached and began to go off. Half of them failed, but half did detonate, and it was horribly beautiful. Tiny little pinpricks of dazzling light sparkled all around Grumpy, then expanded into perfect white spheres and slowly faded away. Where they had been, the surface of the giant crystal glowed a lovely red. Billions cheered. Then the data came in. Grumpy had not deviated 1 foot. We could have hit it with thousands more, but what would be the point? By then, Plan A was just about ready. A dozen very large bubble engines had been constructed and loaded onto our largest cargo ships. The Martian Navy hurried them into position. If you're going to try to divert an object heading for you, the sooner you start pushing it, the more course change you'll get for every erg of energy expended. They were equipped to attach themselves to one side of Grumpy and begin firing. If they could fire long enough and hard enough, it just might work. The drone engines approached within a mile, half a mile, 100 feet, and touched the surface. And vanished. One moment they were there, the next moment they were gone. Slow-motion cameras revealed they simply sank into the surface as if it were jello. The next 6 went out with volunteer human pilots. By then it was iffy as to whether they'd do any good, even if they worked, as Grumpy was a lot nearer the Earth now and closing fast. But they tried. They tried. And now there is a statue of those 4 men and 2 women in the plaza just outside my window. Because they reached Grumpy and vanished.
If there were living beings inside those goddamn crystals, they really were boojums. So it was time for Plan C. The Martian Navy's ultimate weapon is the Broussard bubble, in both its varieties. The Republic of Mars owns all the bubble-making facilities, which is what prevented our takeover when my parents were kids and the Martian War was fought. We'd have gotten our butts kicked. We did get our butts kicked, with hardly a shot fired from our side. The fireworks were all from competing factions, squabbling over who got to conquer us. But for Mom and Dad and Uncle Travis and Uncle Jubal, going to Earth and threatening to squeeze the whole nasty planet down to the size of a pea if they didn't cut it out. They did, and most Martians agree that the only reason we aren't paying taxes to some Earth country, and the Earthies haven't taken the bubble technology from us, is that they're still afraid of being squeezed. There aren't many of the bubble factories because, incredible as it seems, only Uncle Jubal knows how to make them. Only Jubal can make them, I guess I should say. He tried to teach others how it's done, because being the only human who can do it made his life intolerable, but it doesn't seem to be a knack that can be taught. So every installation that can make the machines that make the bubbles was built by Uncle Jubal. How many of them there are is classified far above my petty rating. It's a state secret, jealously guarded, and the only non-Martian citizen who knows is Travis, who isn't a citizen of anything, now that the United States is fragmented. Most of the bubble machines are on Mars. A few are closely guarded and supervised, by the Martian Navy, on Earth. But an unknown number are aboard our Black Fleet, which hovers tens of billions of miles to the north or south of the sun, no one knows which, or if it's both, like the deep-sea nuclear subs of Earth nations, perpetually combat-ready, able to deliver an object lesson or vengeance if we are attacked again. The Republic doesn't like using these ships for anything other than a threatening presence. We don't even like them to be seen. They are based on Eris, which never gets as close to the sun as Pluto's maximum distance, and around which the Navy maintains a billion-mile spherical exclusion zone. But this was clearly a special case. One of the black ships was called in, with the intention of surrounding Grumpy with a stopper bubble and taking it far, far away before it could hit the Earth. Long story short, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? I get tired of saying this, but no one knows. It's especially frustrating because no one knows why the bubble generators work at all. I'm not even sure if Uncle Jubal knows, since he's not able to explain it. Maybe it's just something he does with his mind, like a psychic or something. Though I don't believe in psychics or poltergeists or levitation or any of that woo-woo crap. But the fact remains, Uncle Jubal can build a bubble machine, and it works. Anyone can be shown how to operate it. Someone else can build a bubble machine exactly the same way, and it just sits there. As far as I know, they are the only machines ever built that can't be duplicated, that only work for one man. Poor man. Jubal Broussard, doomed to be the goose that laid the silver egg. This time, the bubble generator itself just sat there. They can operate from a great distance, classified, but it's many millions of miles, and may even be infinity. But no matter how far away they tried it, nothing happened. No squeezer bubbles, no stopper bubbles. Of course, they tested the machines and found they had no trouble forming either sort of bubble, even at several million miles away. But not if it was surrounding Grumpy or any part of him. They tried it on Doc, too, with the same result. Again, no one knew why. Something about the crystals made it impossible to use our weapon of last resort against them. Maybe it was their gravity drive or electromagnetic drive or whatever they used. Ask a physicist, if you can find one, who'll talk to you about it at all. Physicists are a very pissed-off group. Since the invention of bubble technology, they take it personally that they can't figure it out. So the mass evacuations continued, and everyone watched and waited. Then Grumpy, or Gabriel, began to slow down. No one had expected it, though the crystals had demonstrated that they had a vast source of power, even if we didn't know what it was. So far, none of the crystals had done anything anyone expected.
It was around the moon's orbit that the deceleration began. Over the next several days, the velocity dropped. Computers chewed over the data continually, figuring time of arrival. People were beginning to say that, instead of the discouraging word impact, and total energy released if conditions remained the same. They didn't. The big rock kept slowing down, so that by the time it entered the atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean, it was just moseying along, for an astronomical object being pulled by Earth's gravity, that is. Maybe it was going to be a gentle touchdown. Maybe aliens were going to emerge and tell us how to stop global warming, end war, stop hunger and racism and poverty, and give us a really, really good recipe for chicken soup. Maybe they were going to welcome us to the Galactic Federation. Kla tubarada nikto, Earthlings. No such luck. It didn't levitate any rapturists out of their clothes, either. It was moving at about Mach 3 when it hit the water, say 2,500 miles per hour. Not what you'd call a soft landing, but infinitely better than the 35,000-plus miles per hour of the first pre-deceleration estimate. Impact was several hundred miles southeast of the big island of Hawaii. The atmospheric shock wave was enough to blow down trees and break windows in Maui. Mauna Loa is the world's largest mountain by volume, and Mauna Kea is the tallest, though the bottom 4 miles or so are underwater. Mauna Kea had been inactive for millions of years, but now she and her cousin, Mauna Loa, and daughter, Kilauea, popped like red-hot pimples from the inertial mass of Grumpy settling into the seabed. What geologists call slumps, massive landslides, came down the sides of all the volcanoes, creating tsunamis that were pretty much lost in the much bigger one created by Grumpy himself, displacing about 15 cubic miles of seawater very quickly. All the seacoast cities of the Pacific Rim were pretty much wiped out. All the islands of Polynesia and Micronesia were scoured clean. Almost no one was there by that time. Australia, Indonesia, Japan, the Philippines, China, Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, the Western American coast. The list was long. Earthquakes shook the Mississippi Valley, India, China, Russia. It took 3 days for the planet to reach a state of more or less equilibrium. Then the cleanup began, and the burials. No one was using the word recovery. The world had still not recovered from the big wave 25 years before. No one would ever recover from Grumpy. The operative phrase was, start over. Hard to call anything a silver lining in the face of such devastation, but of course there was one. It could have been much worse. So the people of Earth started digging out, settling in on the high ground, and keeping an eye out over their shoulders to see what Doc and Sneezy were going to do. Mars was full. Earth governments didn't like it, but had to accept it. The door was closed for the moment. If we took one more person from Earth, she'd have to learn to breathe mighty thin air with 0 oxygen in it. We were having enough trouble feeding the refugees we had. Mars had never been known as an agricultural planet. But we were trying. Lord knows we were trying. The months after Grumpy saw the most intensive construction human beings have ever undertaken. On Mars, all Navy enlistments were extended indefinitely. The economy took a terrible hit with the closure of the tourist industry, but we had power and we had food, and we simply stopped all trading with Earth and switched to a credit, moneyless economy. You work at what needs doing, or you don't get food. Computers kept track of what needed doing and of who was doing what, and all working citizens and refugees got enough to get by on. But tensions were high, and for the first time an armed militia was formed to quell violence, especially from the displaced, if and when it happened. Pretty soon we were calling it the Martian Army. With squeezer technology, we hollowed out vast underground bunkers in the bedrock. When they were finished, they would become home, temporarily we hoped, to the poorest of Earth's teeming displaced millions. But not until we finished the equally extensive underground farms, so we'd have something to feed them. 3 hots and a cot, that was the promise, with rooms for families and all the work you can handle. then back to Earth as soon as your home country got back on its feet. Which might be never, but no one wanted to think about that yet. On Earth, entire cities were planned, ground was broken, and the millions of homeless were put to work building them. They were all located above the high water marks Grumpy had left, and safely away from fault zones. Famine stalked the planet. Much of the best agricultural land was inundated with receding salt water, useless for crops. What was left was intensely cultivated with grains. Most domestic food animals were slaughtered and eaten, and no one expected to raise any more in the near future. Meat animals consume more energy than they provide as food. For now, pretty much everyone, but the very rich, became vegetarians. There was no choice in the matter. For the duration, it was going to be rice, wheat, corn, and soybeans for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Vegetables were a luxury, something for Sunday. Cans of Spam sold for $1,000, in gold only. In most of Africa and many other places, even rice and bread were luxuries. And all of this was done in a spirit of international and inter-ethnic cooperation, right? It's us against the aliens. We all have to pull together. Let's not worry about money and irrelevant things like that. Let's put aside our old hatreds and grudges. All you need is love. Give peace a chance. Imagine no religion, right? Thanks for the nice thoughts, Mr. Lennon. But if you thought that, you're as naive about the human condition as I was. I wanted that to happen. I needed it to happen. This was all too awful to contemplate, without the normal inhumanities of man added on top, like a big turd on a dog corpse squashed on the road. And there was a lot of that, at first. Truces were declared. Many rich people gave until it hurt. There were so many volunteers to succor the displaced, the orphaned, the bereaved, that it was hard to coordinate all their efforts. The human urge to help out a downtrodden neighbor is the glue that holds civilization together, and it's very powerful. Then it settled into the daily slog of survival and back-breaking work and always being a little hungry. Other baser urges began to dominate. I'm all right, Jack. Screw you all. Why is my nation getting the short end of the stick? Why is my city, my tribe, my clan, my family suffering, while those folks over there are doing just fine? Countries are fragile things, as the big wave taught America. They can fall apart if they're hit with something big enough. Many did. Most rich countries on Earth have large ethnic minorities of one kind or another, often a lower, laboring class, imported to do the work the natives were too rich to do. Resentments run deep. Other countries were cobbled together after a war or in the aftermath of colonialism, and the mismatched groups within their borders hated each other. Things got ugly pretty soon. I wanted to quit there because I was pretty certain there was worse to come. My world had been altered out of all recognition in just a few hours, and I'd never left my bedroom. First I was rich and famous, then a good part of Earth was devastated, millions dead. Then my home planet was transformed into a vast cattle pen. I'm sorry, but the great majority of the refugees were folks who would never have been accepted for citizenship before, having no useful skills for living on Mars, and an armed camp. And that was only strike one. Doc and Sneezy still hadn't come up to bat. A little less than a year later, Doc arrived, and for the first time, one of the Crystal Mountains did exactly as you might have expected. The only difference was that it landed in the Indian Ocean. Low-lying Bangladesh pretty much ceased to exist. More earthquakes, more volcanoes, more death and misery. Still no rapturists rising into the sky. By now they had decided these were not angels come to redeem the righteous, but devils sent to punish mankind's many sins. They were rechristened Asmodeus, Beelzebub, and Mammon. Next year, Sneezy arrived, South Atlantic. Look at a map. I'm not going to list the countries that the waves swept. Meanwhile, back on Europa, Tech P-52 took off. It had never had an informal name. Grumpy was red, Doc was yellow, Sneezy was green. Tech P-52 was a brownish yellow. He was christened Dirty, after one of the dwarfs that didn't make the Disney cut. Rapturists, millennialists, and an increasing number of just plain Christians called it wormwood. Over the next year, 3 more mountains left Europa. Tekpi 13, deep purple, christened Shifty or Azazel. Tekpi 70, blue, awful, or Belial. Tekpi 76, the smallest of the bunch, only 3 miles long, black as obsidian, called Jumpy, or Leviathan. Frankly, by that time I was getting a little tired of the cute names myself. Leviathan beats the hell out of Jumpy, don't you think? During the years after that, they all landed on Earth. The last one, Leviathan, landed precisely at the South Pole. Unlike the others, which lay lengthwise and half submerged, Leviathan landed on its end. It melted the ice right down to the bedrock. Then it stood there, a dark, irregular tower about 2 miles high. Like the others, it did nothing. It just sat there. You could walk up close to Leviathan, sitting in its moat of melted ice. You could pilot a boat up close to the others, though some of those who did died of natural causes, and many of the boats developed engine trouble. Then they began to sing. Shortly after that, the weather began to change. 15. None of us said anything for a while after I'd seen all the videos. It was all old news to them, but they realized it would take me a while to learn to cope with it all, if I ever did. 7 of them, I finally said. Did I count right? You did, Dad said. No one knows if any more are coming, of course, but it's been a while, and Taliesin is quiet. Do you think that means anything? Maybe it means they saw Snow White, Mike said with a grin. Numerologists are having a lot of fun with it. 7 is the number of perfection, or completeness in Egyptian mythology. It's a Mersenne, a Lucas, and a Woodall prime number. It's a happy number. It's the number of the Pleiades, the Shabbat, the number of heavens and earths in Islam, the number of deadly sins and virtues, sacraments, joys and sorrows of Mary, the number of the young, the number of lucky gods in Japan, also samurai, seas, continents, Ptolemaic spheres, days in the week, and rings given to the dwarf lords. It's the preferred number base for people missing 3 fingers, Travis chimed in. The most likely number when you're throwing dice, and the number on the back of Mickey Mantle's jersey. All of which are about equally likely to have anything to do with why there are now 7 European mountains sitting on the earth. It was worth a small chuckle, which was about all I was capable of at the moment. Any more questions? Mike asked. Only about 1,000, I said. I can find most of them out for myself once I get online again, and that will be tomorrow if you wish, Aunt Elizabeth said. I wish. Then something else occurred to me. Why so long? Several eyebrows were raised, but Mike nodded. Why did it take so long to dig you out of the ice? He said. Excuse me, folks, Uncle Travis said. I've got to see a man about a spaceship. He came over and leaned down and kissed my cheek. Then he was out the door. What was that all about? I wondered. It was Travis being modest, Dad said. Travis? Well, you owe him, Mike said. We all do, and that embarrasses him. This is Travis we're talking about? Yeah, but this time, let's say people are feeling a little ambivalent about him at the moment. I love my Uncle Travis, but I won't argue with anyone who describes him as a loose cannon. He does what he wants to, what he thinks is best, and, luckily for humanity, his instincts are good. Sometimes what is needed is somebody who is willing to cut through the bullshit. That's why I'm not still lying frozen under the European ice. Travis finally said, enough of this shit. The only surprise is that he waited so long. I'm not complaining, mind you. No one else had the courage to do it at all. Here's the deal. After Grumpy took off, the Navy interdicted the whole of Europa, because one of the questions that was asked very soon was, were we responsible? It was a very dangerous question, and a very political one. When Grumpy and the others began devastating Earth, it grew even more important. Did human activity stir these things up? A lot of people were dead. A planetary catastrophe was underway, and it's human nature to want to blame somebody for that. Even among Martians, tough questions were being asked. Had we been playing with fire, prodding a sleeping giant? Inquiries were begun. What 99% of the scientists concluded was simple. Examining photos that went all the way back to the very first probes of Jupiter, enhancing them with computers, comparing them to subsequent pictures taken before humans ever landed, it was clear that the freckles of Taliesin had been growing for a long time. Conclusion: whatever had happened and was happening on Europa, it had not been caused by human presence. Most Martians accepted that, but of course, since we were the accused, that was to be expected. Most rational Earthies accepted it, too. But my conclusion is that rationality is in short supply on Earth. Maybe because most of the rational people there have already come to Mars. Google Europa disaster, and you'll get tens of thousands of sites that prove it was human meddling that caused the eruptions. Try Europa conspiracy, and you'll get at least that many that inform you that not only are Martians responsible, but that we are in cahoots with Grumpy and company, that we asked them to go to Earth and wreak havoc. The upshot of all the investigations was that the ban on landing on Europa should be extended, just to be on the safe side, despite the massive evidence that what had happened was the result of a process that had certainly been going on for centuries, maybe eons, before humans ever looked at Europa. Despite the fact that, so far as anyone could tell, the crystals hadn't noticed us at all. Any more than a brontosaurus might have noticed the aphids on a fern, his tail whacked 100 feet behind him. The interdiction made a lot of people feel safer, in a time when feelings of safety were in short supply. It displeased only a handful of people, including scientists who still hope to learn more about the nature of the beasts, and the survivors of those entombed in the various bases around Taliesin. Not to mention Bus 54, which had a real-life celebrity aboard, plus the granddaughter of a former president of the Republic. Years went by, and the majority of the public was adamant, don't fuck around with Europa. The Navy followed the orders of its political leaders, though many, if not most, wanted desperately to go down and search for their missing comrades. An organization was formed, headed by, guess who, Grandma Kelly, called MIND. Missing is not dead. They didn't make a lot of progress. Then they destasized Uncle Travis for the third time since Gran went into the bubble. That's right, they woke him up when Grumpy took off, naturally, as that event easily qualified as something big, as he'd specified in his papers when he first started skipping. He stayed out of the bubble for several years that time, but there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it, so he skipped again, this time with instructions to take him out in only 3 years. Geez, only my Uncle Travis, huh? Planetary catastrophe wasn't interesting enough for him. But the thing was, he couldn't do anything about anything. He was arrayed against cosmic forces this time, not human evil, and he just couldn't stand that. When next Groundhog Travis popped his head out of his hole, things had gone from bad to worse. Mars had become a giant refugee camp, and civil unrest among these unwanted, and it seemed to Martians, frequently ungrateful guests was building. They had formed their own political groups by then, hampered by the fact that they came from all over Earth, from different cultures, without a common language. One group wanted to go home, but Earth didn't want them. They had enough problems taking care of their own mammoth refugee problems. Another group wanted citizenship, and Martians were overwhelmingly opposed to that. It wasn't a pretty situation. Travis looked around, said, "Screw this," and went back into his bubble. 3 years later, he came out again. When he heard that you were still under the ice, maybe alive, maybe dead, he blew up. Dad told me that day of revelation. Finally, here was a task worthy of his talents. In spite of the blockade? Dad grinned. Maybe even because of it. You know Travis. He doesn't like to be told what he can't do. But your grandma helped steer him to it. She knows how to handle Travis, always has. By the time she got through with him, he was so outraged I thought he'd explode. He told us he'd bring you back, whether to hug or to bury. I made a note to myself to cut Grandma Kelly some slack the next time she got on my nerves. It took him most of the year to outfit his ship for the job, Dad said. The Second Amendment? He smiled. Yeah, the good old Second Amendment. What does that mean exactly? I never asked. The Second Amendment to the old United States Constitution was the one about the right to keep and bear arms. When the split came, East and Western America got rid of it. Heartland America still has it, but they call it the First Amendment now, since they repealed the original First. Probably the only thing Travis likes about the Heartlanders, Mom said, with a wink. She had what I thought was a nostalgic gleam in her eye. The Second Amendment was the ship she and Dad and Travis and Jubal were on when they forced the most powerful people and institutions on Earth to back down and stop their wars over Mars and Bubble Tech. Wasn't it dangerous? I asked. Did the Navy shoot at him? We didn't think it was likely they would. We figured that if we came up dry, we'd be arrested when we got back to Mars. But if we pulled you and the others out, they wouldn't dare touch us, and we might even get up some momentum for others to go back and dig out the people at the Taliesin bases. It had taken a moment for it to register, but I eventually heard it. You said we. You went with Travis, Dad? Nobody said anything, but a lot of significant looks were exchanged. I sighed. Mike, you too? Guilty, he said. But you're in the Navy. Drafted like everybody else. Grandma pulled a few strings, as in, had a word with Fleet Admiral Redmond, and got me a furlough. So nobody knows I went along, and it's probably best if you don't noise that around. My brother is like everyone else in the Navy, Mom said. He wants to get those shipmates out of there, but he has to follow orders. He's hoping what happened with you will change public opinion, and he can go back with the fleet to go down and get the others, and it wouldn't be right if your brother wasn't along with the rest of us. So he turned a blind eye and guaranteed the blockade ships wouldn't shoot. It wasn't too hard to get the captains to go along with it. The rest of us, I said. All right, come clean. Who all went to Europa with my crazy Uncle Travis? Well, there was your crazy Grandma Kelly and Granddaddy Manny, Dad said. And your crazy Mom and Dad, Mike added. And your Aunt Elizabeth, Mom said, who nobody ever called crazy. And your grand-père and grand-mère, and your Aunt Amelia, and all your cousins, who weren't deployed elsewhere, since most of them are in the Navy or the Army now. She shrugged. Pretty much the whole family. That's what families are for, Mike said, quietly. Well, I lost it. I just plain lost it. When they had me calmed down, Mike took up the tale. It wasn't as hard as you might be thinking, he said. Of course, we couldn't have done it without Travis's ship and his money. Money doesn't mean anything to Travis when he has something he needs to do, Dad said. No, that's Uncle Travis, all right, Mike said. But once we got past the blockade, I never felt we were in any danger. Did you have any malfunctions? A few, but we dealt with them. Anyway, finding you was easy, with radar, since we knew where to look from the satellite photos. You were a mile down. We could count the black bubbles on the radar, so we knew it was worth going down. Then it was just a matter of melting our way down there, grappling with the wreckage and hoisting it to the surface. We brought the whole bus back to Mars and started opening the bubbles, and there you have it. You were in the third one we opened. Something told me it wasn't that simple, but it was just another saga I'd missed. I decided I'd wait and get the whole story from the family at some later date. During my solitary day, a technician came in with portable machines and installed the cybers they'd removed during my treatment. Not the same stuff, naturally. Moore's law was still working, more or less, meaning that the stuff they gave me was about 30 times better than what I'd had in terms of speed and capacity, and 1/30th the size of the equipment I'd had 10 years before, cheaper, too. It used to be an all-day ordeal. They implanted various dinguses in the flesh around your ear. I got my first true cyber when I was 6. It bulged a bit, but of course everybody else's did too, so nobody cared. They fixed that in the next generation, but you still had to wear an induction charger on your head a few hours every week to keep the batteries up to speed. The cybers I'd been wearing when I got stopped were powered by body heat, which was nice. The new stuff didn't even require an incision, just a very big needle and a topical anesthetic. They jabbed it into my temporal area and injected some cyber stuff that congealed and then organized itself into the different things it needed to be: CPU, memory, transmitter, all that stuff. I'm not a cyberhead. I never tweaked the stuff, couldn't even tell you what most of it is or what it does. I never jabber to others about yottabytes and zetaflops. I just maintain the firewall and continuously download the latest virus protection and leave it at that. I store important things off-site in a totally secure, hack-proof facility that you have to physically go to if your data ever needs to be restored, which has happened only once in my life. When that was done, the tech propped my eyelids open, the most uncomfortable part of the whole process, and I looked into a weird optical machine and was told to stare at the white dot. It flashed, and I felt a tiny breeze against my eyes. I was stone blind for about 10 seconds, and that was it. Trillions of pixels had been blasted into my corneas, reducing my visual acuity by 0.5%, so I was told, and light-gathering capacity by 1%, not enough to notice. The tech spent 10 minutes calibrating everything, having me move around so the cybers could read my nervous system, generating tones in my ears and test pictures in my eyes, making sure all the plugs were plugged in and screws tightened down, ran a quick diagnostic, and voila! I was ready to surf. The old familiar clock was down there in the southeast corner of my peripheral vision, and all the other toolbars had their icons ready to be called up into my central vision as needed. I logged on to my server. "Hello, Kane. We've missed you here at Mars.net. You have 4,785,607 messages. Shall I sort them into text and visual?" Holy! I was tempted to just send them all to the garbage. Your mailbox can get pretty full in 10 years. I hadn't realized how full. But then I did a quick analysis, and of course, hardly anybody was messaging me when I was frozen on Europa, not even after I got famous because of the music. All that mail had arrived in slightly over a month, since Travis and my family rescued me. That was more than 100,000 messages per day. Holy Mother of God. The next day I graduated to crutches. I put in my time on the treadmill and the stair machine and managed 10 minutes of upper body exercises. I was still weak as a kitten and starting to hurt more rather than less. The thing about nanosurgery is you don't look all that bad when they're done with you. No Frankenstein scars or even excessive bruising. But there's still a lot of damage on the cellular level, especially in the muscles, and the process of cleanup takes a few weeks, during which your pee smells funny and you are prone to diarrhea. Still, I knew I had to work through the pain. I didn't take any dope, other than a few hits of some really powerful Phobos Red for attacks of nausea. I went to the window once, this time making sure my makeup was on right and my hair was presentable. The crowd down there had actually grown. I had no idea how I was going to deal with that. I waved at them and they went wild. Weird and a little scary, but I smiled and waved like little Miss Mars. My first visitors of the day were Uncle Bill and Aunt Amelia. He looked haggard, older than his years. I'd learned that he was in charge of what they were calling the Home Fleet, which was dedicated to the defense of Mars. There were 2 other fleets, inner and outer, the first being by far the largest, since it was responsible for Earth and its environs. Those 3 reported only to the Admiral of the Navy and the Minister of War. Aunt Amelia looked sad. I'd expected her to look awful, the loss of a child being, according to the shrinks, the very worst thing that can happen to a person. I remembered that Luther's and Uncle Tony's deaths had been 5 years ago now. They'd had time to adjust, as much as you ever can, to something like that. "I have some news and a request," the Admiral said, after the usual inanities. "Name it," I said, aware of how much I owed this man. "First, the news.
You've been promoted to the rank of commander, and you're going to be awarded the Navy Cross for bravery." I must have been getting used to having stuff like that dropped on my head. I hardly broke a sweat. Commander was 2 full pay grades above my current rank. I'd wear 3 bars and a gold star, but Navy Cross? I didn't do anything. The review board thinks differently. He held up a hand. I had nothing to do with this, the promotion or the medal. You were nominated by Senator Wu, and the board studied the tapes and concluded your actions were in the best traditions of the Navy. The best traditions of the Navy. I felt my heart swell up a bit. I am not now, nor will I ever be, a Navy girl. And frankly, the Navy is young enough that its best traditions aren't exactly a role of heroism comparable to the British Army or the United States Marine Corps. But it still felt good, though undeserved. "As a commander in the Madmen, you won't be in the military chain of command," he went on. "It's a dirt side rank, but it's the equivalent of captain." "Well, thanks, Uncle Bill." "Like I said, don't thank me. I had nothing to do with it. Now the request." He looked embarrassed and glanced at his wife. "Normally the promotion would be just a matter of a small ceremony in an admiral's office, and the medal would be given out in the Red House by the president. There would be press, of course, but no big hype." He was finding it difficult to go on, and suddenly it clicked for me. "You want a big ceremony," I said. Aunt Amelia looked grateful. "The thing is, Pod Kane, your uncle is under some scrutiny for his role in your rescue. The Navy is behind him solidly, but the politicians want his hide," I guessed. "That's about the size of it. Public opinion is still iffy on whether or not going to Europa was a good idea, and a majority still is against any more recovery missions. Your uncle—" "I'll speak for myself, dear," Uncle Bill said, with a grim smile. "If I had to do it all over again, I'd do exactly what I did. But there's some question of contravention of orders, and hearings are scheduled. Your heroism and, frankly, your celebrity are about all I've got going for me to get this off my back. In other circumstances, I'd take the demotion quietly and do the best I could at my new job. But the woman in line to take my place as commander of the home fleet is— how can I put it? Incompetent, Amelia suggested. Totally political, earth-born, and of suspicious loyalty? Well, I wouldn't go that far, but— I held up my hand, palm forward. "I don't care," I said. "Whatever you need, I'm up for it. Family, right?" They both looked relieved. Truth, I wasn't thrilled by the idea of stepping out in public just yet. All those people outside, those millions of messages, it was all a bit overwhelming. But screw that. They needed me, and I wouldn't be sitting there listening to them if Uncle Bill hadn't bent some rules to the breaking point. What else did I need to know? So, 4 days later, I ventured out of the Red Thunder for the first time. There were 6 Navy guards in the hallway as I crutched my way along, and each stood at attention and saluted me as I walked past. I couldn't return their salutes, but I tried to smile and nod at everybody. It seemed an excessive honor guard, but I learned later they'd been outside all the time I'd been in residence. There was no one else on the floor, which was remarkable in refugee-crowded Thunder City. The doors at the end of the corridor were retinal print secured. At least 12 reporters and twice that many determined fans had been arrested in various schemes to get in and get the first interview with me, or to get my autograph, or give me flowers, or possibly to give me the gift Mark What's-His-Name gave John Lennon. Yes, sir, my life had changed. I now needed bodyguards. What was next? A staff? An entourage? We went out through the kitchen, which was deserted, and the back door, where an armored and black-windowed bus was waiting for us. I was hustled inside, and we took off down the street. We drove through Thunder City, preceded and trailed by police on cycles with flashing blue lights, just like an earthy ambassador or head of state on her way to a conference. There was no traffic, which was no surprise, as vehicles like this bus were normally used only for the disabled. It was a very different Thunder City from the one I'd left, not that long ago, and 10 years ago. There was trash, Not a lot of it, but it was a shock anyway. All the parks had prefab dwellings in them, and little bolt-together shacks lined the malls, too. The shops that had sold luxury goods to the tourists were either shuttered or had been converted to the sale or dispensation of more ordinary merchandise. It was a cleaner, less packed, high-tech Calcutta. "These are the earliest refugees," Uncle Bill said, "the ones who've been here the longest. Most of them lost hope of ever going home a long time ago. Now they're losing hope of ever getting citizenship." I saw lots of children of all colors playing, with Oriental, Polynesian, and Hispanic faces predominant. These were Grumpy's victims. They looked clean and well-nourished. The adults didn't look so good. Most of them were sitting, doing not much of anything, and they had a defeated look to them. "Many of these people were desperately poor back on Earth," Uncle Bill said. "They didn't have jobs where they came from, and they have no qualifications for jobs on Mars. Unemployment is 80%. Materially, they're better off here, and they still have fragments of their cultures to cling to. Most of them have better medical care than they did where they came from, but a lot of them die, and a lot commit suicide." What were we supposed to do? Welcome all of the Earth's teeming billions? Give me your tired, your poor, your tempest-tossed? You're unskilled, you're desperate, you're illiterate, you're criminal, you're psychotic. Emma Lazarus never got to that part of the deal. A huge number of Earthies still lived the life of a peasant, and those were the lucky ones, who at least had land to work. Even more in Africa, Asia, and South America had nothing, already displaced by climate change, interminable wars, sold out by government corruption and disinterest. Some were the 10th generation of hopelessness, and some had nothing to cling to but the irrationalities of their religions, which told them to suffer in silence or to go out and slay the infidel. In the developed nations, things often weren't much better, having raised generations of consumers with the morals of a pit viper. We didn't ask for any of them, but here they were. The ceremony was held at the Sagan Auditorium, one of the places that had played prominently in my dreams when I first decided to be a famous singer. In Earth terms, think the Royal Albert or Carnegie Hall, or the Sydney Opera House, or the Dubai Theatre. I sat in a chair in the wings and watched on a monitor as the house filled with a sea of red uniforms. Even many of the non-Navy guests wore red in a patriotic spirit. There were hundreds of media reps there, and a line of beefy shore patrol between them and the stage, as they had been known to try almost anything to get a hot interview. Behind the stage hung the biggest Martian flag I'd ever seen. It all got off to a rousing start, with a speech by the president of Mars, a rotund little Earthborn I'd met several times over dinner at our place. He seemed a nice enough guy, and Grandma Kelly said his politics weren't completely awful. He took the opportunity to deliver a rousing speech, urging his fellow Martians to stay the course, be patient, stand up for your fellow man, even if he was an ignorant Earthie. Stuff like that. Behind him was more brass than you'd see at a John Philip Sousa concert. Basically all the admirals who were not actually out with the various fleets. I'll give him this. With the cast going out live, not having to worry about sound bites, he still kept it short, which is remarkable for a politician. In 5 minutes he was starting in on me, my heroic exploits. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Behind him, the Martian flag was lifted, and some taped slow-mo headshot was shown. I looked away. I wasn't ready to see that stuff yet. Finally, with a flourish, "Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Pod Kane." At the last minute, I decided to put the crutches aside. Taking it carefully, I stepped out onto the stage and shuffled over to the podium amid riotous applause, trying not to squint in the spotlights. I look like a prune when I squint. I made it to the president's side and snapped off a salute. He took my hand in both of his, that office holder's handshake that makes you want to account for your jewelry, and maybe your fingers, afterward. Then it was time to smile for the cameras. Then the Navy Cross. I still couldn't get my mind around it. Me, Potty, the singer, the Navy Cross. The words didn't seem to belong in the same sentence.
I had to lean way down for Mr. President to put the ribbon around my neck. Then the sheer weight of the big gold medallion seemed to want to keep me there, but I straightened and saluted. Down there in the front row were Mom and Dad and Mike, and it took all the spine-stiffening I had in me to keep my eyes dry. There were Granddaddy Manny and Grandma Kelly, and Grandpère and Grandmère Redmond, and Aunts Amelia and Elizabeth, and half a dozen cousins. I looked for Travis, but realized he might not be welcome here. I hoped all the hoopla was doing Uncle Bill some good, politically. Then I was presented with 2 velvet-lined boxes. One had my commander's bars and star in it, and the other a smaller version of the medal, suitable for pinning on one's tunic, and much more tasteful and less gaudy than the anchor and chain I was wearing. This was the moment I'd been dreading. Part of the deal was that I wouldn't have to make a speech, but Grandma Kelly had taken me aside for a moment backstage and warned me that when you get a politician on a stage with a hero, all bets are off. Our president might very well break the deal for the chance to get into the frame when a hero and a celebrity said her first words after returning from the dead. "If he bushwhacks you," she whispered, "thank him, thank the Navy, thank the people of Mars, and get off. Thank Uncle Bill? No, don't draw attention to him. Everybody here gets the point. Keep it short, sweet, and modest." She looked up at me. "Just like you are, honey, except for the short part." And damn if that weasel didn't do just as she'd suspected. I stepped up to the podium, gulped, and did exactly as she told me to do. Then I saluted once more and hobbled off stage to a standing ovation. "No interviews! No interviews!" Someone was shouting up ahead of me. Not that it did any good. It felt like the time-honored perp walk. I had a strong impulse to cover my head with my jacket. I just felt guilty somehow. But this was a ceremony, and there had to be a photo op, which they had limited to my route, back on crutches again, between the stage and a secure area where the bus was waiting. So I endured it. Something was nagging at me. I thought I heard a familiar voice, rising above the babble. Who could I possibly know in this gaggle of bottom-feeders? "Kane, you have to speak to me." And there he was, about as welcome as Marley's ghost. Cosmo, standing in the front row against the barrier, back from the dead. Well, so was I, right? But it was the first time I knew he had survived. It had seemed too unlikely that he would. But later I learned he'd only been in vacuum for about a minute and a half, not long enough to freeze solid, and not long enough for brain damage. He'd had extensive freezer burns. They'd had to replace all of his skin. I realized he was standing on artificial legs. He was wearing short pants, so I'd be sure to notice. I couldn't help myself. I had to go over and see what he wanted. Which was to serve me with a subpoena. He thrust it into my hands, and I took it without thinking, just an ordinary brown envelope with a government seal on it. "You've been served, Kane," he spat out, and the media horde all turned toward him and began to press closer. "I'm suing you for reckless indifference, causing great bodily harm. You cut off my legs." It was true. Only part of him had been close enough to me to be included when the stopper bubble formed. His legs had been left outside. It later came out that it wasn't just his legs that were outside the zone. Part of his left hip, a few inches of penis, and one testicle also had to be thrown away as spoiled meat. "But I thought you were—" Now he was thrusting a mic into my face. "Do you have anything to say in your own defense? But you stole. Come on, come on. The world is waiting to hear. We all want to hear you justify maiming me. We all want to hear how you can explain such a thing." The babble of the crowd was disorienting me, I guess. I couldn't seem to think straight, and I felt a little dizzy. "Come on, Kane, what's your reaction?" So I dropped one crutch and broke his nose again. 16. It was a damn stupid thing to do, I admit it. Damn stupid for both of us, as it turned out, but stupider for him. Cosmo had his following, but at that time and in that place it was dwarfed by the people who felt love and affection for dear, sweet, modest Potty. Public reaction was overwhelmingly in my favor. And the suit wouldn't be likely to go anywhere. Mars is not a litigious society. because we don't use the trial by jury method for civil matters. Both sides get to air their story on the net, and the public decides. There are perils in this, but there are also checks and balances and reviews, and it works pretty well. Plus, you don't need a lawyer, and Grandma Kelly says that any system that makes less work for lawyers is always an improvement. Cosmo was from Earth, and probably didn't understand our system all that well. He probably expected his day in court. He probably expected sympathy for his injuries, and maybe even have expected to sway a jury with his patented line of bullshit. I don't doubt the man would have been pleased to drop his pants in court to show his shortened weenie. We may never know, because no one's heard from him in a long time. What he didn't count on was my guardian angel, Slow-Mo. It never came to any sort of testimony. Slow-Mo just sold 2 tapes to the Red Planet News after a spirited bidding war that made him a lot of money. The very next day, a 2-part show was being downloaded by about 99% of citizens. The first part was low comedy and showed Cosmo getting bounced around by the quake, getting his head stuck in the ceiling, acting like a spoiled child and a clown. The second part showed his actions on the bus. Martians watched in disgust as he attacked me and seemed to be trying to rip me out of my suit. Disgust turned to cold, hard outrage when, through the magic of a super high-res camera and macro zoom, Cosmo could be seen palming my kayak. After that, he was doomed. After that, everybody wanted me to keep swinging that tripod until his skull was pulped. Justice can be rapid on Mars. We don't have the death penalty, though from time to time, as in the case of a child murderer, for instance, that clause in the Constitution has to be frozen by administrators until passions cool down. But the chats among the jurors, which means all citizens, suggested some highly imaginative punishments, the least drastic of which was the removal of his remaining ball, since he obviously has never used it. In the end, it was left to me, as the offended party, to determine his punishment and his fine. I elected to let the people decide, and they promptly stripped him of his citizenship and all his money, and gave the money to me. I donated it to refugee relief charities. It was a lot of money, and that made me feel good. The other part was more problematic. Normally, being voted off the planet meant banishment to Earth, but Earth wasn't taking anybody, not even celebrities. No place else would take him, so he was shipped to the nearest thing we have to a prison, which was Siberia. Actually, 1094 Siberia, a stone in the asteroid belt about 10 miles in diameter. Nobody had ever settled it, so the Republic, in cooperation with some of the lustier nations on Earth, who wanted an escape-proof prison for their thousands of really scary criminals, hollowed out several habitats inside and sent the worst of the worst there. Only a few Martians had ever qualified, but it was filled with some pretty rough characters from other places. When you were sent to Siberia, you were given some clothes and a knife, and bid a not-so-fond adieu. Food, air, water, and sanitation were provided. Other than that, you were on your own. On the bright side, in the microgravity, Cosmo would not be needing his legs. Like I said, no one has ever heard from him again. We didn't go back to my room in the Red Thunder. Most of all, I wanted to go home, back to my own bedroom, with the posters of Billy and Barbara and Baaku, the bust of Beethoven, my guitar and my first keyboard, and my balalaika and my bandura. I wanted to see my high school trophies, and my plush, Marvin the Martian, and Duck Dodgers, my magic 8-ball, and my collection of porcelain kittens. Okay, my secret shame. I collect kitschy cats, but don't tell anybody, or I'll get 10,000 of them in the mail starting tomorrow. Instead, I was driven to Pellucidar Estates, the most exclusive of the several dozen private, sequestered communities about 20 minutes away from Thunder City on a private subway. It was a bit like the Malibu colony down the road from Pismo Beach, before it washed away, or so I'm told. Pellucidar, and yeah, I know it was the interior of the hollow earth in the books, but Mars went through a period when we were all gaga for Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's a big dome, filled with about 100 second or third homes of the super-rich and or super-famous. Cottages with 20 rooms, everything from the Taj Mahal to Tara to the Sheik of Araby. No kidding. One of my neighbors lived in a tent the Ringling brothers would have envied. I'd known I couldn't go home, at least for a while. Home was besieged by media. It was tough for Mom and Dad to come and go. They had picked this out and leased it for me, and I hadn't seen it yet. It was a modest mansion, on a street of modest proportions, by Pellucidar standards anyway. It was Spanish style, with adobe walls and red tiles on the roof, like a lot of the housing developments I'd seen in Pismo. I had an orange and a lemon tree growing in the small front yard, and tropical shrubs and flowers all around. There was a tall palm tree at one corner. It was a Glenn Miller house, and Andrews Sisters' black and white Arab bungalow. Mom met me at the door, along with Kahlua, who rubbed against my legs for a bit, before darting outside to see who he had to do battle with to be the Pasha of Pellucidar. "I hope you like it," Mom said. "There were only 3 available, and the other 2 were, well, a bit tacky." "It's great, Mom. Perfect." And it was, if you don't mind the irony and excess of trying to duplicate California on Mars. I was embarrassed by it, especially after driving by the aluminum hovels of the refugee families. But I needed the maximum security, and any way you looked at it, it was better than a knife and a pair of overalls in 1094 Siberia. I was introduced to Millie, who was to be my housekeeper. She was wearing a black and white uniform, and the first thing I asked her to do was change into her own clothes. I felt like I was in a French farce. The place was pretty much furnished, with Mexican blankets and pottery and folk art, bright and cheerful. There was a round entryway with a spiral staircase that led up to the bedrooms. The rooms had hand-painted beamed ceilings and mullioned windows. I glimpsed a violet-green hummingbird feeding on a red flower outside. All my stuff had been moved. My kitties were in a fancy display case. My posters of Billy, Barbara, and Ba'aku had been framed and hung in the main room. All my clothes had been hung by color on wooden hangers, looking forlorn and lonely in the vast walk-in closet. My shoes were arrayed on a mahogany rack, all 9 pairs, in an area that could have held 200. The dressing room and bathroom were furnished with shampoos I'd never used and makeup I'd never worn. I figured I'd get used to it. Right now it just felt like a bigger, more luxurious hotel room. After Mom left, I rattled around in the place for a few hours, looking into nooks and crannies. Somebody had already thought of everything. Try as I might, I couldn't find anything I needed, except maybe more shoes and clothes to fill out the closet. I called Mike. "I hear I need a secret password to get into your new neighborhood," he said when he answered, "and they suggest crawling the last 100 yards to your door on my hands and knees." "Kissing my feet is optional," I said. "What are you doing tonight?" Mike was a warrant officer, 4th class, a civil defense specialist, based in Thunder City, and his time was not always his own. "I thought I might take off from the dizzying whirl of my social life and come over and hold your hand, or maybe scrub your floors and shave your legs." "No, I have 9 naked muscle men to do that." "How about a little game of kickball in the rec room? You can be the ball." "Can't turn down an offer like that. Can I bring a friend?" A friend? Oh, my. First I'd heard of that. I was going to have to stop thinking of my little brother as being 10 years old. They arrived a few hours later in mufti. Her name was Marley, and I was going to say she was on his arm, but she pretty much had to reach down to hold his hand. She was as tall as I was, wearing flats, and she was gorgeous, with long black hair and almond eyes and an impressive bust, dressed in a flowing apricot pantsuit. I looked her over suspiciously, since my feelings for Mike are as much maternal as sisterly, and if this bimbo was condescending to Mike in any way, if this was some sort of charity thing, a Be Kind to Dwarfs evening, she'd leave my house with cat scratches all over her face. But aside from seeming a little nervous, she betrayed no signs of anything other than affection for Mike. And I eventually realized that the nervousness came from meeting me. So I worked hard at putting her at her ease, and soon we were old friends. In fact, the only person who didn't do herself proud that evening was me. I'm afraid that I kept imagining Mike and this girl in bed, and having to mentally kick myself in the big, stupid butt to keep from giggling. I eventually got over it. And believe me, Mike would have no trouble satisfying Marley. I'd seen him naked many times, of course, around the house, and Mike's endowment was entirely normal, even a bit large. I knew Marley would be impressed. In fact, as the evening progressed, I began to wonder if I'd have to hose them down. Footsies under the table, adoring glances, that sort of thing. Good for you, Mike. We ordered out for pizza, which was slightly less complicated than declaring a Stage 5 national alert, and the delivery boy almost dropped it when he met me at the door. I had to autograph the box top and tear it off for him. We spent the evening playing Scrabble. Marley wiped the floor with both of us. No bimbo this. After 3 games, they left, a little tipsy from the 2 bottles of wine we'd opened, and the door closed, and the silence of elusive Pellucidar descended around me. My footsteps echoed like I was in a haunted house as I climbed the stairs. I did a few laps around the bubble-filled bathtub, brushed my teeth, and climbed into the huge bed. I cried myself to sleep. I wanted to go home. My second visitor sort of made up for a lot of the shortcomings of being a virtual prisoner in paradise. There was a knock on my door, and I beat Millie to it and threw it open. Standing there in a shapeless print dress and looking like she wanted to borrow a cup of sugar was Ba'aku Williams, the greatest female singer of my parents' generation, in her 70s now, and more barrel-shaped than ever, smiled at me and asked if she might come in. She thrust a homemade chocolate cake into my hands, and I looked over her shoulder to see if Billie Holiday and Barbra Streisand were there too, in what I assumed was a dream. I mean, I had this lady's picture on my wall, and I'd been listening to her adoringly since I was 2. Turns out she lived a few houses down from me. She had retired the year before I started my military service, and came to Mars because the low gravity agreed with her arthritic knees. I told her I had all her downloads, had them all memorized, while frantically signaling for Millie to brew some coffee, rustle up some snacks, anything to stop me from babbling. She wanted a tour of the house, which she said she had thought about buying a few years ago when it went on the market. I wanted to give it to her free. Luckily, I didn't say so. She finally said the real reason she'd come over was because she liked my work. She was talking about the popular stuff I'd done with the pod people before Jazzy's song. She said she hadn't understood pod music at first, but was experimenting with it, and even thought she might record a few things she was working on. And she asked, a little shyly, I thought, if I might be interested in jamming with her a little. Does an elephant have a big nose? So that's how I spent the second day in Pellucidar, listening to Ba'aku's ideas about pod music, desperately trying to convince her I understood it, and by the end of the day, thinking that maybe I did, a little. Midway through one song, and let me tell you, her pipes are still the finest around, retirement or not. She called up a few studio sidemen she'd known forever, an amazingly talented group of those people that only the people in the business know, and they all came over and we tossed ideas around. It was the beginning of my first post-grumpy friendship. I didn't cry that night. I danced down the yellow brick road in a blue gingham dress and ruby slippers, with the White Rabbit and Wendy Darling and Frodo at my side, and I wasn't smoking anything. My next visitors called from the gate the next day. The guards wouldn't let them in. When I saw who it was, I told security it was okay, and they still wouldn't let them in. All my visitors had to be on an approved list. I decided this was a good time to try out my car. I'd never had a car before, never driven one, but I could drive a spaceship. How hard could it be? So I got in. It's a 6-seat electric dingus that I guess you'd call a golf cart, open-sided with a canvas cover with a fringe on top. Opened the garage door, put it in gear, stepped on a pedal, and nothing happened, except some red lights went on in the back. Ah, brakes. So I stepped on the other pedal and lurched backwards into a tool cabinet. Clue number 1. R probably means reverse, not ride, as I had assumed. The tool cabinet was going to need some work. I looked for a gear named G for go, but there wasn't one. I tried D for dear me, this is harder than I thought, and away I went. Out of the garage, down the driveway, turned the wheel to the left, going up on 2 wheels for an exciting moment, stomped on the brake and almost went through the windshield. But now I had the hang of it. I tooled down the curving drive, and if that guy coming in the other direction wanted to play chicken, I could do it as well as him, and all that honking was uncalled for and rude, I thought. Let him get on the right side of the road. Or was it the left? In California they drove on the right. Was it the same on Mars? For some reason the ride was very noisy. There was a clattering sound coming from the back, and I couldn't figure out what it was. While I was trying to troubleshoot this, I sort of hit a mailbox. Okay, I demolished it. Well, it was purely ornamental. Nobody sent actual paper mail anymore. I made a note to see about getting a new one, though. I didn't want to piss off my new neighbors. I rounded another curve, and there was the gate, and the guardhouse, and I thought I should start thinking about slowing down. No reverse thrusters, so I looked down for the brake, then looked up. Oops! The guards were diving out of the way. I stepped on the brake and came to a halt pretty much where they'd been. No harm done. I got out, and the car started rolling backwards. Well, what was that all about? One of the guards managed to stop it. Should I have thrown out an anchor or something? My guests were waiting inside the guardhouse. No handcuffs or drawn guns, mercifully, but they had a sort of hangdog look of prisoners. They were Tina, Slow-Mo, Quinn, and Cassandra. I spent a few moments straightening out the guards, giving them a piece of my mind. I said I didn't care what their rules were. My rules were that my guest list was and would remain a work in progress. I had the instinctive feeling that if I didn't put my foot down early and strongly, they could easily come to think of themselves as my jailers rather than my protectors. Ba'aku later told me I'd done exactly the right thing. So I signed for the prisoners and took them out to the car. They were showing a strange reluctance to get in. Slow-Mo walked around the back and squatted down. He yanked on something and came up with a big piece of fiberglass that had formerly been my back bumper. Attached to it was a bright orange electrical cord, and wrapped around that was a red metal toolbox, open and empty. "Maybe you'd let me drive, Pod Kane," he said. "You're probably still feeling weak." "Oh, I'm fine," I said, getting into the driver's seat. "I'm getting the hang of this, now that I've got the pedals figured out." They got in, a bit reluctantly. I looked behind me, stepped on the go pedal, and crunched into the corner of the guardhouse. I sat in sullen silence as Slow-Mo drove us at a ridiculously low speed back to my house. It was slow because of the little signs that said 15 that were posted along the way, which meant the speed limit was 15 miles per hour. How was I to know? It was ridiculously slow because Tina was walking along beside us, gathering up wrenches, hammers, levels, and saws that had spilled out of the toolbox. Nobody said anything as we drove by the wrecked mailbox. "I'm truly sorry," I told Cassandra. "It's okay," she said. "It's not broken." She examined the bloody towel one of the guards had given her. She held a clean corner of the towel to her nose, and it came away clean. "I think the bleeding's stopped." Slow-Mo's shoulders were shaking. "If anybody laughs, I'm going to kill them," I said. "Just a momentary chill in the air," he said, without looking back. He coughed loudly, then again. It was Tina who broke first. She plain doubled over, like she was in pain, and then went to her knees, howling, which broke Slow-Mo's will, and he started giggling too, and then Cassandra did, which started her nose bleeding again. I glowered at them, which just made them laugh all the harder. Okay, so I couldn't drive a goddamn golf cart. I'd almost flown that crippled bus to safety. "If that parking brake hadn't been on," Slow-Mo said, "you'd have gone right through that guard shack. I'll bet those guards are going to put in for hazard pay." "Ha ha, another count he heard from. You want to make something of it?" "Castillo Encantado?" Slow-Mo asked, as he eased us into the driveway. "What are you talking about?" "The name of your place," he said, pointing. Sure enough, there was a small sign swinging from a wrought iron stand. I hadn't noticed it when I arrived the first time. My house has a name. All houses in Pellucidar do, Tina said, proving she knew more about my new neighborhood than I did. No street numbers here. What's it mean? I asked. Enchanted castle, I think, said Cassandra. Or haunted castle. Seen any ghosts? Yuck, I hate that. So, come up with a new one. We tossed that around for a bit, and the best we came up with was Pod's Pad. It would do until something better came along. Kahlua came bounding up, ready to repel invaders if necessary, sniffed shoes, then started rubbing against his old friends. I bent over to scratch his head, and that's apparently when I passed out. I woke up stretched out on my couch with a damp cloth being held to my forehead. A doctor was checking my pulse. I started to sit up, but he pushed me back down gently. I couldn't figure out what the problem was, though I couldn't remember how I got there, but I felt fine. I'd like to take her in and run some tests on her, the doctor announced. Hey, I'm right here. You can't talk to me. What happened? You passed out. This gentleman carried you inside and called for me. How long ago was this? 15 minutes. That was pretty fast response time. Turns out Pellucidar has a complete emergency room and doctors on call 24/7. Another fringe benefit of the rich and famous. But I feel fine. It was true. I felt rested and stronger than I had even this morning. In fact, I felt like I'd had a full night's sleep. What I wasn't ready to tell anyone yet was that I'd gone to that strange place I'd begun to think of as the inside of the bubble. Each time I returned there, I had a stronger sense of location. How often had I returned? It was hard to say. During my recovery, I slept a lot, as surgery patients do. I estimated I had it about twice a week, something like that. This was the first time I'd had it during my waking hours, and it seemed to have knocked me out. I was told that I'd been unconscious for just about 10 minutes, that I hadn't seemed in any distress, that I'd been breathing deeply, and had a faint smile on my face. Whatever had happened, it clearly was not an epileptic seizure. People who have those are disoriented when they come out, and I felt fresh as a daisy. I was ready to wrestle alligators. I was hungry. The doctor had me hold out my arms and touch my nose with my fingertips, and I nailed it. He had me walk a straight line, heel to toe. There were a dozen little tests like that, and I aced them all. At last he shrugged. There are many kinds of seizures, he said. I'm going to have to put it down to a plain old-fashioned fainting spell caused by blood leaving your head when you tried to stand up, even though your blood pressure is fine. And I'd recommend you get those other tests done. Let us take a look at your brain. I knew something he didn't know, which was that I'd gone to that place that isn't a place. I wanted to keep that for myself. After the excitement settled down, I sent Millie to the kitchen to fix snacks and drinks for everybody. We talked of old times for a while, music with Cassandra and Quinn, the bus trip with Tina and Slow-Mo. It felt good to have them there. Tina and Slow-Mo and I were a small group of expatriates living in a foreign country, our old country being the previous decade. Quinn and Cassandra were links to my musical past. They'd moved on, making money off the tracks we'd burned before Jazzy's song, and moving in and out of groups, exploring and expanding pod music. If anyone was going to help me get hip to it, it was these two. Turned out they weren't there just to rehash old times, though. Tina soon got to the point, and she was direct about it. I'd like to talk to you about your career, she said. Career? I hadn't spent much time thinking about that. If you want to keep on singing, you have some choices to make. I guess it was obvious I wasn't going to be playing piano bars and coffee houses if I was going to perform in public. What's your point? I asked. Simple. You need management, and I'm applying for the job. She didn't try to sell me on it. She sat back in her chair and let me think it over. What became clear to me pretty soon was that I wasn't even prepared to set foot outside Pellucidar. I wouldn't know how to go about it. All those people outside my hotel room, the endless stories I'd seen in all the news media, that monstrous queue of messages waiting for me to delete or answer. Will you screen my messages and answer my fan mail? Of course, that's part of the job. Then you're hired. There was a lot more to it than that, of course, but that's how it began, with a handshake. She would hire a top public relations person and a staff to sort through the messages. She would book my first post-Europa concerts. "That will be tricky since you're still in the Navy," she said, "but I've talked to some people in the Mad Men, strictly informally, and they all feel that the Navy won't interfere with a reasonable number of private gigs, because it's good for the Navy. There's talk of a big tour, a morale builder, mostly to Earth. If that's what they want, that's what you'll do, of course. But you don't own all the rights to recordings of those tours. The Navy is barred by law from profiting on artistic creations or performances by personnel." "A tour of Earth?" I said. "Do I have to?" "Legally, yes. Practically, you're too big for them to really push around, and if you put your foot down, they'd probably never ask. But it would be a mistake. For one thing, nobody can count on getting out of the armed forces these days. They can extend your enlistment indefinitely. For another thing, hell, they need it, Kane. Morale is very low in the Earth-based forces. It would be the patriotic thing to do, and frankly, if they ask you to go and you don't do it, I'd have to resign." "Oh, don't worry. I'll go where they send me," I said. "I'll go where I'm needed. I just don't have to like it. Nobody does, but we do what we have to." There were lots more details to iron out, but most of them I could answer quickly. "You handle that. That's what I'm paying you for." The matter of pay was easy, too. She named a salary that seemed reasonable to me, and she'd have the option of taking that, or a percentage of what we made, as an incentive. Then she and Slow-Mo took off, and Quinn and Cassandra got together in the room I'd set aside for my instruments and other equipment. We played around with some ideas, and Quinn made up a list and called some contractors to have the room converted into a real studio. They said we could have it all done in 24 hours. By the time they left, I was beginning to feel more engaged with this brave new world than I had since I woke up. I had a direction, even if it was still rather nebulous. I had people who wanted to help me, and I was going to have an actual career, not merely empty celebrity that felt somehow posthumous. I was excited and went to bed feeling good about myself. The next morning I was in the kitchen, scanning the day's news over coffee and warm croissants from the Pellucidar bakery, delivered fresh from the oven, when I sprayed, gasped, and almost choked on a mouthful. There it was, a headline in Scandals. "Thunder City's most scurrilous Drudge Lloyd. Pod driving drunk. Passenger injured in Pellucidar crash." Horror-stricken, I ticked on the video button and saw myself look over my shoulder and crunch into the corner of the guardhouse. Cassandra was thrown forward and hit her face on the dashboard and started streaming blood. Then I saw it from another angle, and then another, in slow motion. I didn't bother reading the story. I called Tina at once. "Hi, Kane," her small image answered in a corner of my vision. I dragged the window front and center, took a deep breath, and screamed, "Help!" "Don't worry, we've been on it for an hour already." "But I wasn't drinking." "And it's too late for breath or blood tests. But don't worry, hon. I handled much worse than this when I worked for Cosmo. You wouldn't believe the scrapes I had to get him out of. This is nothing. You gonna be okay?" "I guess. But how can they lie like that? I think we ought to sue them. Part of the job description, and suing is a bad idea over something this minor." "Minor. That's right, minor. Believe me, in a few hours everyone on Mars will be back on your side. In fact, nobody ever even left your side, even if the story had been true. You have a vast store of sympathy out there, Pod." "I don't want sympathy. I want the truth." "Which is what we're getting out there as I speak. The problem, my dear, is what I pointed out yesterday. You haven't made a public statement. You haven't made an appearance. The media are getting desperate, Poddy. We have to get you out there, just a few interviews, and most of all, a concert. People want to see you. If they don't see you pretty soon, not even the walls of Pellucidar can protect you, as you've just seen. Gotta go now, dear. Keep watching." I did, though I was dreading it. My croissants went cold, and so did the coffee. But pretty soon there was Quinn, being interviewed by a more reputable news source. He came over very well. He was laughing, not as hard as he had in the car the previous day, but it was clear that it was all a joke to him. "She wasn't drunk," he said. "She was completely sober. She just doesn't drive very well." To prove it, there was security cam footage of my garage door opening and the crunch as I backed up, then pulled out, trailing the toolbox. More cams showed me hitting the mailbox and tools falling out. I heard a stifled giggle, turned and saw Millie. She'd piggybacked on my news window, so we were both watching an imaginary screen hovering over the kitchen table. "I'm sorry, ma'am," she said, "but it's funny." "I told you not to call me ma'am," I said sourly. "Is it really all that funny? Forgive me, but look at it again and imagine it's not you." I did, and she was right. "Okay, lighten up, Kane. You looked like a fool. Deal with it. And while you're at it, get someone to fix up that damn car and sell it. It's not so far to walk to the gate." We didn't sue, but we got a retraction and a written apology. Scandals knew it had crossed a line. That issue sold very well, but the negative response was so intense it frightened the editors, and a huge number of advertisers canceled, as well as 10% of their subscribers. I almost put them out of business, which made me feel very good. So where did the original video come from? Obviously, it was an inside job, and the management of Pellucidar did their best to find out. The men at the gate swore they didn't do it, and I believed them. But there were unseen people in the security department, people who monitored all the cameras. It must have been one of them who did the capture and succumbed to a bribe from Scandals, but they never found him. The next day I traveled into town to visit Kane Incorporated. That's not what they called it. We'd settled on the name Kahlua Management, with Tina as manager and only one client. Then there was the official Kane fan club, which took care of the grunt work like sorting and answering mail and sending out autographed pictures. We occupied 2 floors of a big office building downtown. It was a bustle of activity when I arrived. There were 20 people in cubicles just handling the mail. I went from booth to booth, shaking hands, many of which were cold and sweaty. Nervous, I realized, sort of like I'd been when Ba'aku arrived at my door. What an odd feeling. I wondered if I'd ever get used to it. There was a public relations department, an art department busy making posters for teenagers to put on their walls. There was a media relations department, scheduling interviews. I lost track of it all. I found I now had 37 people working for me. I wasn't just a celebrity now. I was a commodity. 17. Thus began the Kane Road Show. First order of business, a total makeover from hair to shoes. This wasn't as dreadful or extreme as it sounds. I don't know many girls who don't enjoy being fussed over at a salon, getting a pedicure, trying on new clothes. But the funny thing was, after it was all done, I didn't look all that different. "We're not out to change you," Tina said. "The goal is to enhance what you've already got. We'll stay with clean, cute girl next door. But we have to do something about that hair. And the clothes." After 2 days of intensive work, the hair was trimmed a bit, treated with something that made it look an even lighter, glossier shade of gold than it already was, with a few subtle streaks and a bit of a wave. I liked it. My closet no longer looked so deserted. Practically all my old stuff was gone. Now I had dozens of outfits, from the best designers on Luna and Mars. Suddenly, I had 50 pairs of shoes. I learned more about makeup in those 48 hours than I'd picked up in my previous 19 years. I could even do some of it myself, for day-to-day purposes. For appearances in public, there were 3 people working on my face and hair. When the makeover was done, I liked the result. When Mike saw me the first time, for once he didn't have an affectionate insult ready. He just stared. Marley looked me up and down with narrowed eyes, and slowly nodded, then smiled. "Excellent. Brings out all your strong points, hides the weak ones." I wanted to ask her what the weak ones were, but didn't, because as far as I could see, she didn't have any weak points at all. Even Mom and Dad approved, which was a big relief, as they had been dubious, afraid that Tina was going to tart me up in some ridiculous avant-garde rags. Grandma Kelly had much the same reaction as Marley, a cold appraisal, then a satisfied nod. I felt reborn for the second time. We started my emergence into the public sphere with interviews. We completely ignored the cesspools of the drudges and went only with the most high-class people. Tina was always at my side, just out of camera range. The agreements were strict and in writing. Questions were submitted beforehand, and Tina and I rejected anything we didn't feel comfortable with. The camera and the operator, slow-mo, were ours, so we kept the originals, no outtakes mysteriously turning up on the net afterward. And we got something nobody ever got: final cut. Those were the terms. Your interviewer showed up at our studio, asked softball questions, and edited it right there on our equipment. They hated it, of course, but journalism, especially celebrity journalism, had long ago sunk past the point where independence was something worth the fight. Nobody refused our conditions. And after all, what did it really matter? I wasn't part of the government, making public policy. I wasn't a businesswoman caught with her hand in the till. I was just a singer with an interesting story to tell. Actually, they got off lucky, in my humble opinion. Lots of A-list stars, still hard to think of myself on that list, charged big bucks for interviews, and the ladies and gentlemen of the press paid gladly. We did it for free, and we didn't have anything to cover up. There were no scandals to dig out, unless you want to call a little spot of nepotism by Uncle Bill getting my Europa posting a scandal. But that never came up. Frankly, if it had, I'd have cheerfully admitted it. No, the only even vaguely controversial questions I faced were about Cosmo and my drunk drive through Pellucidar, and I didn't even dodge them. With Cosmo, I admitted I'd never liked him, but suggested the tapes spoke for themselves. As for Ms. Potty's wild ride, I had practiced looking shamefaced. It didn't take much practice, and admitted I'd gotten in over my head. Then the interviewer would show the tape, and we'd both laugh. "Good work, Pod," Tina said, after the first time we tried it. "It humanizes you, makes people like you. We've all felt like fools from time to time." "Yeah, but not usually for an audience of billions." Even Kahlua got into the act. During one interview at Pod's pad, he climbed up into my lap and started purring so loud, the sound engineer had to adjust his levels. You should have seen the guy who was interviewing me. Can't recall his name. They all sort of looked the same. You'd have thought he'd just broken the story of the first grumpy eruption. "Pod Kane has a cat." It was the headline of the day. The next day, pet shops from Luna to Pluto reported a surge in cat sales. Burman cats in particular commanded a premium. Throughout the system, male Burmans were introduced by breeders, the only ones authorized to have fertile cats in most countries, to female Burmans, and encouraged to crank out kittens ASAP, if you please. 4 months later, every girl who could afford one had a black-faced kitten on her shoulder. If I'd had any idea, I'd have kept Kahlua's existence a secret, but the cat was out of the bag. I hoped they all went to good homes. I only did 5 interviews, and I limited my public appearances to 3 per week. I didn't want to be seen with politicians, business leaders, entertainment industry moguls. I turned them all down flat, or I could have been eating rubber chicken 6 times a day and listening to pitches for endorsements, lines of clothing, action figures, and movie deals in all the time between. None of that. I told Tina early on. I'm not an actress, I'm not going to be a brand name, and I've already met all the politicians I want to meet. "Fine," she said. "That's what I was going to advise anyway. I'm not here to make you famous. You're already that. And I'm not here to make you rich. Ditto. Believe it or not, after all those years with Cosmo, I just want to do something for art, and maybe for some good causes. What do you think of that?" I thought it sounded damn good. So my first public outing was a visit to a hospital treating wounded Navy people. The facility was locked down, no pimperazzi allowed, just me and Slow-Mo and my 2 bodyguards, who knew how to keep discreetly in the background. Public relations? I guess so, but it was from the heart. I didn't even try not to cry. There's a time for crying. I talked to dozens of them, maimed, gassed, irradiated, some of them incurably blind, missing limbs. I sang for them, and I was awful, but they didn't seem to care. I was still getting up to speed on the situation, hadn't realized the Martian presence on Earth was going so badly, but from the stories I heard, I knew I had to learn more. I began to see why there was growing sentiment here, at home, to pull the troops out and let Earth go to hell on its own terms. The mission had begun as humanitarian, but we couldn't help everybody, and there were those on Earth who still blamed us for Grumpy and friends. And there were those who just plain resented our presence, had resented it for more than 2 decades now, and resented even our help. I'd have to talk it over with Mike and see what he thought. That same week, I visited my old school, good old Burroughs High, go Fighting Sorax. And the next week, the music department at Marianus Hugh. I was warmly received at both places, and each time the day was proclaimed Podkane Day. If I visited City Hall or the Senate, they'd proclaim it Podkane Day too. Enough. At each place I went, it was just me, Tina, and Slow-Mo, plus a certain number of police to keep the other media away. I visited a police station early on, signed autographs for everybody, and they were solidly on my side. Another bit of PR magic from Tina that I never would have thought of. We arrived and departed like thieves in the night, usually managing to fool the paparazzi. Tina suggested it would be diplomatic to throw a housewarming party and meet some of the neighbors. It sounded okay to me, especially since I didn't have to do the planning, except for choosing the guests. Mom's catering company brought the food, and I didn't go overboard on it with expensive and hard-to-get meats and such. I knew a lot of these people would expect it, but screw them. I couldn't eat like that, in good conscience, when children were starving on Earth. The menu was strictly vegetarian. The guest list was another matter. I was shocked to see how many famous and rich people from Earth were now living on Mars, in places like Pellucidar and other guarded enclaves. The image of rats deserting a sinking ship came to mind, but I knew that was unfair. I'm sure my own family, if we'd been Earthies, would have fled what looked like the possible destruction of the Earth and the troubles afterward. Tina estimated the house and small yard could comfortably hold about 100 people, with a bandstand set up in back. So I took the list of about 1,000 names, and you'd recognize pretty much all of them, and started drawing lines through them. Some of the people I crossed off I'd have given almost anything to just say hello to 11 years ago. The only names I wasn't familiar with were people who'd become known while I was in stasis. I started by inviting Mom and Dad and Mike and Marley and the grandparents. Uncle Bill sent his regrets, saying it was best for him to stay away for political reasons. I got it down to 100, showed the list to Tina, and asked about a few people she hadn't put down. She assured me that, if they were on Mars, they would come. The final cut was heavily into music people, with a few movie stars and a handful of people I admired for other reasons. She chuckled while she read it. "What's the matter? Don't you approve?" "Oh, honey, that's entirely up to you, but there will be little joy in Celebrityville tonight. Yea, verily I say unto you, there will be weeping and wailing and the gnashing of teeth. Epic fits will be thrown, crockery will be smashed, agents will be fired. You still haven't completely grasped just how in demand you are, sweetness. This is the party of the decade, the party of the century. Everybody who is anybody must be here, and if you're not here, then you're second tier at best. Some of these people have egos wider than Marineris, and this will not sit well. Maybe we should forget about the whole thing. I don't want to make people angry at me. Potty, every time you see anyone from now on, you're going to make 1,000 people jealous. Nothing you can do about it. As for angry, don't let it worry you. They can't afford to be angry at you. They'll just keep sending invitations, asking you over for drinks and a chat. We're getting about 1,000 per day, and angle all the harder to be on the guest list next time you appear in a group setting. I knew a little about that. I'm glad I answered the door when Ba'aku came over, but after that I let Millie do the greeting and deliver the line. Miss Podkane regrets she's unable to lunch today. Thank you, Cole Porter. As long as I snubbed everyone equally, I figured the social damage would be minimal. And if I invited even 1/10 of the people who came calling, I'd never get any work done. Every day I seemed to discover a new peril of being famous. The party was a success, but not quite as I had intended it. These people were too smart and savvy to jostle and gawk and gush, so I was able to spend a bit of time with everyone. I saw Dad in an intense discussion of history with an actor who I hadn't suspected would even know what Nazi Germany was. Dad told me later that the man was a lot smarter than his screen persona. Mom was trading recipes with the lead soprano from the Thunder City Opera. Mike was charming, and he worked the room on a pair of 2-foot stilt shoes, which he sometimes wears at social occasions, so people won't have to bend or squat down to hear him, which he hates. I was dazzled at first, I'll admit it, but less so as the afternoon wore on. The thing about famous people is that there is an initial shock, a sensory dislocation to meeting in the flesh a face that you recognize as well as your own family. He or she doesn't look quite real at first. Then after you've talked for a while, a personality starts to emerge, and most of the time it's nothing like you had expected. Sometimes that's good, like the history buff actor, but often it's sad. Behind the mask is often a desperately insecure, childish, shy, or just plain boring human being, with all the faults we all are heir to. After a few hours and a few drinks, I began to feel uncomfortable. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I kept chewing it over. I watched them, chattering away, and I began to pick out certain people. Not all of them, but quite a few who didn't seem quite right. It was like they weren't comfortable just being who they were, whatever that might be. It was like they were wearing masks, costumes, doing a cold reading for a part, constantly auditioning. Their smiles didn't look genuine. It was like they'd become a parody of themselves. Often it was the actors, but some of the musicians were the same way. While I was pondering thoughts like this, Tina came up beside me, and we both surveyed the crowd. "I think it's going well, don't you?" she asked. "Sure," I said, without a lot of enthusiasm. "Well, take a good look at the men, Podkane. There's a few here, not much older than you are, and there's a good chance that one of them will be your future husband." I couldn't have been more shocked if she'd slapped me with a raw fish. "What would make you say, what the hell do you mean?" "You hired me to manage you, and part of that job, I think, is to tell you the truth. Sometimes it's a hard truth. You are very famous, honey. From now on, it's going to be hard to meet people. By that I mean ordinary people, excuse the expression. You can't marry a fan or an admirer. That never works out. If you go clubbing or just walking the streets, you'll be mobbed. So where are you going to meet people? Unless you've got a high school sweetheart you haven't told me about, or a friend from before. The people you meet from now on will fall into a few narrow categories: employees, business associates, and other famous people who have to be protected from an admiring public." "There's other musicians," I said, a trifle desperately. "Yes, that's been known to work. But he'd better be a star in his own right. Most guys have a problem with a wife who's famous. They'll call him Mr. Podkane." I felt sick. Being famous was supposed to be a good thing. So far it had been a growing series of restrictions. Tina patted my shoulder. "Don't fret it. Maybe you'll get lucky. You're young. You have a lot of time. You can date. You can wait. You can do anything at all. The world is your oyster." I don't like oysters all that much. I felt a little sick. That's when I caught a reflection in the mirror hanging on the wall. It was a strange girl in a strange dress that didn't seem to suit her. She looked awkward standing there with a drink in her hand. It was me, of course. "Excuse me," I said to Tina, and hurried upstairs to my bedroom. I locked the door and went into the bathroom. I stripped off the dress and got a jar of cold cream. I removed all the makeup I was wearing and put it back on the way I always had. Just a bit of pale lipstick and a slash of color around the eyes. In my closet, I found an old dress I'd always liked and hadn't sent off for auction. Sentimental reasons, I guess. I put it on and went to the mirror again. I liked what I saw. I felt comfortable in my skin again. I left the hair alone. I liked the new hair. I went back downstairs. There was a lull in the conversations as everyone checked me out. Was it an incredible faux pas to change clothes in the middle of a party? Ask somebody who cares. I had a much better time after that. I did notice a few of the women eyeing my clothes with expressions that might have been disdainful. Again, I didn't care. After a while, Tina edged up to me again. "You have every right to fire me," she said. "What? Are you crazy?" "I was wrong, and you were right. You hired me to be right all the time." "Don't be silly. What are you talking about?" "I was wrong to try to change you. This is better. This is you. I won't try to mold you again." "Okay, but it was fun while it lasted. I just couldn't keep it up." She leaned in closer to my ear. "I'll tell you something. Tomorrow, the next day, half a dozen of these women will be wearing outfits that look a lot like what you're wearing. Trust me on this." We laughed, and I figured she was kidding. She wasn't, and she was right. I got rid of almost all the new clothes and shopped for what pleased me. Confession, I kept the shoes. Throw out perfectly good shoes? Get real. All this preparation was really in aid of the concerts. I knew I was going to have to perform in public again, and I had the worst case of stage fright I've ever had, and I wasn't even on stage. There were going to be 5 concerts. As soon as they were announced, the orders started coming in. Soon there were 100,000 people standing in an electronic line for the 2,000-seat auditorium. More than 98,000 people were going to come up empty. When I saw the ticket prices, I screamed. I told Tina we should charge less than that. She said that a lot of them were going to be scalped anyway, for prices 5 to 10 times what we were charging. I didn't know what to say, except to suggest that there should be a random drawing. She said that would be unfair to those who had been alert enough to get their orders in fast. Something just didn't feel right about making that much money for 5 nights' work. Would I have felt differently if I had grown up poor? My nuclear family was always comfortable, and some of my family qualifies as being rich. But I was rich now and didn't feel the need to get richer, especially considering what was happening on Earth. Mike came up with the solution. We established the Kane Foundation, and I donated my share of the gate for all the concerts. I felt better. It all went well. The pod people had been augmented with 6 more sidemen, all the very best, and we rehearsed for 2 weeks. We worked up a few new numbers, but would be relying mostly on my posthumous hits in a more traditional vein, mostly because I was still very insecure with pod music. I just didn't feel it in my soul yet, and was wondering if I ever would. Ba'aku broke her retirement to sing a duet with me. We had an excellent opening act. All in all, I should have been happier about it than I was. The audiences were totally uncritical, and the critics were mostly kind, except for a few who pointed out, correctly, that I had nothing new to say. Even they were nice about my performances of the old stuff, which I felt could have been a lot better. And then it was done. My recuperation period was at an end, and the Navy took over my life again. They promptly sent me and the band to Earth for a goodwill tour. I never in my wildest nightmares thought I'd be eager to go to Earth, but to tell the truth, it felt a little like an escape. I was itching to go. 18. So, were the last several months a Cinderella story or what? I said it felt like an escape to leave, but the prison was really velvet-lined. Let's not bitch and moan. Believe me, I had a very good idea of just how lucky I'd been. But Cinderella turns into a pumpkin, or breaks her glass slippers, and cuts her feet to ribbons or something like that. I can't remember, but I know it wasn't pretty. I had avoided the worst of the pumpkin carving, though there were still a lot of people who wanted a piece of me. None of my closet full of new shoes were made of glass, though there was one sexy plexi see-through number with 2-inch heels. Never mind. Here the story takes a sharp turn toward Dante's Inferno, a descent straight into hell, but only as an observer, like Dante, and I didn't even make it anywhere near the 9th circle. The ship that took me and my crew to Earth was the Guardian of Peace, and it didn't bear much resemblance to any Navy ship I'd ever seen 10 years ago. It was classed a cruiser, and we traveled with an escort of 3 destroyers, all built 5 years ago: Utopia, Elysium, and Isidus. Those smaller ships were purpose-built to be deadly, armed to the teeth with everything short of bubble generators. Before Grumpy, the Navy hadn't been designed for ground combat, and we were still catching up. Most of our ships had been like the Guardian, intended to carry troops and smaller, more agile defending vehicles. Any hostilities, it had been assumed, would happen in space. But now most Navy activities happened on the ground, on Earth, and the natives could be very hostile. So the Guardian was ugly, retrofitted with slapdash armor welded all over her once lovely hull. It would stop small arms fire, 50 caliber machine gun rounds, grenades, and suffer only minimal damage from small ground-to-air missiles. Anything incoming bigger than that, in the air or on the ground, was supposed to be handled by her destroyer escort. It made her heavy. Added weight was not a big problem with a bubble drive. You just increased the thrust, and she could be as fleet as she ever was, but not nearly so nimble. The old bitch's skin, and I'm not being disrespectful, that's what the crew called her, with affection, was heavier than her frame had been designed for. When maneuvering or on landing and takeoff, she creaked and groaned and popped like an arthritic knee joint, and often sprung a small leak or two. This didn't alarm the crew, so I didn't let it worry me much. We orbited for a while at 10,000 miles, and I spent some time at a port looking down on the Earth. Spotted around the globe in all the oceans, there were now permanent storms, concealing the interlopers from Europa. The storms were as small as 1,000 miles across to as big as 1,500 miles. Wind speeds near the centers frequently reached 300 miles per hour. They'd begun to form when Leviathan arrived. You couldn't help thinking that the obsidian monolith was acting as a coordinator for all this activity. They had been sitting there for almost 2 years now, each with a European crystal mountain at the center. God, how I hated them. The 7 megastorms spun off lesser hurricanes at the rate of several per month, and most of those rated Category 3. Many were Category 5, with sustained winds of over 150 miles per hour. Those daughter storms themselves spawned tornadoes and, of course, brought torrential rains with them. The storms were lifting prodigious amounts of water into the atmosphere, to the point that on most of my orbits I only got glimpses of land through the clouds. So much water was rising in the heat sources around the crystals that sea levels, rising for more than 50 years, had receded to levels not seen since the second decade of this century. Much of Florida was emerging from its watery grave. Not that it did anybody any good. Florida had been hit again by the tsunamis generated by the crystals landing in the Atlantic, and now endured hurricane hits at the rate of 1 every 3 months. There was no longer a hurricane season. They could arrive any time. We passed over Africa. The countries bordering the Mediterranean were unaffected by the waves, but no place was immune to the storms and rains. Crops often drowned in the fields. The Sahara was speckled with new lakes. Everything to the south of the former desert was no man's land, ungoverned, lawless, starving, or dead. No one went there anymore, not even the United Nations relief agencies, not even Martians trying to keep the peace. Bleeding Africa was widely seen to be terminal. Arabia and the Middle East. With one of the ship's excellent telescopes, I could pick out the ghost cities and palaces of the old Emirates and the House of Saud. Down there were palaces vast and luxurious, almost beyond imagination, looted and empty now, abandoned since the years when oil suddenly became almost valueless. Down there were 3 of the 10 highest skyscrapers on Earth, man-made islands, all being slowly buried in the wind-whipped sand, now turning to mud in the monsoons that had begun falling, bringing more rain to the area in a week than it usually saw in a decade. I didn't train the telescope to the north even once. Too many melted glass, radioactive scars, too many weeping sores on the planet from Cairo to New Delhi. India, Mumbai and Calcutta, flattened and now washing away. Indonesia, with its remaining population, trying to scratch out a living at the higher elevations. The Indian Ocean was brown with topsoil. Down south, Australia, one of the least affected places on Earth. The shifting ocean currents and wind patterns and storms had largely spared it. The outback was getting enough rain to grow crops. For the first year, the Aussies gave away a lot of food. Now, with the unpredictable winds, hailstorms, and deluges, there was no telling if a harvest would be bountiful or non-existent, and they had sealed themselves off, and were trying to be self-sufficient, with their navy patrolling the Timor Sea, the Arafura Sea, the Torres Strait, and the Coral Sea, turning back refugee boats from Southeast Asia, sinking those that kept coming. Not that there were many boats left after the waves, but human ingenuity can always make new ones. The vast blue Pacific, the Philippines devastated, all the tiny islands and atolls scattered across Polynesia and Melanesia and Micronesia, all empty, bare, uninhabited. South America. I had no Virgil to guide me, only the net, which was erratic on Earth these days. The Andes created a sheltering wall from the storms that swept the Pacific, and the Amazon basin, which had been drying out, was green again. Europe was drowning in rain. Some of the rapturists were finally reinterpreting their Bibles. Maybe they weren't going to be swept bodily into heaven, but this sure as Jesus looked like some sort of apocalypse. I couldn't argue with them about that. All the space on the Guardian that wasn't taken up with living quarters and our portable stage and things like that was full of food. Mostly it was rice and flour, vegetable oil, cornmeal, soy protein, but there were some luxuries like frozen vegetables and canned fruit, and most of all, candy. The Navy had found that there was no morale raiser for a hungry band of refugees quite as good as candy. We had tons of the tooth-rotting stuff. On Earth, sugar was now more valuable than gold. It was all grown in the vast, relatively new hydroponic farms deep underground on Mars, Deimos, Phobos, and some asteroids. I hadn't visited them, but I took a virtual tour and was astonished. They stretched for miles, lit by bubble-generated electricity. With a bubble generator, you could do some serious tunneling in bedrock at incredible speed. Just squeeze the rock down to little silver globes. It was warmer down there, too. Some of the farms were as deep as 10 miles. There was a huge labor force of refugees, most of them eager for something to do. It wasn't enough to feed a fraction of the Earth's remaining population, but it fed Martians and refugees on Mars, with enough left over that every ship that left for Earth did so stuffed to the scuppers with the surplus. I was glad we had the food, because the only other thing we had to offer was me. And I figured that if I was on an enforced 1,200-calorie-per-day diet, I'd choose a sweet or even a soy burger every time. I was wrong. We were a smash everywhere we went. We'd land, set up our defensive perimeters, with the destroyers arrayed around the Guardian, and sweep into town like the circus train. If they had a big arena, we'd set up in there. If they didn't, we'd set up our covered stage and do the show outside. About half the time it rained, but we didn't cancel any shows because of that. The people were used to rain. I'd look out at a sea of yellow slickers. If there was a big storm, we sometimes had to postpone, but we never canceled. We just waited for it to blow over. I was safe and warm and dry behind my huge plexi bulletproof shield, which was also used to project special effects. I would stand there in my glitzy outfit, bathed in light, backed up by my band and towers of speakers, and look out over people huddling in the wind and rain, and listen to them roar their approval of my silly little songs. And I'd think, what am I doing here? Look at all those people in the rain and the wind and the mud, and they're loving every minute. What must their lives be like outside this little island of glamour? In what way was this better? I Googled some of the songs of the Great Depression. For every "Brother, Can You Spare a Dime?" there were 10 like "Life is Just a Bowl of Cherries," "We're in the Money," or "Let's Have Another Cup of Coffee." Total fantasies, and I guess that's what you need when your life is grim. So we gave them all the fantasy I could dish out, and ended each concert with Jazzy's song. They were on their feet every time. Meanwhile, I retired to my dressing room for a stiff drink, maybe two. We always made time to visit the children in the refugee camps. I would arrive with a sack bulging with candy, and I'd talk to them and to their parents. A lot of them didn't look so good, though no one was starving in the places I visited. Not that plenty of people weren't starving, it just wasn't safe to go there. Many of the children looked far too old, hollow-eyed. They'd seen too much, lost too much. All of Earth was now a war zone, and we were losing, and nobody had the smallest idea of what to do about it. After these visits, I'd retire to my dressing room for a stiff drink, maybe three. We played Chicago, and we played Kathmandu. We played Geneva, and we played Alice Springs. We played Denver, Paris, Moscow, Yakutsk, Vientiane, Lucknow, Pune, Chongqing, Brasilia, Mexico City, Quito, La Paz, Manchester, Bloemfontein, Pretoria, Luxor, Las Vegas, Dallas, Budapest, Berlin, Bucharest, and Belgrade, and a lot of other places. We were on the road for 6 months. What was it like? Pretty much all the same. You're kidding, right? I hear you say. Just how is Kathmandu like Manchester? Well, in the sense that I usually couldn't see much through the rain in my armored limo, and in the sense that everywhere I went, what I mostly saw was the inside of concert venues and the ubiquitous, sprawling refugee housing where the people fleeing the coasts now lived. There are probably Buddhist temples somewhere in Kathmandu, but I never saw them. I'm sure there's something distinctive about Manchester, too, but it was all a blur seen through a tinted window to me. What was that like? In a word, ugly. Back when Grumpy was approaching, people evacuated coastlines and lived in tents, or simply out in the open when the tents ran out. Later they built temporary shelters from whatever was at hand, varying with the wealth of the country, mostly fiberglass, rich countries, plywood, medium-sized countries, and scrapwood, corrugated tin, and cardboard, everybody else. Years later, before the arrival of Leviathan and the beginning of the wind and rain, many people were still living in these temporary quarters, in their own shit. Then the storms began and blew the houses away like the first 2 little pigs. People began replacing their homes with ones made of stone, brick, or concrete, whatever was available locally, like the 3rd little pig. The developed nations started building sturdier shelter much earlier, and when the weather hit, most people were living in poured concrete boxes that had the sole virtue of being quick and cheap to build. They were on the outskirts of every place I visited, with absolutely nothing to distinguish one project from another except the smells of food cooking and the various types of cultural squalor. It produced a sense of disorientation in me that lasted for the whole trip. I had a new wardrobe that Tina helped me pick out, this time suitable for the new and only slightly improved Pod Kane. I'd had to buy a lot of bras, which I thought I'd never have to do again. They ranged in design from spiderweb to cantilever bridge to armored gun turret, depending on the outfit. I tried on a girdle and shouted too much. I'd do like the Earth girls and just let my ass go wherever it wanted to go, which was south. I had 50 pairs of shoes, and not one of them was comfortable in 1G. They'd all been fine at home. My feet hurt all the time, even bare, but never more than by the end of a concert spent mostly standing up. Gripe, gripe, gripe. I know. It could have been worse. Worse was all around me, everywhere I went. That's why I was needing a drink or 4 to get to sleep at night. But something else was happening. I was still having my fainting spells, episodes, dreams. I got away with covering them up for a while because I wasn't socializing except to rehearse and to eat meals in the ship's mess. Later, I even started bringing my food back to my cabin and, still later, asking to have it delivered. The one instance of diva behavior I will cop to. Nobody seemed to have a problem with it. I just didn't want to be around people. Everyone respected it, wrote it off to moodiness.
We artists are allowed to be moody, even difficult. Everybody understands. Then, in the middle of one concert, and I honestly can't recall where we were, I passed out on stage. It was apparently pandemonium. I, of course, don't recall it. As usual, all I recall is that space that wasn't space, and time that wasn't time, and the awareness of presences all around me in directions I could not understand. There were many thousands of them, disembodied, not speaking, but making their presence known in some way. Angels? Spirits of the dead? Souls in limbo? I had no idea. These spirits didn't talk, other than to make me aware of their presence. And if I had to guess, I had the feeling that they were as clueless as I was as to where they were and what they were doing there. As always, I came out of it peacefully in 10 minutes, to find I was backstage, with a battalion of medical teams hovering over me, debating what to do. Phew! Just in time, I figured, before somebody decided to do exploratory surgery. I sat up, to general shock and dismay, and was pushed down again and urged to be quiet. I sat up again and tossed off the blanket that had been wrapped around me. "I'm fine," I said. "I think you should take it easy," the ship's doctor said. "I know what I'm doing, Doc. Trust me. Now I've got a show to finish." It was one of my finer moments, I have to say. I probably should have put on a brave face, staggered just a little, maybe held the back of my hand to my brow tragically, because it was obvious, from the expressions all around me, that everyone present thought they were witnessing a great moment in musical entertainment, as the exhausted but scrappy Kane refused to let a little thing like a possible stroke get in her way. The show must go on. Nobody ever told me exactly why it must go on, but I did feel it. Those people out there had come for a show, and I'd give them one. But the joke was that I really did feel fine. Better than before I passed out, which was always the case with these episodes. Afterward, back in the ship, Tina knocked on my door. I knew what was coming, and had decided it was time to come clean. "Kane, we've got to talk. You're right. I've seen it before. I should have stayed closer to you, should have been a better friend." "What's that?" "The drinking, Pod. It's time to admit you have a problem." I laughed, then stopped quickly when I saw the look on her face. I reached over and touched her hand. "I'm sorry. I can see how you'd think that. I do drink at night, sometimes too much. But I never drink during the day, and certainly not before a performance." "Then what—" She suddenly looked stricken. "Oh, my God! What is it, Kane? How bad is it?" I shrugged. "Nobody knows. But the doctor I saw wasn't alarmed. It's just fainting spells, Tina, and I get them from time to time since the accident, and I'll see the surgeon about it today." I did, and he examined me and pronounced me fit as a fender. Then he sent me to the ship's shrink, and we talked for a while. "Stress," she decided. "Nothing to be alarmed about as such, but the source of the stress should be addressed." "That's easy. It's a killing schedule. I could use a rest." "Yes, that's a problem," she said. "I see a lot of it with troops on the ground, and of course there's nothing I can do. I have some pills that might help, but they might affect your performance." "No thanks." Sometimes the episodes came at night, and no one but me noticed. Sometimes they came during the day, and I'd fall over like I'd been hit with a hammer, and be perfectly okay 10 minutes later. What's that all about? I did my best to reconstruct the days since they'd started happening. It wasn't easy, and there were big gaps when I simply couldn't remember. But I fed all the data into the computer, and the clever little rascal noticed a pattern at once. It even gave me a little graph to ponder. The fainting spells with associated altered state of consciousness were coming 3.5 days apart. That figure seemed oddly familiar. So I did a little experiment. I knew to the second when the last one had happened. I had the concert tape, with the counter down in one corner. I made sure to be in my room with the video on me when 3.5 days had passed, and sure enough, I conked out. There they were again, the floating points of light, not light, in the space, no space, and time, no time. I sensed a feeling I can only describe as warmth from one of them. There were others, somehow far away, and yet contiguous with all the rest of us, and they seemed to be angry spirits. I don't know what other term to use. I came to on my back, on my bunk, feeling terrific, and backed the video up. Saw myself slump, with a goofy grin on my face. Noted the time. Handed it to the computer to analyze. 85 hours, 13 minutes, 42.4 seconds, or 306,822.04 seconds, or 3.55118 Earth days. I already knew, but I checked the orbital and rotational period of Europa. 3.55118 Earth days. What was that all about? I got the music in me. I got the music in me. I got the music in me. Did writing jazzy song have anything to do with it? Each note of the European Crystal song was exactly 3.55118 Earth days long, but jazzy had been compressed, sampled, digitized, altered. Still, was it possible that some process had happened in my brain during that odd state I recalled so vividly when I was writing the song? Something that attuned me to their cosmic rhythms? Search me, I'll ask my magic 8-ball. But deep questions like that aside, the information enabled me to solve a problem, which was passing out on stage or in front of my friends. I knew when the next one was going to happen and could make sure to be safely in my cabin or my dressing room for the 10 minutes I'd be incapacitated. It could be my little secret until the madness of the tour was over. Then, after 6 long months, it was over, canceled. The news didn't completely take us by surprise. We'd been following the debate back home about giving up the whole Earth rescue mission as a bad job, or maybe not so much that, as an admission that we'd done all we could, and further peacekeeping and humanitarian aid wasn't having enough effect to justify the lives being lost and the drain on everything Martian. I've mentioned before that the Martian Constitution is open source, meaning anybody can amend it. Earthies think we're crazy, but Earthies love their incredibly complex laws, and in spite of what they claim, they're lawyers. And open source doesn't mean some weenie can insert a codicil to the effect that it's illegal to be Billy Smith because he's a Nimrod. There's open, and then there's open. Junk and idiocy is sorted and deleted in minutes, and the poster can be fined, after open discussion and majority agreement, and is banned from the franchise for varying periods, up to and including life, for the most determined putzes. Changes to the sidewalk spitting regulations can take as little as a week to be ratified. Changes to murder law have to resist challenges for 6 months. Debates on national policy require a year, a 60% majority, and ratification by the Senate. The pullout debate had been going on for 5 years, slowly building momentum as dead and wounded Martian citizens came back from Earth. The faction wanting a withdrawal had finally carried the day, and there was no shilly-shallying about implementing it. I'd been so distracted that I didn't even know where my family stood on the issue. Not that we're monolithic in that respect, but as soon as the evacuation order came, I sent off a message to Grandma Kelly asking her opinion. "Come home, Potty," she said, simply, about an hour later. "You've done a lot of good, but there's nothing more you or anybody else can do. Your Uncle Travis wants to see you as soon as you arrive. Says it's urgent." And what was that all about? We were among the first ships to get back home. There was no big hoopla, no flag-waving and no bands playing, no ceremonies at all. We weren't returning in triumph, and we weren't returning in disgrace. We were just returning, and we were tired. Much of the family met me at the Thunder City port and took me out for dinner at Mom's place. I tucked into the finest vegetarian meal I'd ever had, at least 1,000 times better than anything I'd had on board ship. Between the salad and the main course, Uncle Bill handed me an envelope. I opened it and was staring at a sheet of thick vellum, embossed with a lot of important-looking seals. It was my discharge papers. I felt a sudden rush of elation, tinged with just a little sadness. "Thanks, Uncle Bill. You've come through again." "No thanks necessary, Commander. We're downsizing now that we're pulling out. Technically, your mandatory service was over years ago. It runs by the calendar, not by your internal time. Anyway, now we're demobilizing most of the people whose mandatory enlistment was extended for the crisis." I gave him a big kiss anyway. "What about you, Mike?" I asked. He shrugged. "I still have some time to go, and I may go career. The Navy's treated me well, and I'm doing important work, and I like it. I'm still thinking it over." Over dessert, Grandma Kelly beckoned me to the ladies' room, rather mysteriously, I thought. I joined her. That age-old female excuse of needing to powder my nose. As usual, she got right to the point. "Potty, are you feeling tired? Because I told Travis if you needed a night of rest, or even two, that you damn well deserved—" "I'm fine, Grandma. I'll see Uncle Travis." "Maybe you should stop calling him Uncle Travis, dear. You're old enough. He isn't really your uncle, and neither is Jubal. Family, sure, but not blood." "Okay. What the heck is this about, Grandma?" She grimaced. "He won't tell me. All he says is he needs to see you and take you somewhere. I've held him off, but you know how Travis can be. I asked him specifically, 'Are you about to involve my granddaughter in an adventure, Travis?' Because the last one he involved my son in nearly got him killed." The way I heard it, Grandma was involved in that one, if only at the beginning. Not being there at the end was what had really grated on her, but I stayed silent. "Maybe I'm just getting old," she said, "but I've found as the years go by that adventures are highly overrated. A little adventure can go a long way." "Amen to that. Of course you've been on quite an adventure of your own, and paid a heavier price than I ever did." She reached out and squeezed my arm. "Just tell the son of a bitch, and I use the term with all possible affection, that if he allows you to get so much as a hangnail, he's going to have to deal with me, and I'll be armed to the teeth." I told her I'd pass it along. Travis was waiting for me outside with an armored limo. I questioned him on the way to wherever we were going, but didn't get any satisfactory answers. We were whisked away in a private car on the high-speed maglev rail to Arjar Planitia, about 45 minutes away. From there we transferred to a local line, slightly slower, but again, we were the only people on the car. I wasn't sure where we were when we got off, but Travis took me to a Mercedes Rover, and we got in and passed through the lock and out onto a paved road. 2 hours later, we were on a dirt road bulldozed through a rocky plain, then a track that led down into a canyon. "Very mysterious, Travis. This place we're going, does it have a name?" "I call it my Fortress of Solitude," he said, and grinned at me. I Googled the term and was presented with a lot of images from old comic books. "Where's your blue suit and cape?" "I'm working undercover." "Well, I'm pissed. You could have just picked me up and flown me here." We were almost to the South Pole when we entered a tunnel through a camouflaged barrier door. Stranger and stranger. We drove some miles as overhead lights came on in front of us and went off behind us. Every mile or so, airtight doors got out of our way and slammed shut behind us. I knew without being told that if our vehicle hadn't been sending out the right encrypted and scrambled signals, that the doors wouldn't open, and, knowing Travis, that there might be some nasty surprises to any intruder. By now I was getting a pretty good idea of who we were going to meet. It was exciting and a little scary. Finally we pulled into a garage bay, and I followed Travis to another security door, which opened and closed behind us. We were in what turned out to be an apartment, large and quite nice, except for the location, which would be a long commute to just about anywhere. "Must be hard to find a maid willing to come out here," I said. "Robots. Plus, I'm hardly ever here." He unlocked a door with an actual key, not something you see every day. Beyond was what I'd expected to see, an 8-foot black sphere being held in place with a net. "I guess you know who's in there," he said. I nodded. My mouth was dry. "All right. Now you're wondering why I brought you here. I'm not going to tell you yet. I have my reasons, but trust me, there's nothing to be afraid of.
There's plenty of things to be mystified by, but that's another story. I'm going to ask you for one thing. Don't say anything when he comes out. He's on powerful medication. He'll be groggy. Can I count on you?"
I nodded again, and without further ado, Travis walked to a desk and pressed a button on its top. Instantly, and without sound or fury, the bubble vanished. Inside, sitting in a chair, was Jubal Broussard.
"'Is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and—"
He started twisting his head around in all directions, but not with a lot of urgency. It was clear he was doped up.
"Everything's okay, Jubal," Travis said in a soothing voice. "Nothing to worry about. Everything's okay. Nothing to fear."
He helped Jubal to his feet. Once that was accomplished, Jubal looked around the room, and his eyes settled on me. At once he grinned broadly, and he said this,
"Pod Kane."
I didn't pass out, though I felt faint, vaporish, as my Victorian forebears might have put it. I found a chair and sat down. Travis helped Jubal to a chair, too. "So, you've had him out," I tried. "You had him out of stasis, and you told him about me and other family members, showed them pictures?" Because when Jubal had first been put into a bubble for the long haul, I hadn't been born. Travis was shaking his head.
"When Grumpy landed, I took him out, against my better judgment. The deal was, Jubal was to stay inside until I could take him to a better world, a world he could deal with without being afraid all the time. The bayous of Louisiana, specifically, or Florida, somewhere that people wouldn't bother him or try to kidnap him for the knowledge in his head."
"Louisiana," said Jubal dreamily. He looked different from the pictures I'd seen, and I'm one of the few people who have ever seen a picture of him. The #1 frustration to the media all over the system is that no pictures of Jubal exist. Probably the most important living human, and no one knows what he looks like. Over the years, Travis and my family have carefully dropped hints here and there, and composites have been drawn, which are usually used in videos about him. They bear a suspicious resemblance to the standard picture of Jesus Christ, though with white hair. But Jubal is in our family albums on our computers, under slightly more tight security than the Martian National Treasury. We don't have a lot of snapshots of him, but I'd looked at them all many times, and they show a fellow with slightly chubby cheeks and usually a big smile, with a long white beard and bushy white hair, a lot more Santa Claus than Jesus. He's barrel-chested with powerful arms, and he's about a foot shorter than I am. Jubal had changed. The hair had been trimmed short and combed in a conservative style, and the beard had been trimmed down to less than an inch. It changed the shape of his face. Now you could see that he had a strong chin, and, freed from the hair that was always drooping into his eyes, a high forehead was revealed. It was a good face, and not one I would have expected to be under all that hair. I said he was stocky, but I didn't see any fat under the old-fashioned polo shirt he was wearing. He was in tennis shorts and shoes, and his legs were almost hairless. All in all, not a bad-looking dude for an old guy.
"Everybody was saying, 'Where's Jubal?'" Travis was saying. "When the bubble generators didn't work on the crystals, lots of people thought only Jubal could figure out how to fix them, or think up something else to stop what was going on. I got a lot of pressure, and I finally decided to talk to him. Hell, maybe he could do something. How was I to know? If I woke him up later and found out he could have done something. Anyway, I did wake him up, and the first thing he said was, 'Pod Kane,'" Jubal said, and looked at me and gave me a sloppy grin. "He said, 'Where's Pod Kane?'" Travis elaborated. "But you'd never awakened him before? I mean, after I was born? You never brought him up to date?" "No, I hadn't. This is the second time. I showed him no pictures before or after he asked for you. I didn't tell him you were—" We both glanced at Jubal, who seemed blissed out, you know. "Did he, Travis, I don't like talking about this with him sitting right there." "I don't think he can hear much." "I can hear me," Jubal mumbled. What he really said was more like, "I can hear me," but I'm not going to attempt to reproduce his accent, other than a few words. It seems condescending, somehow, Just assume that when I quote him as saying this, that, there, and those, he's really saying dis, dat, dare, and dos. I is always pronounced ah. You'll get the hang of it. Sure, but you're not really processing, are you, Jubal? Not processing, Jubal agreed. It doesn't matter. He knows all this. I got him out of the bubble, gave him a day to come out of the drugs, sleep it off, get comfortable, and then I walked him through the situation, what had happened, what was likely to happen next. Naturally, that isn't what he wanted to hear. All he wanted was for me to tell him he could go back to the bayous and not be bothered. Not be bothered, Jubal agreed. I told him that if he couldn't think of something, there might not be any bayous to go back to, ever. That got his attention. So he thought about it. And he didn't. Jubal is amazing, Kane, but he's not a wizard, and he's not a god. He had no magic spell, and he doesn't know how to bring down some sort of plague on Grumpy and his pals. He worked on it for a month, and told me he had no idea as to how they made the bubble generators not work. He didn't have a clue. Not a clue, me, Jubal agreed. He was flying so high I'm sure he'd have agreed if we said we were both blue monkeys and he was Queen of the May. But about once a day he asked for you, by name. He didn't know who you were, just your name, and what he said was the feel of you. I didn't know what he was talking about. Still don't. I told him you were Ray and Evangeline's daughter, and that made him very happy, but that you were currently on Europa and couldn't come to see him for a while, and that made him sad. Eventually, we both gave up. We weren't getting anywhere, and Jubal was miserable as usual. So he took his medicine and got back in the cage, and here we are. Here we are, Jubal giggled, and sort of mooned his eyes at me. Last thing he said to me before he started his Hail Mary was that you'd be waiting for him here the next time I got him out of stasis. Which, when I think about it, was either a damn good way of making sure I brought you here, or clairvoyance. For now I'll go with number one, but I'm not as sure as I used to be. I guess not. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? No, I lied. He raised one eyebrow, and I think he didn't believe me, but he didn't press it, which was good, because I wasn't ready to talk about it. Okay. Meantime, I think it's beddy-bye time for your Uncle Jubal. He got to his feet. He was right. Jubal's chin was resting on his chest. We got him to his feet and supported him to a door that led to a bedroom. There were pictures of the Louisiana Bayou country all over 3 walls, and the 4th was a video of a swamp. I heard a sound and watched an alligator slip into the water. It all looked hideous to me, but I guess home is where you grew up. We peeled off his shirt and got him down to his skivvies, which had little bottles of Tabasco sauce printed on them, and took off his shoes and socks. What a chest the man had, and a tummy flat as a washboard that looked like it could stop cannonballs. He was almost hairless up there, too, except a little around the nipples and navel. I peeled back the covers, and Travis guided him and laid him out, and I covered him to the neck. As I was about to straighten up, one of his hands darted out and seized my wrist. It was gentle, but I felt he could snap my bones like dry spaghetti if he wanted to. But I felt no threat, and leaned back down. Kane, he whispered, we have to go back to the no-place place. What did he say? I'm not sure. I lied again. I gave Jubal a big smile and kissed him on the forehead. He smelled of licorice and cinnamon. Sleep now, Jubal. And he did. So what was that all? But this time, I had an inkling. 19. I Googled Jubal for facial resemblances, and the computer dug way back into history and came up with 2 I thought were spot on. His mouth and jaw looked a lot like Ernest Hemingway. His forehead and eyes resembled Leonard Bernstein. Now, if only I could persuade him to wear his hair like Lenny. There were several matches for his nose. Unfortunately, none of them really fit with either Lenny or Ernie. I guess the key word was unfortunate. It was a weak feature set on a distinguished face, but nobody's perfect, and the little button sitting there uncomfortably in the middle of all that leonine grandeur gave him an impish, endearing quality. It was a shame to have covered up so much of it all those years with all that wild hair. And I got a match on the old hairstyle, too, one that made me laugh. Somebody named Hairless Joe in a comic strip, producer of something called Kickapoo Joy Juice. I spent a month out there in the Fortress of Solitude, at first because Jubal seemed to need me and wouldn't let me go. I don't mean he tied me up or hugged my ankles as I was trying to leave or anything like that. He just looked so dejected at the thought of my leaving that I couldn't find the heart to do it. And it wasn't like I had any more pressing business at the moment. Later I stayed because, well, we'll get to that. After the first 2 days, Travis took off on some mysterious errand. I remember that from his visits when I was a child. We'd do things as a family, then he'd have to go somewhere on his ship to handle some business he couldn't talk about. Of course, he was always taking care of business of one sort or another. A billionaire's day is seldom empty, but most of it could be done on the phone. No one knew what he was up to, but he'd return after a few weeks, spend some more time with us, then maybe take off again for a few weeks, or maybe go back into his black bubble. I didn't really mind. Jubal was good company, and for some reason he seemed to adore me. It was puppy love, which Travis told me was probably all Jubal was capable of, but that was okay too. He taught me to sing Cajun and Zydeco style. Zydeco is like Cajun, often with the same instrumentation, but is dominated by a backbeat like rock. It may come from the French word haricot, which means beans. Traditional Cajun can be a one-step, a Cajun jitterbug, or a waltz. Jubal played the button squeeze box, and I learned some tunes on the fiddle, and we augmented with karaoke washtub and drums. Jubal had a strong baritone voice and a good ear. I picked up some French, which Jubal assured me would be almost incomprehensible to somebody from Paris. Every evening we had us a regular fée dodo. We played everything from Les haricots sont pas salés and Jolie Blonde to Diggy Liggy Low and Iko Iko. When we weren't playing, we listened to recordings of Bouzou Chavis, Clifton Chenier, Amédée Ardon, Shirley Ray Bergeron, Beausoleil, and Buckwheat Zydeco. I went to sleep every night hearing the music and trying to see how some elements of it could fit into my sound. But that was just for fun. There was something else we had to talk about, and we both knew it. But I was waiting for Jubal to bring it up, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry. I decided to wait him out. The moment arrived when he asked me to sing some of my own material, so I pulled up the karaoke versions of our Pod People recordings and did the vocal parts live for him, while he prepared the ingredients for what he called the best jambalaya in Lafayette, Louisiana. He seemed to be enjoying the songs, but his foot wasn't tapping and his body wasn't swaying to the music. Well, most of it isn't foot-tapping music. Then I started into Jazzy's song, and he stopped chopping okra and turned to face me. I almost stopped, but he motioned for me to go on. His concentration was complete, and after a few minutes he closed his eyes. Jazzy isn't stomping music either, though you can dance to it in several unlikely time signatures, but he was absolutely still as he listened. When I finished, he said, "That's the song. Dat de song. What do you mean, Jubal? Sing it again, ma jolie blonde." So I did. You're never supposed to sing the same song exactly the same way twice, unless you learned it by rote, and I added a few little touches here and there, and found that he smiled every time I did it, no matter how minor the variation. "Even better," he said, when I was done. "I don't ask for it again. Right now, no, but could you might do it again for me in the later time?" "Anything you want, Jubal," I said, and that seemed to be it for a while. I joined him at the counter and peeled shrimp. Jubal and Travis's kitchen was unique. It had to be the only one anywhere that took advantage of bubble technology for such a mundane task as food storage. There was no freezer and only a small refrigerator. In their place was a giant pantry with racks and racks, each about 3 feet across, stacked with black bubbles. Each shelf was labeled with what was inside the bubble. That's where the fresh okra had come from, and the shrimp and the rice, which had come out still steaming and fresh after 20 years. I hoped Mom could see this someday.
She so hates having to throw out so much fresh produce at the end of the day because it's slightly wilted, not up to her high standards, and having to buy more the next morning. We sat down and dined on fresh delicacies that very few Earthies or Martians had been able to taste for a long time. I didn't think Jubal realized it, and I wasn't about to tell him. Jubal would feel guilty. Myself, I managed to keep my guilt in check and devoured 2 heaping bowls, pausing only to wipe the sweat off my forehead and toss some ice water down my burning gullet. Jubal liked his hot peppers, but so did I. "You been to the no-place place," Jubal said. It wasn't a question. "I didn't have a name for it," I said, "but that will do." "In you dreams or in you wakin'?" "Both." I told him about my fainting spells, which came as a surprise to him. Jubal had been subject to petit mal seizures, sometimes called absence seizures, since his father beat him in the head with a board studded with nails. He would black out now and then, from a few seconds to a few minutes. With him it was most often a fugue state. Most of the time he didn't even fall down. He might just sit there staring into space and uncommunicative, or even sort of sleepwalk. It was so much a part of his life that no one was likely to notice if they came in any sort of pattern, not even him. He was immediately fascinated by the periodicity of my episodes. "When the next one be?" It had been something I'd worried about, and had been preparing to tell him anyway, so it wouldn't come as a shock, though I'd thought about locking myself in the guest bedroom. The fact was, my next one was due in about an hour. When he heard that, Jubal went into a frenzy of excitement. He led me into his laboratory, which didn't look at all like Dr. Frankenstein's, but was mostly a lot of workbenches, metalworking tools, and bins of what looked like junk, salvaged from some very old electronics. I looked around while he rummaged on shelves and in drawers, raising a cloud of dust wherever he went. He hadn't used the place since Travis last woke him some years before, and it hadn't been cleaned in a longer time than that. Jubal didn't trust the cleaning robots to put everything back where it belonged. When Jubal had gathered all the stuff he needed and turned it all on and tested it, he sat me down in what looked suspiciously like an old dentist's chair and began attaching stuff to me. "Okay, I'll talk," I said, as he fitted a headband. "I'll tell you anything you want. Just don't pull out any more fingernails. I just got a manicure." He looked confused for a moment. He did that a lot when people spoke to him, since the main thing he lost from his father's rude psychosurgery was language skills. Then he smiled and giggled. "You joking with me, yes," he said. "Well, I sure hope so." "Nothing to worry about, Cher. All this stuff just to listen." He flipped various switches, looking more like a mad scientist than he had before, probably because of the excited gleam in his eye. Everybody knows Jubal is a genius. They tend to visualize him sitting around thinking. We forget that he is, and always has been, an experimenter. He makes stuff, and he likes to explore. While I waited, I watched quite a show on a big old flat screen he rolled into place. There were a dozen views of my face. There was a regular video camera. There was something that showed what I assumed was my brain. There was a long electronic bar graph above it, measuring activity like the meters on a soundboard. There was a much more complex 3D, rotating, color-coded representation of my entire head that was being sliced and diced at different angles. It made me uncomfortable to look at it. All those bones, all those muscles, tongue, tonsils, sinus cavities. Who wants to see that? I settled instead on one that showed my face, surrounded by multicolored flames, sort of like solar prominences, or maybe a hairdo, like the Bride of Frankenstein with a Tesla coil shoved up her ass. "What's that?" I asked. "Curly aura, curlin' aura. I can't think of the word, me." I found it. 2 minutes till blackout. The word was Curlian, and the description of it read like a lot of bourgeois to me. Actually, it read like bullshit. But I knew Jubal was offended by bad language, and I was practicing. "Mostly bourgeois, I think," he said, and I laughed. "But I been looking into it, me, and ain't figured out just what it is." "So what are you looking for?"
1 minute to blackout. Looking for a connection, me. To the no place place? That's it. See, Pod Kane, that music you sing, and the things I feels when I'm in that bubble. Uh-oh, here we go. You scared? I wasn't scared. I'd been through it too many times before, but I was a little nervous about all the machines. I shook my head. Then I woke up to see Jubal leaning over me. He was holding one of my eyelids open, shining a light and peering in as if gazing down a deep well. I felt great, as always. "I'm back," I said. He straightened up. "Didn't you used to be partially bald? I don't know where that came from. Giddiness?" His hand went to the front of his head. "Almost to the top of my head, me," he admitted. "Then I used some stuff. You rub it on. I got hair again." He looked away, embarrassed. Why are so many men afraid to admit they can be as vain as women? "Looks good," I said, sitting up, starting to remove all the hardware. "It thicker, too. Used to be blow-away." He ran his fingers through his hair in an absent sort of way, then smiled. Good Lord, was he flirting with me? "Looks good on you, the way you've trimmed it, and the beard, too." Better question, good Lord, was I flirting with him? "Why'd you do it?" "Got tired of looking like Santa Claus, I guess." We both laughed. "Lost me some weight, too, when I was in prison on that island, and on Mars later on." The island was in the Falklands, where he'd been isolated for his own protection for many years. "Mostly it because I didn't eat much any more, me, but I always got my exercise." Granddaddy Manny said Jubal used to work out his frustrations with hours of rowing, which accounted for his huge arms. "I hear you used to almost live on doughnuts sometimes." "Krispy Kremes," he said. "Bad for me, I know that. But they made me feel better, so I ate 'em. Hadn't had one in, what to date? I forget me." I told him what year it was. It didn't seem like an odd question any more. 30 years. Calendar time? Right. Less than a year Jubal time. Wish I had me one now." So we trooped into the pantry and found the black ball marked Krispy Kreme and opened it. I was instantly hit by the amazing aroma of warm doughnuts. We each grabbed one and closed the bubble again, so they'd be fresh out of the cooker next time we opened it, tomorrow night or 30 years from now. We finished, licked our fingers, and eyed each other. "Just this once," I said, and we scrambled, jostling each other on the way to the pantry, giggling like kids. That evening he blackened some catfish for me. When he opened the catfish bubble, there were dozens of honking big ones, and they were still flopping around. Can't get much fresher than that. He cut off their heads and skinned them and filleted them. At least I assumed he did all that. As he was cutting the first one, I abandoned Chip. I'm not used to being quite that intimate with my food. It was great stuff, served with fresh cornbread made from scratch and something called dirty rice. I finally got him to start talking while we were doing the dishes, and yes, we did them by hand. It was a low-tech kitchen. No microwave or blender or other power appliance, though there was a waffle iron, and Jubal made yummy waffles. Just a stove with burners and an oven and lots of hand utensils. Jubal liked washing dishes, liked chopping stuff by hand. Well, Mom was the same way, except the dishes part. At last we sat down in the living room, groaning from full stomachs, and for once Jubal got right to the point. "Pod Kane, you been to the no-place place?" he said again. "I've been somewhere, Jubal, in my dreams or visions or whatever you want to call them. What I've been figuring is, my head must have got whacked when I was tumbling around in that bus, and some of my neurons aren't firing like they used to." Travis and I had taken him through a mild version of the bus crash. It upset him, but then lots of things do. Jubal is too sensitive for his own good. Ultra-empathetic, he hurts when other people hurt. That's what I used to figure, too. I always getting these little bads, these petits mal, the doctors call 'em, and with me it was probably true. But I don't think that's what happened to you, no. Is this really important, Jubal? I think it is, me. Tell me why." He took a deep breath and looked off into space. As I said, Jubal is terrible with words.
When he has complex thoughts to express, he tries to string them together in his head first, in some sort of logical order, then put them into the damaged word-processing part of his brain, which sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Now he took a deep breath. I think it all connected me, the no-place place, and the place I go to when I'm making the bubble machines, and the big old rocks dropping in from
Europa, I said, until Jubal's pronounced a word a half-dozen times. Even if he mangles it, he can't file it in those rusty file cabinets he uses for word memory. Ropa, Europa, 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 that cold moon on Jupiter, Europa. Those things, they got a holt on you, mind, some which away, and maybe on me, too. I figured, but they don't seem to be doing anything to me. I mean, I don't have any urges to help them destroy the earth or anything. It ain't like that. A window. I don't think they even see us. We too small and quick for 'em, but I think they live in that no-place place. They own it, like we own this continuum. So where does that leave us? Probably nowhere. You can't use what you know to, I don't know, stop them? He shook his head sadly. First, I don't hardly know nothing. I got little kitty toys, like the squeezer and the stopper, me. I sorta understand 'em, but I can't 'splain 'em to nobody else, no. Kitty toys. To Jubal, I guess they were. What do you mean when you said quick? They thoughts is slow, he said. That music you make, it be their thoughts, in their minds, and you have to goose it up to even hear it at all. Computer, it use bytes, little hunks of information, whizzing around in that computer brain like nobody's business. We slower than that, but we hummingbirds compared to them. Time they finish a thought, why your children and they children and they's children born and died. I don't think we'll ever track their attention, me. We just too quick, and I don't s'pect they really lookin', and might not care if they did look. Is there any way that can work to our advantage? I don't see how, me. Maybe so, but I ain't seen it yet. Over the next few days, I got the benefit of Jubal's thinking about the crystals, the bubbles, and a lot of other things, much of it way over my head. There's no point in using Jubal's words, or not many of them anyway, as they were often confusing and took me a while to decode. So let me summarize, going all the way back to that year of Manny, Kelly, and the Red Thunder. That first day, when I was splainin' to Manny, your granddaddy, about how the squeezer work, I didn't know what I was talking about. He said he had splained the squeezer in terms of superstrings and 6 dimensions and twists in space, but he'd had years to do more study while interned in the Falklands, and he decided he was looking at it from a too parochial way. He disproved string theory, whatever that is, to his own satisfaction, and even published some of his results, which was rare for him, so everybody wouldn't go harrin' off down the wrong gator trail. The real model, he said, contained 10 dimensions. He tried to explain it to me and lost me at the 5th, or maybe, on a good day, the 6th. So he got to wondering how, if his theoretical model had been so inaccurate, he had still managed to make the bubble machine. He could remember the moment vividly, he said. I was looking at a new circuit chip. It was a 2-nanometer thing, so eensy-weensy it was apt to melt from your eye tracks on it. I do that to relax sometimes, when my brain hurts. I imagine I'm an electron just a-racing around, through them logic gates and stuff. Sometimes I can see a way to make it better, me. Put in an overpass here and there, or tunnel some electrons through the quantum expressway. I ain't telling it right. Right or wrong, he lost me several exits back. The Cyber Patrol had pulled me over for insufficient IQ points in the fast lane, and flashing my baby blues at them wasn't doing me a damn bit of good. By whatever roundabout route, one day, Jubal found himself in possession of what he called a singularity. He couldn't describe it to me, no matter how hard he tried. He said he could describe the process, but he'd tried it many times before with people who could do the math, and they'd gotten nowhere. So he didn't try, for now.
I didn't know what he meant by that, but he was on a roll, so I let him pass over it. In a few weeks I figured out how to poke that thing here and there in a bunch of dimensions, and it would do tricks. The best one was making these little silver bubbles that I could make bigger or littler by goosing it here and there. And I built me a thing, held the singularity safe as could be. That would be the original bubble maker, which he'd cobbled together from scraps in his laboratory in Florida. The outside of it was just several electronic remote controls, like they used to use with old television sets. He used them because they had buttons and knobs that he could wire for his own purposes, but the insides didn't contain anything the manufacturers had put in there. He must have had at least a vague idea that he was playing with fire, even with that first one, because he made it such that if you opened it up, the singularity went away. "I was playing with the quantums," he said. "It was like that German cat, Dingley's cat, only it was rigged. With the singularity, I could stack the deck, see? I could change the odds by giving it a bowl of milk here and a kick in the butt there." Googling. Okay, Schrodinger's cat. I remember we talked about it in one of my science classes, which we called Physics for Dummies. It was a famous thought experiment to demonstrate some principle of quantum mechanics. I wasn't clear if it meant that quantum effects do scale up to the real world or that they don't. If you understand all this, please consult a physics site for more info. The rest of you dunces, come along with me, and we'll try to get out of this alive. There was a lot more about quantum stuff, which I have a hard time understanding when it's being explained by a professional with good audio visuals. Confession, see student in Physics for Dummies. You want to make something of it? And it doesn't really matter anyway, in a practical sense, except to another scientist. What we were about to get into might as well have been voodoo. In science, you're supposed to be able to replicate an experiment, right? That's basic. A machine should work for everybody, and not only if you hold your mouth right, as Jubal put it. There should be no crossing of one's fingers involved, no incantations to the spirit of Schrödinger or Max Planck or anybody else. You shouldn't have to be hypnotized to make it work. But that's exactly what Jubal did, eventually, hypnotize me. Finally, I'd had enough of trying to understand it all. I didn't see what difference it made anyway. Jubal, let's just admit I'm a dumb bunny, and you tell me what you're trying to get at. He smiled tenderly and reached out without thinking and patted my knee. Then he hastily withdrew his hand and blushed like a teenager. "Okay, you know dumb bunny, you, but I know you ain't got the math. What I want tell you what the no-place place is like for me, and see do you recognize it." And that's what he did. "I been in the bubble 3 times, me. First it was to get away from that island. Then I went in again for a long time, long real time. That first time I noticed I called 'em the points of light, but they wasn't really points, and they wasn't really lights. I'm messing this up. No, I was there, Jubal. I know what you're talking about. No time, no place, no eyes or ears or any other senses I know, but something. Yeah, I can't do no better than that either, me. Something. I thought about it a lot that first time Travis took me out of the bubble. I hypnotized? That's it. They hypnotized me lots on that island. I learned how to do it my own self. I hypnotized myself, and I tried to bring it all back. And it all slippery, but I got some pieces of it, 'cause I used to thinking 'bout multi-dimensional geometry. And the first words out of my mouth, I said, 'Where's Kane?'" "That's amazing," I said. He smiled. "Me too, Cher, 'cause I didn't have no idea why I said it, me." "You're kidding." He grinned. "Nope, it just pop out. And then I got a picture of a real pretty girl who was smiling at me, and I think she was singing a song, and—" He stopped himself and blushed furiously. "I didn't mean nothing." "Sure you did," I said, grinning back at him. "Jubal, believe this. No girl has ever been insulted when a guy calls her pretty, so long as he means it." He was so flustered it took him a few minutes to get back on track. It was enough time for me to ask a few questions of my own. What are you up to, Kane? Are you deliberately needling him? You've never been a tease. You like a guy, you come out and tell him so. Well, I liked Jubal plenty, but he was so insecure about himself, I felt I had to walk on eggs. And as for the whole sexuality angle, I felt sure he had next to no experience at it. Maybe his sexuality had been one of the things destroyed when his brains were scrambled by Crazy Daddy. Dancing the Cajun jitterbug with me was probably as far in that direction as he could go. So Kane, stop teasing him. Lay off, girl. Anyways, he said after a while, I thought about it, and I hypnotized my own self like I learned to do, and tried to get back to that no-place place. Did you? I got back some memories, me. See if you recognize any of this. He was in the place I found so hard to describe, and given his verbal limitations, Jubal found even harder, but he groped his way through it. Since there was no time, no space, no location, no sensory input that was familiar to either of us, all I can do is use euphemisms to describe the experience. When I say he or we felt something, except that it wasn't feeling something in any way you or I or Jubal had ever experienced before. When I say something seemed distant, I realize that in no space, nothing can be distant from anything else. Yet there was a feeling of distance. Got it? I didn't think so. Take heart from the fact that if you're confused, you're in the same boat with me and Jubal, or with me anyway. After a while in his trance state, Jubal came to perceive, to feel, other presences around him. There were thousands of them. Most were clustered in a group not far away. Later, thinking about it, Jubal concluded that these presences, these abstractions of consciousness, were in the Utopia Planitia time suspension facility where Gran is. He felt that he could read their minds, but they were almost as blank as fetuses in the womb, yet he could sense emotions in them. He could sense more points of light, much, much farther away. They seemed to be in 3 groups, which was odd, considering there was no possibility of numbering anything in no space, which wasn't a geometrical point and wasn't a mathematical infinity. But the number 3 came to him after the trance. He could guess what those points were. They were the trapped souls on the 3 black ships he had helped Travis trap in big black bubbles. I felt guilty about that, me, Jubal said. Always will. They were bad people, Jubal. They would have killed Mom and Dad and Travis and you. I know that, me, and I could feel something, not right about 'em. In the trance. Don't make no difference. I still feel bad. What are you going to do with somebody that decent? I searched my conscience for any feelings of guilt about what I'd allowed to happen to Cosmo, because I'm pretty sure that if I'd shown mercy, the Martian people would have let him off. I didn't feel a thing. Does that make me a bad person? So be it. But it didn't stop me from recognizing a truly good man when I found one. Jubal felt presences even farther away than that. Could they be the people who left on starships before I was born and still hadn't returned? It was possible, but there were others, even farther away. Thousands of light years, he said, and I don't know where he came up with the figure, but I was willing to believe him. If it was right, then it could hardly have been human beings he was sensing. Other races, living around other stars? Impossible to answer. There was another cluster of points of light. His trance state brought it back to Jubal that he'd been aware of them at some point before Travis woke him up the first time, shortly after Grumpy lifted off. He tried to remember if he had been aware of them appearing, but that was such a slippery concept, he couldn't get a handle on it. If there is no time, how could he be aware of a time when those points of light weren't there, and a time when they were? But some information had been transferred in some way, because he knew my name and he knew my face. Travis showed him my picture in an array of other girls who looked something like me, and he picked me right out. Travis told him who I was, and Jubal wanted to see me, and Travis told him that I wasn't available, that I was off-planet. He didn't mention that I was buried under a mile of ice.
"I knew it, though," Jubal said. "I knew you wasn't on Mars, and I knew you was in a bubble." He shrugged. "Travis tries to protect me. He knows I get the jimmy jams real easy." He said it sort of forlornly, and I wasn't sure if it was because he regretted the fact that he was so easily upset, or the fact that Travis protected him so thoroughly. Note to self: think that one over later. Everybody had a tendency to treat Jubal like a child, because he was, let's face it, so childlike in so many ways. Everybody in my family older than me had a history with Jubal, and their stories always mentioned how immature he was, emotionally, socially, everything but intellectually. I was seeing him fresh, without any preconceptions, or if I had any, I was quite willing to throw them out. Jubal was seeming to be a much more complex individual than I'd been led to believe. "Those points was you and the others on Europa," Jubal said, "and how you shined. All of y'all, in a way, but you most of all." "You recalled this after you came out of the trance the second time? After you met me, down here in the fortress?" "Yes'm. That first day, I went to bed all druggy, and I put myself under, and I knew those points of light were different. They was magnificated." "Magnified?" "That, too. But I come to feel that we was touching, me and you, in that no-place place. The others, they was shinier than most, but you was just a-blazin'." He went silent, recalling that moment. I thought it over. "So, what does it mean?" "I'm trying to figure it out, me. Before, I didn't make no contact with nobody, no. Knew they was there, me, but that was all, and I didn't contact any of them others what was trapped with you, not a one. But they was mixed up with this other thing, which I think mebbe is them crystal things. And what with you passing out and all, every time Europa makes a trip around Jupiter, it must all connect some which a way." "You think on it, Jubal. That's what you're good at." "I think them crystal things live in that no-place place, and you being so close to them and all, I think they connected to you, and you still tangle up with them." "Tangled?" "It's a quantum thing. A particle can be tangled with another particle, don't matter how far apart they are. They influence each other." "That sounds spooky." "That's what Einstein said, too. Spooky action at a distance, he said. But it's the real deal, no doubt about it." So what did this mean to me? I wanted to know. He shrugged. "Maybe it just means you gonna pass out every 3.5 days. But I've been wondering if you might be the onlyest one who ever has contacted them critters." "But I didn't contact anyone. Anything?" "That song of yours." "Jazzy song?" "That was just me fiddling around with—" He was shaking his head. "It may be the music of the Spears chair. I think it may have some of that no-place place in it, if we study on it. I don't know nothing about music, me, 'cept a few old Cajun stomps, but I know this is different." "But, Jubal, what are you saying? You think they're trying to contact me? Us? Humans?" I sure as hell didn't need this. But he was shaking his head. "I don't think they even notice us, Cher, but you done listened in to 'em, and some which way that got you tangled with 'em." Long silence, deep sigh from me. "So what does it mean?" "Like I done said, mebbe nothing. I thought and I thought and thought about it the first time Travis woke me up, and I don't have no idea at all how to do anything about them things. All I know is you the onlyest one ever touched 'em some way, and something about that touching tuned you into 'em and made it doable for you to reach out to me or me to reach out to you in the no-place place." And that was it for that day. I had plenty to sleep on, and I wasn't happy with any of it. 20. I'd never been hypnotized before, but Jubal was good at it. It wasn't what I'd expected. I didn't get all goofy, and I was fully awake and aware, but some things seemed different. My head seemed clearer. If he'd asked me to walk around flapping my arms and clucking like a chicken, would I have done it? I don't know, maybe I would have, to humor him, and I later learned that that's what hypnotic subjects often thought they were doing. But he didn't ask. I don't think I was under all that deep, at least the first time. He kept the first session short and asked me to imagine myself back in the no-place place. We didn't get very far.
My recollections of the dreams and episodes, if there was any difference, were still hazy. The second time, I figured it didn't work, because I fell asleep there on the couch. I don't mean your standard psychiatrist's couch. This was just your normal, soft leather, overstuffed sofa where Jubal and I often sat together in the evenings, watching classic movies. Since most of the HD 3D stuff made in the last 50 years was too much of a sensory overload for him. But when I woke up, Jubal seemed happy and told me I'd been in a deeper trance. I looked at him suspiciously. "You didn't make me do anything stupid, did you?" He didn't seem to understand at first. You know, parlor tricks. I saw a stage hypnotist once. He had people acting crazy and stuff. He looked shocked. "Cher, I would never. Oh, my, no, Pod Kane, ma chère. Maybe I ought to set up a camera or something, and then you could—" I put my hand on his, which always cut off the awkward flow of words, the few times I'd done it. We didn't touch much. Jubal didn't touch anybody very much, including Travis. I wondered if he confused touching with pain, given his terrible childhood. "I trust you, Jubal," I said. "I just don't want you to think I'd do anything. I mean, I wouldn't take any, I wouldn't touch." His tongue finally was completely knotted, and I patted his hand and then withdrew mine. I thought the fact that he said he'd never touch me meant that he'd been thinking about it. I knew with absolute certainty that he never would, but the idea that such thoughts entered his mind was intriguing. Somewhere in that lost little boy, that incredibly damaged and abused child, was a man with all that implied. The best session of all was the next time I was due for an episode. We both thought it would be interesting if I was in a trance state when it hit. Would it apply some sort of double whammy to my perceptions? I was game to try it. But I began to think we'd started too late. 30 minutes before I was due to keel over, Jubal was still patiently droning at me, and I was still trying to make my mind a blank, but I was too nervous about it. Losing consciousness is never a lot of fun, even if you know you're going to feel great when you wake up. It's too death-like, not at all like sleep. So I was resisting, unconsciously. So when I woke up, refreshed and feeling very hungry for some reason, I shrugged and sighed. "Didn't work, huh?" He smiled at me. "You was deep as you ever been, 10 minutes before the time, he said. "What was it like?" I thought about it. I wish I could tell you something spectacular, but I didn't notice anything different. It's all still so vague. It's like trying to grab smoke. He looked disappointed, but then he brightened. "Sleep on it, Cher. It's dreamland, the no-place place, and I get most of my best ideas when I'm asleep." So that's what I did. And I woke up in the middle of the night with music playing in my head, blasting in my head, filling me with the sense of urgency I hadn't felt since that crazy time. Trance-like, I realized, now that I had something to compare it to, when Jazzy first came to me. I stumbled out of bed in my nightgown and made my way to the main room where my recording equipment was. No keyboard, no guitar, not even a kazoo. "Something wrong, Cher." Jubal was standing there in his pajamas. They had little cartoon alligators on them. "I need a keyboard, Jubal." "Lord, Pod Kane, you sound like a junkie." Keyboard." I mimed playing one, and I was so far in the zone I could actually hear the chords I was hitting on the bare wood of the table in front of me. Jubal asked no more questions, but ran toward his laboratory. Meanwhile, I was hunting feverishly for a pencil and paper. Music can be such an evanescent thing. It can be here 1 minute and gone the next, unless you write it down or record it. Right now, this stuff existed only in my head, which wasn't a very good storage medium. I had my head in my hands, trying to keep the musical string in my mind, a haunting theme that I just knew, when I pulled on that string, would let loose a torrent of sounds that would flow through me. And then Jubal unceremoniously grabbed me by the upper arm and pulled me toward the kitchen. I followed, and he sat me down at the big, high oak preparation table and brought up a bar stool and sat me down on it. He had a keyboard in his hand, and when he unrolled it, dust flew. "Gee, Jubal, you've got a bit of everything in there, don't you?" "Hush, child, I'll be back." And he was off again.
I started experimenting with just the tiny little built-in speaker. Squeaker, really, but it was all I needed. Next time I looked up, Jubal was hooking up a small speaker and amp and my mini-quarter. He interrupted me only once, to spray the keyboard with some cleaning stuff and wipe it up and down with a dish rag. Arpeggios. I began. 8 hours later, I had Jazzy's Return. I shipped it off to Tina, Mike, and Quinn, and then Jubal led me to my bedroom and tucked me in, and I slept for 12 hours. In the morning, it was as if it had never happened. Was it my music, or was I just channeling something from those goddamn crystals? I asked Jubal about it over breakfast.
Don't know, Cher, but if it was channeling, they didn't do it through me, 'cause I ain't got a creative note in my head. It was you done the work.
Yeah, but did they do something to me?
I don't think so. I think you just somehow tuned in to whatever it is they talk about, and you made your own thing out of it.
So what are they talking about, Jubal? I keep getting the feeling you know more than you're telling. He shook his head.
You got the wrong idea, Cher. I don't know nothing more than you do.
But you have some ideas. He thought about it for a while.
I ain't saying I know anything, me. I ain't even saying what they doin' is talking the way we know it. I don't think they intelligent, not the way we measure it. I think they just is, like a animal is. They don't got no plans. They ain't doing nothing to us, not on purpose like. They just like big old boar hogs wallowing in our oceans. It's what they do.
I don't get it.
Always when we think about meeting aliens, we figure we gonna talk to 'em. Maybe we fight 'em. But that's just talking with your fists. We never figured they wouldn't even notice us. Say they's some sort of gas critters living in the middle of the sun, 1 billion degrees down in there. They ain't chemical, they's nuclear. That's how they live. How we ever gonna talk to 'em? But say they like to come to the surface now and again, cool off maybe, or they like to mate up there in the thin gas, or maybe they just playin', jumping around like porpoises or otters, and we see 'em, and we call 'em solar prominences, what you said, when what they is solar dolphins, and they kick up a heck of a racket. Oh my, radiation all over the place, northern lights and satellites getting burned out, and radios all fouled up. You think them gas critters know what they're causing 90 million miles away? If they knew, you think they'd care what's happening on a little freezing cold speck of mud and salt water?
I guess not.
I think these crystals, they're like that, and I think they'd done it before.
I thought about that. You're kidding, right?
Not kidding.
When, Jubal?
About 60 million years ago.
Hoo boy. It was actually around 65 million years ago, and you may have heard of it. Little thing called the Cretaceous Tertiary Extinction. Dinosaurs dying in a rain of flaming meteors. Ring a bell? At least, that's been the prevalent theory. Collision with an asteroid, though there's some who still hold out for other causes. Jubal had done some work on his own. He showed me a graph.
There's 6 major extinctions, the fossil people tell us, he said. Maybe 7, if you count the one we're in the middle of now.
You mean Grumpy and the others?
No, Cher, the one been going on for quite a while.
Call it the... He didn't even try, but pointed at the word, which was Holocene. The ongoing extinctions caused by environmental changes brought about by man. Pollution, global warming, habitat loss, you know the drill. Here's what the chart showed. 65 million years ago, Cretaceous Tertiary Extinction. No date. 200 million years ago, Triassic-Jurassic Extinction. 250 million years ago, Permian-Triassic Extinction. No date. 360 million years ago, Devonian-Carboniferous Extinction. 440 million years ago, Ordovician-Silurian Extinction. 490 million years ago, Cambrian-Ordovician Extinction.
Except for them 2 gaps, Jubal said, they's been a big dust-up every 50 to 80 million years, and if you look at the graph, you can see little bumps there, about halfway through them gaps. It looks periodical to me.
You think this has happened before?
6 times at least, maybe more, 'cause before that there wasn't a lot of critters around that left fossils. But the gaps. He shrugged. Like I said, you can see a bit of a rise in each of 'em. Maybe the conditions wasn't quite so bad them times, or maybe they flat didn't come. Maybe they didn't need to, those cycles. You're talking about life cycles. Yes'm, the critters we know, certain time of the year they come into, well, they get so's they want to, come into heat, breed. Yes'm. His face was a little pinkish. Every critter has its own way of going about it. Some cicadas, they stay underground 17 years, then they come out to mate. They around a few days, lay they eggs and die. You think the crystals are mating? Could be something like that. Could be something else we won't never understand. Whatever they doin' it on a big scale, because they be big. Say they making a nesting place, gonna have little kids and bring 'em up. They's changing stuff around, making the environment better. Terraforming, I whispered. Well, unterraforming, you want to get technical. When they done, Earth might be a lot more like Europa. Planetary engineering, in a hurry. Terraforming is the fairly wacky idea of turning a planet that's not really suitable for human habitation into one that is. It's engineering on a giant scale, and some of the ideas would boggle your mind. And that's about all it had been up to now, boon-boggled. There were a few pilot plants on Mars that dumped oxygen into the atmosphere at the rate of thousands of tons per day, and one day they might give us a marginally breathable atmosphere, say about like the top of Mount Everest in the winter. Last estimate I saw, about 10,000 years. Nobody's built a new one since before I was born. Jubal looked at me solemnly. These little sparks in the graph, they don't look like much. Looks like something hit hard and then went away quick. And I guess that's right, when you look at the whole big picture. But they's quick, and they's quick. These things live on a different time scale than we do. Fact is, these skinksons lasted for thousands of years, and it was a different world every time after. Looks like we might have got out just in time, us. By got out, Jubal meant that humanity had established itself on other worlds, pretty much independent of Mother Earth. Unless the crystals had designs on Mars and Luna, the species would probably survive. But would we survive on Earth? Certainly not in the numbers we had attained before this started. In fact, our population was already significantly reduced. But I didn't see why a lot of people couldn't survive underground, burrowing into the rock, no matter how harsh things got. After all, that's one of the ways we live on Mars. Would Earth end up with a harsher environment than Mars? Not if this extinction went like the previous ones. The dinosaurs died off, but remember that a certain number of species survived every one of the mass extinctions. Then they evolved to fill the niches left behind by the ones that couldn't adapt. I guess it was possible that one of the surviving species would adapt to fill the gap left by bipedal big-brained apes. The next day, Jubal said he wanted to play a game. It turned out to be a lot more game than he bargained for, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Something been bothering me since way back yonder in Florida, with your grand-père and grand-mère, when they built that ship and flew it to Mars, when I made that first bubble machine. Ever since then, people, they've been getting mad at me, 'cause I can't explain how I done it, so I wanted to try it with you. I couldn't have been more floored if he'd asked me to come up with the grand unification theory Einstein couldn't figure out, or read Chinese. Me, Jubal, that's crazy. I got a D in calculus, and I can't even recall how I managed that. I have to take off my shoes to count to 20. It ain't math, at least math behind it, but it'd only be part of it. Nobel Prize winners couldn't follow you, and you expect me? We got something special, you and me, he said, raising his voice just a trifle, which, for Jubal, was like grabbing me by the shoulders and shaking. I shut up and listened. We was both in the no place at the same time, in this universe anyway. Now, the math says no information can be exchanged if no time has passed, but me, I got lots of information. Your face, your name, even a feeling that I knew you. He looked down, then up at me from the corner of his eye. We were sitting side by side on the couch, facing a lot of weird-looking junk he'd brought in from his lab. I didn't know what was making him uncomfortable, but I kept silent. He'd get to it. I felt like if I met you, I'd like you, like I was in your head. Jubal, you like pretty much everybody, don't you? He shook his head. I don't not like many people, lest they done something awful to me or mine. Most people I don't think about 'em one way or t'other. I think we're all like that, except the most evil people. I think you right, so I ain't all that different from anybody else. He seemed to take comfort in that thought. The crown of eccentric genius sat as heavily on his head as the burden of brain-damaged, language-challenged idiot savant weighed upon his back. The onliest way I can explain how the data, the information, the feelings got transferred from you to me is that we got tangled. Entangled, like the quantum stuff you were talking about? Something like that. Jubal, I told you that stuff is way over. You don't have to understand it, Cher. All you have to do is feel it. Okay, feeling I can do. I got a Ph.D. in feeling. He grinned. That's funny. I like that. A Ph.D. in feeling. Wish more folks had one. It would save us all a passel of trouble. He got serious again. Anyways, all I wants to do is try a little experiment. It just be a game, really. I want you to look at some stuff and see what you see. Okay, I can do that too. I'm real good at seeing what I see. He got up and did some things to the equipment he'd brought in, hooked up the thingamabob to the whatchamacallit, checked to see the doohickey was synchronized with the absquatulator, made sure the mimsies were borogroving frabjously. First time I made me a bubble generator, I was studying on this new... He paused, his brow furrowed, and he said carefully, heuristic. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chip. It was something different, and I'd made me some changes to it, see what it could do. I used to do that sometimes, to relax. Some folks put their feet up in front of the TV with a cold brew. Jubal stares at microscopic computer chips. Takes all kinds. I got a little drowse in me, and I went all sort of cross-eyed. And all at once it all tumbled right into place, and I was looking at this thing I'd made me, and it weren't like anything else I ever seen, no. The singularity, right? That's what I called it, but I ain't sure that's what it be. It's a twist in space, and I was scared of it, tell you the truth, but I figured out how to handle it. And all this has what to do with me? It be the mind that make 'em, Pod Kane, and you and me, we had our minds tangled. So I was wondering if maybe you could make 'em too. Oh, brother, sounded pretty wacky to me. But what the hell? What did I have to lose? I settled into the couch, and Jubal brought up an image on the big screen that was part of his equipment. It was a real mess. Ultra-thin lines intersecting with tiny dots, curving things that looked like tubes. I couldn't make any sense of it. This was an early heuristic chip, he said. Them dark things are nanotubes, made out of strands of carbon molecules, and the dots are buckyballs, little geodesic, what you said, named after Bucky Fuller. This was the first chip that tried to work like the human brain, with lots of connections instead of a bunch of transistors. A silicon chip, once you make it, you can't mess around with it, or it just stops working. These new chips, you can fiddle around with them. I knew a tiny, tiny bit about this stuff. I knew it was the basis for all modern computers, and the stuff implanted in my head was decades more advanced than this picture, which didn't help me a bit because the picture meant nothing to me. What I want you to do, Cher, is not so much look at it as look through it. He looked at me with raised eyebrows. Can you give me a little more help? You know them pictures. They look all screwy, little bits and pieces of stuff, and you look at 'em and you don't see nothing, then you see something? Googling. Stereograms. I pulled one up out of memory and attempted to link it to Jubal's implants, and recalled, for the third or fourth time, that he didn't have any. Jubal had explained that he didn't like to be cut on, no. No point in telling him the surgery was about as intrusive as having your ears pierced. He didn't like needles, either. So I tossed the image to the computer in his jackleg setup, and it came up on the screen. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, me. It was a random pattern of multicolored dots. You stare at it for a while, kind of wall-eyed, and something'll pop out at you. I'd seen them before, had no idea how they worked, but I knew how to do it. I stared and let my eyes relax, and there it was, a leaping dolphin with colored spots all over it. It stood out maybe 6 inches from the background dots. You see it, I see it. Now, try the same with the other one. So I did. I stared, and nothing happened. Do you see anything? I finally asked. Not yet. So we stared some more. After a good while, Jubal sighed and did something with his machines. Let's try with the new one, he said, and another image appeared on the screen. This was even denser than the first. I sort of recognized it from pictures of modern cyber stuff, the liquid kind that crammed impossible amounts of circuitry into something the size of a pea. Now, could I put you in a light trance? Have at it. I went under easily now and recognized that semi-detached state where things were just a little more vivid, just a little sharper than normal consciousness. Colors were intense, but sounds were muffled, except for Jubal's voice. I tried to let my mind go blank, as Jubal requested. When I felt it was as blank as it could get without a lobotomy, I focused on the pattern, then tried not to focus. And what can I say? I don't know how to describe what turned out to be almost an hour of staring, except to say that I stared. I don't think I even blinked much. A few times I felt like I was starting to slip into something. If you've ever looked at a stereogram, you know the frustrating feeling of being right on the edge of seeing something, a feeling that the image is trying to come out, that incredible soft, wet, calculating machine behind your eyeballs is working furiously to decode the image the stereogram is trying to send you. But it remains as elusive as a will-o'-the-wisp. What is a will-o'-the-wisp anyway? Googling. Swamp gas. Then the balloon popped. No, make that a soap bubble, because it wasn't startling. Just one moment I was deeply into the picture, and the next moment I wasn't. I found myself sitting very close to Jubal. Our hips were touching. We were both leaning forward, and our heads were inclined toward each other. My right arm, apparently leading a life of its own, was draped over his shoulders. I felt the solid muscle beneath his shirt, beneath his skin, and I inhaled the scent of him. I guess the bubble popped for Jubal, too, because he shook his head just a little bit, and then turned to look at me, his eyes slowly swimming into focus. I leaned forward and kissed him, gently, on the lips. Then I moved back, waiting. Time really is relative. A couple seconds can stretch out almost eternally, as you realize that this moment could change your life forever. The rest of the world went away, and I stared into his eyes, looked at his lips, gently smoothed his hair. It all depended on him. He moved forward just an inch. That was all I needed. I moved against him, pressing my lips to his. He closed his eyes and let it happen. I opened my mouth and put my other arm around him. His hand came up tentatively and brushed ever so gently over my hair. I took the hand and pressed it to my cheek, and he finally began to kiss me back. I moved his hand down to my breast, and when he squeezed it, I felt something explode inside me. I heard moaning and realized it was me. My skin felt flushed and moist. It was suddenly too hot in the room. I pulled back for just a moment and tore my blouse off and put his hand back where it had been. Never breaking the kiss for more than a second, I got his pants down and mine off, and I straddled him. What followed was about as close to rape as a woman could do to a man. But of course, to be raped, you have to be unwilling, and he was not unwilling. He was just shy and tentative. His hands touched but barely skimmed over me. I broke the kiss and whispered in his ear, "I won't break Jubal's share." Be careful what you wish for. He hugged me, and I thought a rib was going to crack. He squeezed my butt, and I knew I'd have bruises, but I didn't care. He arched upward and almost threw both of us over the back of the couch, but I clung like a cowgirl on a bucking bronco. Then he cried out, and again and again. It had all lasted about 2 minutes, and I had been on the edge, and I hadn't made it over, But I didn't care about that either, because now I was deathly afraid. What on earth possessed you, Kane? This was a badly damaged man, uneasy with his own emotions. How would he react to this, now that it was over? Over temporarily, if I had anything to say about it. I gently eased away from him and looked down at his face. Tears were leaking from his eyes. Oh, God, what have I done? What's the matter, Cher? I whispered. I'm sorry, he said. Sorry? Sorry for what? I don't know nothing about this, me, about sex, but I know it ain't supposed to be that quick. I stopped myself from laughing and spent the next little while kissing away his tears, loving the saltiness of him. Honey, I'm guessing it's been a long time for you, I said. It been forever. I took his face in my hands and stared at him. This was your first time? He nodded. Oh, Jubal, Cher, that's so wonderful. I hugged his face between my breasts. Then I let him go and grinned down at him. It is? Of course it is. I'm so proud of us. I didn't do much, me. I know it's supposed to be different than that. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, I said, getting up and kicking off my shoes, which was all I was wearing. If you don't get it right the first time, there's always the next time. I squatted down and removed his shoes and socks, then pulled his pants off. I stood and held out my hand. He took it, and I pulled him to his feet. Then I led him to the bedroom. 21. You could put it down to sheer horniness, and I wouldn't blame you. That wasn't what it was. But still, the last time I got laid was back on Europa, over a year ago, or 10 years ago, calendar time. No time for a relationship during the Earth tour, and no inclination, and nobody I liked well enough. But a girl does need it. That's well known, or she's liable to get grouchy. I'd been feeling mighty grouchy for a long time. He's old enough to be your grandfather, I hear you say. Yeah? You want to make something of it, punk? But you have a point, I know. The man was born in 1980, for heaven's sake. That meant he was pushing 90, hard. But you can't count those many years in the bubble. Clock time, he was 57. Ouch. I know. There were a million practical reasons why this whole thing was a very bad idea. But love knows no practicality. Ask Romeo and Juliet. Okay, bad example. The fact is, all those practical considerations vanished every time I looked into his eyes and saw the joy there. Oh, Cher, all those wasted years. I actually said something like that to him later that amazing day. We were both sprawled across the wreckage of my big bed, eyeing each other warily from time to time, like two exhausted boxers, wondering if the other guy could possibly last another round. What waste, Cher? Well, all those years without making love. It just seems like a waste. I real shy, Potty. I know that, but still. He patted my thigh. Better late than never. And if I'd been making love all this time, I might have fallen in love too early and got married and had to settle for second best without ever knowing it. There's a time for everything, Cher. That night, with Jubal snoring gently against my breast, I had a hard time getting to sleep. I was trying to sort out my feelings. Had I been aware that he was falling in love with me? Yes. Jubal was transparent as a pane of glass. He couldn't hide his emotions, and I could see it in his eyes. I knew it was more than simple lust, too, because I've seen that before. I'm not runway model material, but I'm not bad-looking, and any girl learns to recognize that look in a boy's eye about the time she starts to develop into a woman. Had I been aware that I was falling in love with him? Tougher question. I'd never been in love before. Do you always recognize it instantly, or is that just storybook stuff? I dated about a dozen guys in school for different lengths of time. Some I had sex with, some I didn't, but they all came up lacking in the end. Either there was something about him I didn't like, or there was just no spark there. It didn't bother me. I wasn't in a hurry. I had career plans and figured it would happen when it happened. Look at Mom and Dad, thrown together by catastrophes. They might never have met without the big wave and the Martian War. Mom told me it was an immediate attraction she felt with Dad, but that the love part grew gradually until suddenly it was just there. So I grew up not expecting to get struck unexpectedly by the thunderbolt of love, impaled on Cupid's arrow, or hit over the head by Maxwell's silver hammer. And that's how it had been, a gradual building of affection, turning slowly to thoughts of love-making, as distinct from love, and then out of the blue, the thunderbolt. I could still feel it, churning around pleasantly down there in my belly. Was that right? Shouldn't I be feeling it in my heart? The fact was, though, my heart had been thumping like a kettle drum. The real feeling, the physical ache, had been some inches below that. And I'd felt it before, when a boy put his hands on me, here and there and someplace else. That had been lust, pure and simple. Was this? No, that had been there, the sexual part of it, the trembling, the flushing, the suddenly slipperiness, the instant hardness of the little girl in the pink boat. But there had been something else along with it, a bursting, a flowering. I thought again about that moment, the instant decision, not made consciously, but springing directly from either my belly or my heart, take your pick, to make the first move. Did I figure I'd be jumping his bones about 10 seconds later? No, honestly, I didn't. But I had known deep down that the rest of my life hung in the balance in the next few seconds. If he didn't respond, if he didn't make the second move, then that would be it, very likely for all time. I had never kissed a man before without knowing if the very idea of sexuality would terrify him, without knowing if he had any sexuality. 1 inch. He moved forward 1 inch. It was all he was capable of, and it was the equivalent of a 100-yard dash for a normal man. I had some inkling of the walls he had built against human intimacy, how deeply he had believed that this was an experience that would be forever denied him. Jubal was the most loving man I'd ever met, and there were plenty of people who loved him back, so he wasn't deprived that way. But the love between a man and a woman, he knew that just wasn't going to happen. He told me as much later that day in bed. "You sure know how to pick 'em, Pod Kane. Oh, shut up, you bitch subconscious, or I'll toss you in a barrel and nail it shut." But she had a point. Was there ever, in heaven or earth, a worse mismatch? Let's add it up, shall we? In the debit column, right up at the top, you have to put the age thing. The age thing. Ha! He was almost 3 times my age. If he lived to be 100, I'd be 60. He'd be a wreck, most likely, and I'd still have a lot of life to get through without him. More likely, by the time I was 60, he'd be dead. There was the intelligence thing. When people were making lists of the great men of physics, it usually went like this: Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Jubal Broussard. Not necessarily in that order. I was a B student in science, a C student in math, on a good day. There was the emotional thing. I see myself as a pretty grounded person, even after all the upsets in my life recently, what with nearly being crushed to death by an alien creature, and then being rebuilt practically from scratch, losing 10 years of human history, and having mega-celebrity dropped on me like a gold-plated elephant turd. None of it had made me timorous or big-headed, or really done much to change the potty I was proud to be, in spite of my occasional faults, though I know I'd be the worst judge of that. But it was nothing compared to what had befallen Jubal at a tender age, before he was formed as an adult. Brain damage is probably the worst thing that can happen to you. At least it was the thing I feared the most. Jubal had heroically adapted to it, but it hadn't left him unmarked. It never does, according to the reading I'd done on the subject, and all our high-tech medicine still can't do a damn thing about it. Jubal was prone to mysterious sulks, to withdrawal and depression, to bouts of despair. He didn't like new things, didn't like meeting new people, and would be happiest as a semi-hermit in a mosquito-infested swamp I could hardly imagine inhabiting, hunting alligators and eating possums and raccoons. Me, I'm a city girl. I love the great indoors. I'm slightly agoraphobic. I fear bugs of any kind, and I'm not really comfortable around animals, except dogs and cats. Jubal was going to be a high-maintenance companion, and I wondered where we could live that would make us both happy. Then there was the stature thing.
Jubal was, there's not an easy way to put this for a 6'4" girl, short. Okay, I know it's silly, and it's sure not a deal-breaker, but I just thought I'd mention it in the debit column. We looked at ourselves in the mirror standing side by side and had giggling fits. He was 5'4" in his bare feet. We were the very picture of Mutt and Jeff, except I had bigger boobs than Mutt. He was a fire plug. I was a willow. He was wide and I was narrow. Well, that's what the Y chromosome is all about, isn't it? So we can tell one sex from the other. Only usually the guy is taller. Okay, on to the pluses. Were there any? You bet. About the age business. In some ways, I was older than he was. He was never childish, but frequently childlike, in the best possible way. He had not a lick of an old man's cynicism, ossified opinions, petrified imagination, envy of youth, or even regret for things not done. He knew who he was, and was comfortable with it, and he had the sense of wonder and exploration of a 12-year-old, combined with an IQ that might reach into 4 digits, for all I knew. Intelligence? While I'm average at best in the hard stuff, my verbal skills have always rated in the 99th percentile, and I had no problem with not being able to keep up with his mighty brain, because I wasn't even interested in trying. I intended to follow his mind wherever it led us. We fit together like yin and yang, strengths matching weaknesses. I could even help him express himself. Besides, I'd always preferred smart guys, and with Jubal, I'd hit the jackpot. Emotions. I could sense a tidal change in his behavior even that first day, and I thought it would get better. I could see him emerging from his hard shell, working at his shyness, with me at least. I liked it that his emotions were right out on the surface, that he had no hidden agendas. With Jubal, what you saw was what you got, and I liked what I saw. How many people do you know who are like that? I couldn't think of another. Short? The hell with that. I liked leaning down to kiss him. As for where we could possibly live, that was going to be a problem, but there would be a solution. I knew there would. So put it all on a balance, and how does it add up, logically? Well, I'd call it a draw, with the scales tipping slightly toward run like hell. Mostly because of the age difference. I could see I was going to have a problem selling that one to some people, but I'm an adult, and I'm stubborn, and if anybody couldn't accept us, they could just go to hell. But none of that really mattered, because there was nothing logical about it. Cupid had planted his cherubic pink butt on the other side of the scale, and the needle had swung hard in the other direction, and was now reading, "Go for it, Pod Kane." We had amazing days there alone at the fortress. We didn't spend the entire time in the sack, but it was a close thing. Jubal was eager as a puppy dog, and an amazingly fast learner. He was game for anything, and his delight at some of the things I showed him was a joy to behold. He quickly learned to prolong our mutual pleasure, and when he brought me off, frequently, he was as proud as if he had invented the wheel, or fire, or the squeezer machine. Prouder. We watched old movies. He taught me to cook. He brushed my hair and painted my toenails. I taught him poker, which he was terrible at. There was very little bluff in Jubal, and he taught me pinochle. We didn't even try chess. I knew he'd be 20 moves ahead of me. We showered together, and we bathed together. We took the elevator to the surface and made a snowman out of dry ice. He lapped milk out of my belly button, when I could stop giggling enough so it didn't slosh out. I did his beard to make him a little more Ernie, and styled his hair to make him a little more Lenny. We read books to each other. Jubal could read just fine, never stumbled over a word, though he mispronounced many. He just usually couldn't find the word he was looking for when speaking. We played nonviolent video games. One day we painted each other like circus clowns, head to toe. The lovemaking was particularly good that night. What was that all about? So basically, this is the scene, if this were a movie, where there would be a montage of us cavorting around doing silly things and laughing a lot, to some sort of rollicking music, sharing secret smiles, a little bit of slow motion, which is what we did, except the slow-mo part. But enough of that. We worked out together in the well-equipped gym.
Jubal could bench press me all day long without breaking a sweat, but went back to barbells because I wasn't heavy enough. We rode together through a video environment of some of the world's scenic rivers, the Mekong, the Nile, the Orinoco, the Columbia. It was all kind of sad, knowing most of these scenes were outdated, the estuaries inundated and virtually flushed out from giant waves, but it was better than just sweating on the rowing machines. Every day we spent an hour with me in a trance, staring at different things Jubal thought might nudge my mind into the impossible frame of reference, where one could make a twist in space, as he put it, and create a Broussard singularity. I asked him to make one, so I would know it was possible, but he refused, saying he didn't want to influence me. I knew the whole thing was crazy, but I kept quiet. He had this conviction that because we had been entangled, something I didn't understand or even fully accept, I could become the second human capable of doing it. What the hell? It only cost me an hour a day, and the sessions were relaxing. You can't play pinochle all day long, or screw. There was one subject I knew I'd have to talk over with Jubal, but I kept putting it off, and that was religion. His father had been some kind of backwoods messiah preacher, his church some weird combination of Catholicism, snake handling, and penance through pain, the mortification of self and others. Jubal and his siblings had been the most frequent others. He could not tolerate obscenity or profanity, and I had to watch my mouth when I was around him. When he came out of the bubble, he had been reciting the Hail Mary, so I assumed he was devout in some way. If he wanted me to go to church with him, I'd do it, though I suspected I'd feel hypocritical kneeling and praying, and I'd have to draw the line at handling snakes. But finally I took the bull by the horns, or the snake by the tail, and just asked him what church he went to. "Church?" he asked. "You know, what is your religious faith? If we're going to be together, we'll have to work that out some way. I ain't got no church, me." "But you believe in God, right?" He eyed me suspiciously. "Do you share?" Honesty is the best policy, or so I've been told. I hoped it was true. "I can't say I do or I don't," I said. "I don't think there's any scientific evidence for a God. But I don't know enough about the universe to say one way or the other." There. Was that sufficiently weasel-worded? "Well, I knows plenty about the universe," he said, "and I'm with you, honey. One thing I'm real sure, that if there's a creator, he ain't some bearded old thunder-clapping bully boy with a bloody shirt and a bad temper." "But I thought you believed in the Bible." He laughed, then quickly got serious. "When you was a child, Potty, did you ever have a gree-gree to keep the boogey-mens away?" I had to Google for a second, but then I knew what he was talking about. For a while there, I remember checking under my bed and in the closet to see if there were any monsters in there, I said, but I don't think I had any spells to keep them away. "Too bad. They can be a comfort. The words theirselves. I mean, not any real power they have, which they don't. When I was little, I used to say the Hail Mary, and the Our Father who art in heaven, and the 23rd Psalm. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of Daddy. That's how I said it, Cher, hoping we wouldn't need to do any repenting that night. Oh, Jubal, my darling. Has anybody ever found the limits of man's inhumanity to man, to a man's own son?" He put his arms around me and hugged me gently. There, Potty, it all over now. But when I'm scared, and I'm scared a lot, I know it ain't manly, but I can't help it. I say them words. I take comfort from 'em, me." I sniffled for a while, and he continued to console me. Not manly? I should have been consoling him, not the other way around. "You probably wonderin' about them words, too," he said. "Words? What they call four-letter words. Some of 'em a lot longer than that. Swear words. That another name for 'em." He sighed. "I know words is just words, but I got me a conditional reflect." "Conditioned reflex." "What you said. My daddy, if we young'uns say a cuss word, he'd whoop us something awful. He had a long list of 'em. He didn't even like us to say," short pause, "darn. Said it was just the same as damn." He swallowed hard. If we didn't say them words often enough, he'd say 'em for us, and whoop us while he was sayin' 'em. I done some studying on it, Potty. Say you take a little puppy, and every day you beat him, all the while a-hollerin' bullfrog, 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 whoop, whoop, whoop. As he said this, he pounded the couch we were sitting on. Pretty soon you don't have to hit him. You just holler, bullfrog, and that puppy'll whimper and cry and pee hisself. Jubal, that's so awful. It is, ain't it? Poor little puppy. And I knew he was thinking about that imaginary little puppy, not hisself. That's what happened to me, Cher. I hear them words, and my bowels clench up, and my heart goes to pounding, and I break out all sweaty. Sometimes I get plumb sick, and I up my food. I squeezed his hand. Jubal, you know they have ways of deconditioning reflexes like that. They do. Honest Injun. They can help with phobias, too. You're not the only one. I freak out when I see a bug, and I don't like open spaces much, unless I'm wearing my pressure suit. That last one's pretty mild, but believe me, if a spider crawled on me, I'd— Oh, Jubal, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Really? I don't mind spiders, me. He was thinking it over, and I thought he was drawing just a bit of confidence at the thought that a normal person like me had irrational fears, too. I might like to look into that one of these days. I don't think I'd ever say them words, but it sure would be nice if I could hear 'em without getting all trembly inside. Then one day, Travis walked in on us. No, not in the act, but maybe it was the next worst thing. Jubal and I were sitting side by side on the couch, watching West Side Story. Damn good music and dancing, by the way. I jumped up, smiling, and hurried over to him, intending to give him a big hug, but was stopped cold by the look of shock on his face. For a second, I couldn't figure out what was the matter. Then I did. Oh, please, Travis. Jubal was so involved in the movie that he hadn't noticed Travis's arrival at first. Now he looked up and got the big, goofy grin he always got when he saw his favorite cousin. He started to get up. "Pod Kane," Travis said, "could I speak to you in private for a moment?" He grabbed me by the upper arm quite roughly and started pulling me toward the kitchen. There wasn't much I could do about it. He was much stronger than I was. We burst through the swinging door, and Travis whirled us around, standing with his back to the door. Then he hissed, "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Get your hand off me, Travis." He looked pained, maybe even a little apologetic, and let me go. I steamed for a moment, glaring at him. Nobody manhandles me that way. "What are you talking about?" I whispered. I couldn't think of much that would upset Jubal more than an argument between me and Travis. "What am I talking about? Get some clothes on, Pod Kane. You're stark naked." "I will not," I said. "Don't saddle me with your stupid earthy morality, Travis. At home, sometimes my family wears clothes, and sometimes we don't. This isn't your home." He had me there, but I was stung. When Travis had showed up when I was a child, I'd always felt that our home was his home. He'd seen me running around naked until I was 4, then again when I was 9, and when I was 14. He'd never seemed bothered by it. I knew what the difference was, of course, and it was Jubal. But it had to come out sooner or later. So I said, "Besides, Jubal likes seeing me this way. It makes him happy." "Jesus Christ, Pod Kane, are you fucking him?" I slapped him so hard I'm surprised I didn't take skin off his face. He pretty much ignored it. "So you are fucking him." I slapped him again. This one finally seemed to get his attention. "As you so gently put it," I growled, "yes, I am fucking him. Or to put it more accurately, he's fucking me and doing a damn good job of it." He turned so red, I thought he was going to hit me. Instead, he turned his face away and spoke softly. "Jesus Christ, Pod Kane, listen to me. Do you have any idea what this— No, you listen to me, Travis. I know you love him, and I know you protect him, but I want you to ask yourself this. How long has it been since you've given him a chance to be something beyond what he's always been? You don't have any idea what you're saying." I did, though, because Jubal had confided in me one night when it was dark in the bedroom, just a single candle, and he was on the verge of sleep. One of those times when you can confide things deeper than you've ever revealed before.
He told me that sometimes Travis made him feel a little too protected. This was a bit like the Pope, saying maybe God was a little too nosy and bossy and interfered too much. The sort of thing you might need a good stiff drink for, before and after. And he didn't come out and say it in so many words. I had to decode it, because every other sentence was about how much Travis loved him and how much he loved Travis. All true. But one thing I've learned is that love can be the dirtiest of all those four-letter words that scare Jubal so much. When it turns to possessiveness, love can morph into something ingrown, infected, and ugly. That kind of love can smother at best and kill at worst. But I knew I couldn't tell Travis any of that, at least not then. It would betray Jubal's confidence. No, I knew that I would have to count on Jubal to stand up to what might be his greatest fear, losing Travis. The rest of my life hung in the balance. "Now," I said as calmly as I was able, "I want you to splash some cold water on your cheek and try to get rid of those red marks. We don't want to upset him. And I'm going to smile and take you back into the living room, and you and Jubal are going to sit down and visit a spell. He may have some things to say to you." He looked at me oddly. I could practically read his mind. This wasn't the cheerful little potty who'd had a crush on him. Not the pod Kane he was used to. I felt in control, of him anyway, and I could read the beginnings of doubt in his eyes. I knew he would do what I told him to do. If only I could feel more sure Jubal could stand up to him. Travis is a very forceful personality. Was he fair? Would he listen? We went back into the living room, where Jubal was looking nervous, wringing his hands with a half-smile on his face. He knew something was up, and he probably had a pretty good idea what it was. I made myself smile, and I hoped Travis was doing the same. "If you boys will pardon me," I said, "I think I'll go powder my nose, and you guys can catch up on the news." I went off down the hall, made it to my bedroom door, closed and locked it behind me, then sprinted to the bathroom and lost my breakfast into the toilet. Damn good andouille and cheese omelet, too. What a shame, eggs being as rare as they were these days. I washed out my mouth and cleaned myself up, then did a few deep breathing exercises while staring at myself in the mirror. I guess the course of true love never did run smooth, but this was taking a toll. I looked old. What would Jubal do? I showered and shampooed my hair. I spent an hour on makeup, starting over twice. From the closet, I chose a modest, white-ribbed turtleneck and a gray skirt, and plain black flats. I wanted to look as grown-up as possible. I draped a heavy gold chain around my neck, with my navy cross hanging from it, and chose a pair of earrings that matched. I went to the bedroom door. I rested my forehead against it for a moment, then took a deep breath and went back to the living room. Jubal and Travis were standing at the end of the couch, hugging fiercely, Travis slapping Jubal on the back. I waited, my heart in my throat. Finally, Travis noticed me and beckoned me over with one hand. As I was walking toward them, Travis broke the embrace and turned toward me. Tears were streaming down his face. He held out his arms, and I came into them. I had to bend down a little as he spoke in my ear. "Bless you, Potty, bless you," he whispered. "I've never seen him happier." Well, my heart didn't have any place to leap to, being in my throat already, but it did some really fancy gymnastic moves in there, and for a minute I wondered if I'd choke. But it tripped a release valve and turned on the waterworks. Travis took my hand and placed it in Jubal's, gave our clasped hands a pat, as I wondered if Jubal was going to crush my fingers, and then he drew back to admire us. "So," he said, "y'all ready to set a date?" 22. Jubal didn't dare appear in public at all, even to the extent of coming to Thunder City under heavy security and secrecy. It was just too dangerous. There were too many powerful people with long memories who would like to examine the goose that laid the silver bubbles, and wouldn't mind if he died in the process. And it was better if I stayed away too, what with the clamor building over Jazzy's return. Oh, yes. While Jubal and I were canoodling, Mike and Tina and Quinn had done a little fiddling with my latest effort, put it out there, and it had immediately shot to the top of the charts. There was clamoring for at least another concert, more if possible, and Tina told me that if I wanted to do a system-wide tour, it was mine for the asking. But she didn't pressure me in any way, and when I told her that I wouldn't be ready for anything like that for quite some time, she seemed to understand. Maybe a year from now, she suggested, and I let her think I was agreeable to that. In fact, at the moment at least, I'd rather have died than even think about going on tour again. Besides, now I had Jubal. Was Jazzy's return really that good? I didn't know. I liked it, and it seemed to have something new to say in this still rather mysterious, to me anyway, new genre of pod music. But I also realized that my celebrity had reached such heights after the Earth tour that I could have recorded 99 bottles of beer on the wall on a Jew's harp, and it would have shot to the top too. That happens, and an artist should be aware of it. I woke up to it when I realized I was getting the same huge amount of applause on nights when I was clicking like a Geiger counter as on nights when I was about as sharp as the butt end of a bassoon. The audience begins to adore you for your reputation as much as anything. You can do no wrong. My best career move at this point would be to die. Then every snippet I'd ever recorded, outtakes, bootlegs, do-overs, could be marketed as the Lost Kane sessions. What an artist needs most at this point in her career is somebody honest enough to tell her when she stinks. Anyway, because of that, when Travis issued his invitation a few days after coming back to the fortress of solitude, it was for the family to come to him rather than us going back to town. Travis has 2 families, and they had always been more or less separate. That's because his biological family, the Broussard clan, were mostly on Earth, and his adoptive family, the Stricklands, Garcias, and Redmonds, were all on Mars. But that changed after Grumpy, and most of the Broussards were now either Martian citizens or residents. Only a few diehards were still holding out Earthside. Everybody got an invitation, and it took 2 buses to bring them all out to the fortress. It was chaos for a while there, with me being introduced to dozens of Broussards I'd never met before, since practically all of them had arrived on Mars while I was sleeping on Europa. Jubal was in heaven. Though he doesn't do well in crowds, this crowd consisted of practically all the people in the universe that he cared about. He and I had spent the whole day cooking a massive smorgasbord, or as Jubal put it, help yourself style. Now he had become quite the social butterfly, and half his conversations were in Bayou French, which I gathered he was a lot better at than in English. I resolved to learn it as quickly as possible. My parents were there, and both sets of grandparents, and Uncle Bill and Aunt Amelia, and some of their brood, and Mike and Marley, still together, my fingers crossed, and Tina and Quinn. Somebody had brought a guitar, and somebody else had brought a squeeze box, and I tried my hand at the washtub bass, and soon there was stompin' and dancin' and feastin', fit to beat the Mardi Gras. Laissez les bon temps rouler. After about an hour, Grandma Kelly took me by the arm, gently, and without a word, led me down the hall to my bedroom and closed the door behind us. Mom was there, looking worried. She faced me and put her hands on my shoulders. "I'm not going to be judgmental, baby," she said, "but please tell me, what's going on with you and Jubal?" Well, it was a lot better than, "Are you fucking him?" Is it that obvious? It might have taken me a bit longer if I only had you to look at, but not a lot longer. "The way Jubal looks at you," Grandma Kelly sighed, "the man always was a bit of a puppy dog. If he was a basset hound, he'd be tripping over his own ears." "So what have you done, Potty?" Mom asked. "I've fallen in love with him, Mom." They both looked at me like I was maybe a piece of furniture they were thinking about buying, both of them leaning toward no. "Have you thought this over?" Mom asked. "How much thinking can you do when you're in love, Mom?" "There's that," she said, with a sigh. "The serious answer is yes, I have. I know it's not going to be easy, and you probably think I'm stupid, him being so much older. I didn't know where to go from there." "Not stupid. You've never been stupid, Potty. In fact, sometimes I've wondered if you were being too analytical for your own good. Some of those boys in high school were— Never mind that. Kelly?" Grandma Kelly moved into position.
What was this? Good cop, bad cop? Does Travis know about this? He does? What did he say?
He was against it. I had to slap him around. Grandma didn't smile back at me.
Was?
Then he talked to Jubal. That seemed to stop her for a moment. He doesn't own Jubal, Grandma, and Jubal stood up to him, for once. They looked at each other, and Grandma gestured to Mom like, she's your daughter, you've got the floor. Mom was silent for a while, then nodded. It's not just the age, Potty. It's almost like he's a relative. Hush, I know he's not, by blood anyway. He's an old friend of the family. Did she step a little hard on the word old? But he's only a little older than you now, Mom, and he's younger than Grandma. I mean, when they met, he was older, but now he's... Something was tickling at my brain. Ah, but I was so much older then. What Evangeline is saying, Grandma put in, is that, well, we all know he wouldn't hurt you. He's not capable of it. He's the sweetest man I have ever known. I admit, I never thought of him as lover material. She shook her head. What I'm saying, if you hurt him, I will slap you so hard. You'll have to get in line, Kelly, Mom said. I'd never hurt him. I swore. And his sweetness is one of the reasons I fell in love with him. Well, all right then. Mom hugged me, and Grandma got into the act, and it was another of those three-way love fests. I'll admit, it didn't touch me as deeply as with Jubal and Travis. My eyes remained dry. I mean, where did they get off, giving me the third degree? But I knew it was because they loved me, and loved Jubal, and didn't want either of us to get hurt. But still, nosy. I hope I never get that way, but I probably will. The nosy gene was all around me. Grandma pulled back a little and looked at me narrow-eyed. One of the reasons? She asked. Tell me more, just between us girls. I mimed, zipping my lips. Personal, Grandma, I'll never tell. She shrugged and started to turn away. But he is, hung like a stallion, and fucks like a bunny rabbit. 2 seconds of shocked silence. Gotcha. And then we all three started laughing so loud that Dad knocked on the door and stuck his head in for a second. He took in the scene and wisely decided it was none of his business. My reason for bringing y'all out here, and I do have one, other than drinking. You'd never know it to look at us. We are not, by and large, a hard-drinking family, though the various Broussards were demonstrating both a larger capacity and a better ability to hold it than the rest of us. Jubal never has more than one beer, and Travis, an alcoholic, drinks coffee or ginger ale. But a lot of people were feeling no pain. What I'm offering is a mystery tour. Any of you who are interested can board my ship, the Second Amendment, in 1 week's time to get your affairs in order and take off on a 10-day, all-expenses-paid junket to a mystery destination that I guarantee you'll find interesting. Getting your affairs in order sounds ominous, Travis, one of the Broussards said. They knew him as well as the rest of us did. There was general laughter. Travis held up his hands, palms out. I guarantee this is safe as a trip to the store. What I meant, you may need to line things up so you can take time off from your jobs. So what are we going to see? Somebody asked. That's why it's called a mystery tour. There were more questions, a lot of them, but Travis wouldn't be budged. I caught Grandma Kelly's eye, and she leaned over and whispered in my ear. Same old Travis. He loves to be in control, and he loves surprises. Do you have any idea what he's up to? Not a clue. How about Jubal? He know anything? Well, if Travis told him something in confidence, he wouldn't tell anyone, not even me. But I don't think he knows. Which wouldn't stop me from grilling him about it tonight in bed. We ladies have our methods. When the party broke up, I didn't have any sense of who would be going and who wouldn't. Some were obviously interested, and some were dubious, and a few just couldn't get away. I approached Jubal as he was kissing a cousin goodbye. Will you go with me, Cher? He asked. Whither thou goest, I told him, secretly relieved that I wouldn't have to cajole him into it. Jubal hates travel, but I wouldn't have missed this for anything. A week later, most of the people who had been at the party boarded the Second Amendment. It was a huge ship. Everybody got a private cabin. We cruised for 4 days, accelerating for half, turning around and decelerating for half. Mars quickly got smaller, but the best clue was that the sun got smaller too. That meant we weren't going to Earth, and the turnaround time meant we weren't going to Jupiter. That left the asteroid belt, and there were way too many of those for me to estimate which one might be our destination. We never lacked for things to do, and we ate like kings, dining on stuff most of us had seldom had since the crisis began, all taken from a bubble pantry like the one in the fortress. But basically, not a lot happens on an ocean voyage or a space voyage. We had poker tournaments, and I lost a few bucks. We worked out. Kelly appointed herself cruise director and organized lots of fun stuff to keep us all occupied. The rest of my biological family had a little time to adjust to me and Jubal as an established fact. Dad was the hardest sell, but the more he observed us, the easier he got with the idea. Granddaddy Manny was fine with it from the beginning. Mike was suspicious as hell. Jubal was a legend to him, like to so many other people, and he went around frowning at the thought of his big sister, his former big sister, now that he was as old as I was, involved with this geezer. Then one day he came up and apologized for being a jerk. It was a little like he was reading prepared lines, and later Marley confided to me that she'd had to slap him around a little, figuratively, of course. After that, he and Jubal hit it off famously. There was really only one thing of note that happened on the trip out. One night, as we were getting ready for bed, Jubal suddenly dropped to one knee and took my hand. He seemed upset, and I couldn't imagine what the problem was. He stuttered around it for a moment, then inadvertently slipped into French. He stopped himself, and finally managed to choke it out. "Pod Kane, will you marry me?" I had to work very hard to stifle a laugh, which would have been one of sheer relief, because I knew it could be misinterpreted. I looked at him down there, looking desperately up at me, and then I got down on my knees and took both his hands. "I love you, Jubal. Of course I'll marry you." Once more, there was the rib thing as he hugged me and kissed me. I'd have to train him to be more careful, but just then I didn't mind at all. What's a cracked rib or two at a moment like that? Then Jubal leaped to his feet and went to the bedroom door, flinging it open. Travis was standing there, looking almost as nervous as Jubal, which meant he hadn't been eavesdropping. "She say yes," he shouted. "Geez, Jubal, wake up the whole ship, why don't you?" And about an hour later, I was walking down the aisle. Truth. I had never imagined a ceremony. When it happened, I'd assumed we'd hop a train down to City Hall and fill out a civil contract. Jubal had confessed he wasn't religious, and I sure wasn't. And I wasn't one of those girls who dreamed about a big wedding and designed her gown when she was 8. But Jubal wanted a ceremony, and I had no objections. Travis had had a week to set it up. "Just in case you said yes," he later told me. Nobody else knew except Mom, who had to be in on it, because she provided the wedding dress, which had been hers when she married Dad. A few alterations, and it fit me like a glove. It was white and floor-length. I couldn't believe what I saw when I looked in the mirror. "Why, Potty, you're glowing." Travis must have bought some sort of wedding in a box, because he had everything. There was no aisle on the Second Amendment, so he brought along some church pews and cleared out the biggest room and set them up to make one. There were tons of flowers all around the room. Later there was a simply monstrous cake. There was the bridal chorus from Wagner's Lohengrin. I wouldn't have been surprised if Travis had popped a flower girl out of one of his bubbles to strew rose petals in my path. Jubal was resplendent in a black and white tux. Granddaddy Manny was his best man because Travis, in his capacity as captain, had to perform the service. Admiral Bill was in full dress uniform. I had Broussard bridesmaids whose names I couldn't even remember. Grandma Kelly was matron of honor. I had a corsage to toss. Dad walked me down the aisle to where Jubal was standing, on a box. I almost burst out giggling, but by a supreme effort of will, maintained my dignity. In place of an altar, there was a table draped in the Martian flag, so it was clear this was a civil ceremony. Jubal had written the vows himself, with help from Travis and others, and mercifully they hadn't put together one of those awful, sappy, breathless, embarrassing ego trips I'd seen at other secular weddings. Basically, they'd just taken the traditional vows and stripped out the religious stuff. If Travis had asked me to love, honor, and obey, I had brought a borrowed pencil to rewrite the contract, but it was love, honor, and cherish. Nobody's going to obey in my marriage. We'll talk things out like civilized people, and then I'll get Jubal to do what I want him to do. The dress was old, the veil was new, and the flowers were violets. Close enough for jazz. When Manny handed the ring to Jubal, I practically fainted and had to interrupt the proceedings just for a moment. "Jubal, that rock is enormous," I whispered. "It's as big as the Hope Diamond." "It is the Hope Diamond," Travis whispered, and shrugged when I gaped at him. "When the United States went bankrupt after the big wave, I picked up some bargains at the Smithsonian disaster sale. Had it remounted, in case I ever found the right girl." Fat chance. Travis had had many girlfriends in the course of a long and colorful life, and they always dumped him. "The stone don't matter," Jubal said. "Only the love matters. With this ring, I thee wed." And that was about it. We didn't do a recessional, just started partying right there. Dad was crying, Mom was misty-eyed. Travis lit a cigar, shocking a few people, then passed out more. Luckily, the ship's air system sucked the illegal poison away almost instantly. Pretty silly, huh? Only the best day of my life. If it had a name, I never heard it. More likely it just had one of those generic asteroid names, like 22 Calliope, or a number, and the name of the discoverer, or just a number. People still tend to think of the asteroid belt as choked with rocks, but the fact is, it's so diffuse you can blast right through it with barely a care. Total mass of the belt is about 4% of Luna. Just the biggest four, Ceres, Vesta, Pallas, and Hygeia, are over 50% of the mass of the whole belt. Ceres is the only one big enough to be round. All the others are lumpy in one way or another. The mostly common way to describe these rocks, of which there are over 3 million, half a mile or more in size, is potato-shaped. This one was a big Idaho spud, a rough ellipsoid, 7 miles long on one axis, about 4, maybe 5 miles in the other, with a few lumps and a few shallow craters. The only thing a little odd about it, as we approached, was that it seemed to be rotating around its long axis. No reason why it shouldn't, but just eyeballing it, the spin seemed to be exactly along that axis, like somebody had aligned it that way, which is exactly what Travis had done, of course. Was he taking us to a bigger and better fortress of solitude? We were all gathered in the main room, watching the approach on a big screen because we were decelerating, ass backwards, to our target. The ship was in auto-docking mode, no pilot necessary. We were getting nearer quickly and would soon go into freefall. I was holding Jubal's hand tightly. He hates freefall. He had been weaning himself off of his tranquilizing medication. He'd been drug-free for the wedding, but had taken an extra dose today. "But you my best trank, Potty," he had said, and he was proving true to his word, so far, with hardly a shiver, as we neared the moment of main engine cutoff. "Are you going to spill the beans, Travis?" Kelly asked. "Soon, soon," Travis assured her. I was focusing on something I'd spotted on the side of the big potato, something white and far too regular to be a natural feature. It looked like writing, and it had rotated into view several times as we neared it. "Travis, could you give us a better view of that white patch?" I asked. "Sure thing." The camera zoomed in, and I tilted my head to read the letters, which must have been 1/4 of a mile high. Because of the unevenness of the surface, they were slightly askew, like the famous Hollywood sign, now long gone. It said, "Rolling Thunder." Well, it was rolling all right, but naturally it was doing it in the total eerie silence of space. I timed the rotation. I was beginning to have some idea of what this thing was, and gave the number to Jubal and asked him to work out what the centrifugal gravity would be inside it. If it was hollowed out, as I suspected. "Have to know how much is hollow share," he said. "Further out you get from the axis, the more gravity you get." "It's 2/3 of a G," Travis said. "Then you got a hollow in there about 2 miles wide," Jubal said. "Exactly 2 miles," Travis said, sounding a little annoyed. He'd liked his surprises.
I hope you all have been keeping up with your exercises. You're going to weigh a little less than twice what you do on Mars. We'd been boosting at half a G, which isn't unpleasant. 2 Mars Gs would actually be 3/4 of an Earth gravity. 2/3 Earth Gs would be heavier than I like, but not nearly as onerous as Pismo Beach. Nobody said much as the main engines cut off. Jubal was holding my hand tightly, barf bag in the other hand. He looked a little green for a few minutes, but came through it okay. Then there were little pushes and shoves as the ship's computer eased us into a vast docking bay and pressure doors closed behind us. A passenger tube extended itself and locked onto us, and Travis led the way out. I tugged Jubal along like a toy balloon. Travis led us down a few corridors and into a big chamber with seats in concentric circles. He instructed us to strap in, and when we did, the room started to move. We gradually built up weight, and not in a pleasant way. Something seemed to be pulling me to one side. I realized it was the googling Coriolis force. We were going down, but also in a circle. Even I, with what I thought of as good space legs, felt a little queasy. Jubal quietly filled the barf bag, looked sheepishly at me, and patted my knee. I'll be okay now. We were soon at the bottom of the elevator shaft. I started to get up and fell back in my seat. Phew! 0.66 Gs took a little getting used to. Jubal gave me his hand and hoisted me to my feet. The elevator doors yawned wide, and we were in a semicircular tunnel about 50 feet wide and 25 feet high. The floor was flat, the ceiling arched over us, and right before us was a choo-choo train. I'm not using the word lightly. It looked like it had been assembled by a child with no sense of history at all. Up front was a simply massive black locomotive with polished chrome work, pipes running all over the place, and wheels as tall as I am. There were painted highlights of red and orange. Every surface gleamed. "Is that a steam engine, Travis?" Granddaddy Manny asked. "Used to be. Southern Pacific number 4449. Runs on bubble power now. This is more of the stuff I picked up at the United States disaster sale. Cheap." Hooked behind it was a long silver observation car with a glass bubble on top. It was clearly from another era. After that was an even older car, made mostly of wood. And at the end was, what else? A cheerful little red caboose. I looked down the tracks behind the train and saw that the rails split and entered a larger area where I could see other cars. Travis had always liked to collect things. After he became a multi-billionaire, his toys just got larger. I had a feeling we were standing inside the largest toy of all. Travis produced a train conductor's hat from somewhere and put it on his head, then ushered everyone into the passenger car. Up ahead, I could see a man leaning out of the cab of the locomotive. I wondered who he might be. When we were all seated under the dome, the train blew its whistle and slowly pulled forward. We passed under hanging strip lights and then through a pressure door. I could see it close behind us. In a quarter mile or so, another set of doors opened. We passed through 3 sets of doors, then through the last one, which took us into the interior of the Rolling Thunder. I knew places like this existed, though there weren't many of them, and this may have been the largest. I had never been inside one. No stereo high-res video could even begin to prepare you for it. 6 miles long, Travis was saying, 2 miles in diameter, 6 1/4 miles around the cylinder, 37.5 square miles of land area. That's 24,000 acres, almost 10,000 hectares. Volume is 20 cubic miles of air. Picture being inside a cylinder 6 miles long and 2 miles in diameter. It's rotating around the central axis fast enough to produce 0.66 G, but there is no sense of spinning. Wherever you are, down is directly below you, though you can see the ground curving gently upward in 2 directions. Call them east and west. Look due north and south along the spin axis. The ground is flat right in front of you, but curves upward at the sides until it meets overhead. That is, I know it did meet, but I couldn't see it, because a long light source ran right down the center of the cylinder, where it was weightless. I guess that was what was going to pass for the sun in here. The ends of the cylinder were rounded, like a tank for holding high-pressure gas,
like propane or maybe liquid oxygen. That was because this giant cavern was made by squeezer machines, taking big round bites out of the surrounding rock and compressing it down to whatever size you wanted it to be. You could dig out this entire space in an afternoon. Filling it with stuff would be another matter. It took me a while to notice, because at first we were all gawking at how the ground curved up, around and over, but from time to time we passed groups of people working. The engineer would toot his whistle, and the work crews would look up and wave to us. Some were driving bulldozers and other heavy equipment. Some were building structures out of metal, stone, or wood. I saw one group stringing barbed wire fences, and another herding cattle, if you can believe it. I saw goats and sheep. I saw ducks swimming in a pond. We passed through a forest, where all the trees were about 10 feet tall, tied to stakes. For a while a dog ran alongside the train, barking happily. But mostly it was the people I noticed. They were about equally divided between men and women, and there were even a few children. One woman carried a baby on her back, papoose style. Who were these people? The train followed a corkscrew path. Looking ahead, it seemed like you were about to take a ride on a roller coaster, but when you got there, of course, it was perfectly level. We went over bridges that crossed dry stream beds with rocks at the bottom. We clattered over switch points where other tracks crossed our line. There were grade crossings where various vehicles waited for us to pass. The land we traveled through was oddly formed. Every quarter-mile to half-mile, we ran along a low trestle that took us up to a ridge, from 50 to maybe 100 feet high, where the land seemed to begin to slope gently down again. It was hard to be sure because being inside the giant cylinder distorted my perceptions, but I could see that the interior was lined by these ridges, sort of like the ribs of a really huge whale. They curved away on each side and met overhead, a series of rings, one after the other, stretching from one end of the cylinder to the other. I thought it might be some sort of artifact of the squeezing process, as successive bites were taken out of the solid rock and metal. Turns out it was something different. I'll get to that later. We went through 2 villages, and I could see more up the sides and overhead. They were completely different architecturally. I recognized the styles, since Martian architecture, at least in the tourist places, was modeled on various Earth fantasies. Many of the casinos and hotels were themed to one region or another, but nicely Disney-fied. The first village was merry old England, with half-timbered homes and shops with thatched roofs, a few horse-drawn vehicles, and a partially completed stone church. All around the church were more stones, carefully numbered, and some tall stained glass windows, and masons were putting more stones in place as we watched. It looked like Travis had bought an entire village and took it apart for reassembly here. The second village was Japanese: paper walls, enclosed gardens, a Shinto temple, cherry trees. In the distance I could see what looked like a riverside town built on stilts on the edge of a dry riverbed. The houses had corrugated tin roofs. Cajun? South American? Indonesian? I couldn't tell without a closer look. After a while we pulled into a station that might have been built in the early part of the 20th century. It was made of wood planks, painted yellow with white trim. Travis told us this was our destination, and we all got out and gawked some more. The curving effect was even more impressive and disorienting when you were standing outside. And there was another funny thing that made it even worse. The station platform was not quite level. I had thought the train listed a little to the right, too, but I couldn't be sure. Now the tilt was obvious. Everyone around me seemed to be standing at a slight angle, as if bending into wind. It probably wasn't more than 5 degrees, and it was always toward the back of the cylinder, against the direction we had been traveling. "Come this way, friends," Travis said, "and watch your step. Until you get your ship legs, this tilt can trip you up." I was already feeling too heavy, and the tilt didn't help. Jubal didn't appear to like it much either. I held his hand, and we made our way behind Travis. We crossed a cobblestone street and entered Anytown, USA. That's just what I called it, but it wasn't, not really. It wasn't a California town, nor would it have fit well in Heartland America. I did a search and match, and found this was a darn good replica of a New England town, Vermont maybe, or New Hampshire. Travis led us along a street filled with the sounds of nail guns and power saws and the sweet smell of sawdust and the sharper smell of paint. People waved to us as we passed, but no one joined us. We emerged onto a green town square. There was a finished white church with a tall steeple, a hulking granite bank, 2-story buildings still being erected. The square was edged by towering trees that must have been dug up entire and transplanted. I thought they might be maples, though all I knew for sure is they weren't pines. That's about the extent of my knowledge of trees. There was a cannon, probably from the American Civil War, and a flagpole with an American flag hanging limp. In the center was a bandstand, draped with red, white, and blue bunting, and sitting there were 24 men and women in bright blue coats, with gold braid and white pants and shoes. The conductor on his podium tapped his music stand, and the band started playing The Stars and Stripes Forever. I leaned over to Jubal. "Pinch me, darling. I think I'm dreaming." "Me too, Cher." "You didn't know anything about this?" "Not a drop me." There were chairs, and we found seats. The band finished, and we applauded, and then Travis marched up onto the bandstand. He spread his arms wide. "So, what do you think?" Nobody had anything to say. He grinned. "I know y'all probably think this is all pretty extravagant, maybe even silly." "You're a mind reader, Travis," Grandma Kelly said, to general laughter, including Travis's. "Well, we have a little time before y'all can start exploring. There's going to be a picnic here in about an hour, so relax, and I'll tell you a story." Travis had started work on Rolling Thunder about 25 years ago. It didn't have a name then and no real purpose. Travis just had more money than he knew what to do with, even after all the charities he contributed to. And he was getting damn tired of being one of the most hated men alive. No matter how many good works he did, no matter how much food and medicine he donated to poor countries, he was and always would be the man who had threatened to squeeze planet Earth down to the size of a bowling ball. Oh, he had his supporters. Most Martians loved him, and he could move freely there. But on Earth, the ones who hated him most were the most powerful. They were the ones who had waged the war on Mars with the intent of stealing bubble technology, and were largely still anonymous, since no one had ever stepped forward to claim responsibility for the 2 opposed waves of black military ships that had attacked us. These men owned the media and paid the wages of the people who formed public opinion, and Travis never stood a chance against them. "I guess most of you realize that this was meant to be a starship," he said. "It's patterned on the larger ones that were built in the years after we first went to Mars, when space travel became cheap and easy and not limited by weight. They built about 100 of these things, but this one is about twice as large as the biggest one, and they set out for the stars." "And never came back," somebody pointed out. "Yeah, and that's always been a problem for me." No kidding. It was a big problem for anybody who thought about the great diaspora, possibly the biggest fizzle in human history. Of all those ships, only one, the Death Star, had returned, and it had never reached the stars. It just went out far enough that it could be traveling at nearly light speed. Then it crashed into the Earth, causing the big wave. Where were those ships? Not all of them planned to return, but several had carried smaller ships, manned or unmanned, whose purpose was to come back and report on what they'd found. None had done so. What had they found? Something so horrible that return was impossible, or something so wonderful that they didn't care to return? Most people assumed it was the first, and no starships had departed for a long time now. Like I said, at first it was just something to do. I figured I could live in this place in peace, inviting only friends to share it. I thought Jubal might be happy here too, or if I got disgusted enough with the human condition, I could just fly off into the great black yonder. Progress was slow at first. The actual hollowing out took only a week or so, but the rest was detail work. But there was no hurry. Travis hired workers, supervisors, scientists, bought cargo ships, went shopping on Earth for things like locomotives, churches, the Hope Diamond, livestock, forests, several cubic miles of Mississippi Delta mud, exemplars of plant and animal species, anything the ecologist said he'd need to keep the biome healthy and functioning, and anything that caught his fancy. Then he went into a black bubble and popped out every 5 years to check on the progress. And I'd thought he came out to visit me. Well, not really, but it was my girlish fantasy. Now I knew where he disappeared during those times he spent out of the bubble. Then came Grumpy and his destructive companions, and things took on a new urgency and gave him a whole new outlook. What you're looking at now, my friends, is my solution to the problem of the European crystals. There was a momentary silence. So, somebody said, you plan to trap 'em in here, Travis? There was general laughter. Would if I could, nephew. I'd blow 'em all to hell and gone if I could, but that's been tried. I'd shrink 'em down to the size of a BB, but that didn't work either. So what you gonna do? Run like hell? Long silence. When you said solution, I was hoping you had figured out a way to kill the damn things, Dad said. I was hoping you'd figured out a way to fight them. Believe me, Ray, I tried. Jubal tried. We saved the world once. You and I and Evangeline and Jubal. Mostly you, it was your idea, and Jubal, it was his brains. But I am sorry to admit that I only seem to have one world-saving in me. I can't do it over and over. I'm not Superman. You live in the Fortress of Solitude, I pointed out, which got a laugh. I was bursting with pride about what he'd said about Mom and Dad. How many girls had parents who faced up to the most powerful people on Earth, and won? This ship is now a lifeboat, he said, an escape capsule. Believe me, my friends, it hurts me physically. I can feel it like a pain in my gut, what these things are doing to my beloved home planet, and they're not even fighting us. Jubal thinks they're just doing what comes naturally to them, and we happen to be in the way. Every bone in my body wants to stand and fight them, and every ounce of my brain tells me, well, I get an image in my mind when I think about fighting them. 2 dung beetles in the path of an elephant's foot. The foot is on the way down, and one beetle says to the other one, "Okay, here's my plan." There was no laughter. We all knew too well that he was right. We have fought them with everything we have. When you're losing that badly, the only sane thing you can do is retreat and regroup. Travis, Grandma Kelly said, so far they've only hit the Earth. We're still doing okay on Mars. Why run? He winced at that word, but nodded. I'm not saying all humans are going to die from this, not even on Earth, maybe. But it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Frankly, I'm surprised Mars hasn't been attacked yet. Y'all did the right thing, sheltering as many as you did, but it's not nearly enough. What do they expect of us? Somebody asked. Miracles? Everything? You're doing well back on Mars, relatively speaking, and they're dying by the millions. People don't think logically in a situation like that. Somebody's going to make a move on you, and you're probably going to have to call in your own black ships to deal with it. It won't be pretty, and a lot of innocent people will die along with the guilty. I don't have any solution to that either, but I don't want to stick around to see it. Travis sighed and spread his hands to indicate the vast interior. I've done what I could. This place will be ready to move in about a year, less if we hurry, but I've just about run out of money. I don't give a damn about that, but I'd hate to take off with less than we need. What I'm offering y'all, and a bunch of others you haven't met yet, is passage on the good ship Rolling Thunder to the stars. There was a long silence. I looked at Jubal, and we made a decision wordlessly, just by me raising my eyebrows and Jubal nodding. Travis, I said, I've got money. 23. Once upon a time there was a Martian named Patricia Kelly Elizabeth Pod Kane Strickland Garcia Redmond Broussard, singer, songwriter, ex-Navy, ex-celebrity, and now ex-Martian. Jubal and I and most of my friends and relatives are now citizens of the galaxy. Travis was right. The last year wasn't pretty. Nobody knew if the new Martian immigration policy started the war, or if it had been coming anyway. Shortly after we got back from the Rolling Thunder, the government and the electorate made an offer to the people still on Earth, still 1 billion or 2, that some thought was more than fair and some thought was an outrage. Mars would now take anybody, absolutely anybody, but they had to be in a black bubble. The same offer was made to the huge majority already living as refugees on Mars. Go into a bubble or go back home. We can't feed and house you all. The remaining immigration offices on Earth were immediately swamped with volunteers. These were what I viewed as the rational ones, who had thought it out, weighed the alternatives, looked at their starving children, and understood that this was the only chance at survival. Things were much worse on Earth now, and the situation was deteriorating. Average winds in most places now exceeded 60 miles per hour, with many places suffering even worse. Rainfall was nearly constant. The only crops surviving were those being grown in the vast underground farms tunneled into bedrock, and it wasn't enough to feed a tenth of the population. Stored food was almost gone. The people already living underground were fighting the ones remaining on the surface, as it became clear there was not going to be enough room for everyone. Too many people like that, trapped on the surface with the winds never ending, their children dying of starvation, the chance of going into a black bubble with a full belly, they got a week's free room and board and medical attention before going in, didn't look so bad. Then there were the irrationals. Some had been crazy all their lives, for religious reasons. Others had been driven mad by the rain and wind and lack of food. Many viewed it as black magic, Satan's work, against the will of Allah, you name it. Rumors flew wildly, the main one being that it was plain and simple murder. The black bubbles would kill you, or if they didn't, the Martians had no intention of ever letting anyone out again. I must say that last accusation may have been closer to the truth than anyone wanted to admit. I don't believe for a moment that Martians intended to encapsulate the refugees forever, but I understood that once they were inside, they were a problem solved, and it might be a long, long time before anyone got around to solving the secondary problem of what to do with them. I didn't know what to think of their chances, but I do know that if we could convince the doomed people to cooperate, we could store the entire population of Earth in an amazingly small volume. A human doesn't take up much space if you don't have to feed him and can stack him like a weightless cannonball. The immigration officers had a volunteer Martian go into a bubble, stay an hour, and emerge unharmed to demonstrate that the bubbles did not kill. That worked with the rationals, but didn't do a thing for the others. You can't reason with a conspiracy theorist, especially a hungry and desperate one. There were riots, pitched battles, offices stormed and burned. Still, millions were encapsulated and shipped off to Mars. The same thing happened on Mars itself, on a smaller scale. The riots were quickly contained, though Thunder City became an armed camp, ugly and militarized. But in the end, only a few elected to return to Earth. The attack came 2 months after we returned to Mars. I'm lucky to be alive. My whole family is lucky to be alive. Ships from Earth streaked for Mars at high acceleration. This time we weren't caught napping, though. The inner fleet fought a larger Earth fleet, equipped with nuclear rockets that accelerated at thousands of Gs. Naval battles used to be fought side to side, blasting away with cannons. By the 1940s, the great battleships and aircraft carriers never even came in sight of each other. But compared to the battle of 20 million miles, those World War II ships were practically rubbing the paint off each other. The battle was fought over 5 days. Though outnumbered, our Navy had weapons of our own in the form of bubble missiles. These were a lot cheaper than nukes, and thus we had a lot more of them. They were simply bubbles containing several thousand tons of rock, squeezed down to the size of a grapefruit, and were actually a lot more powerful than nukes. We used them at a frightening rate, but there were a lot of targets, and they were moving fast. We destroyed their entire invasion fleet, but some missiles got through. The home fleet fought a desperate last-ditch battle against these and got most of them. This was a battle we could have actually seen in the sky, except we were all hunkered down as deep as we could get, watching on TV. 4 missiles made it through. 3 were diverted to a greater or lesser degree. 2 landed harmlessly in the outback, harming no one. 1 hit 3 miles from Thunder City and rocked us pretty good. There were blowouts,
and 1,439 people died. One hit Dymas Base. It cracked off a large chunk, and the devastation inside was enormous. Over 2,000 Navy personnel lost their lives. One of them was my uncle, Fleet Admiral William Redmond. He died at his post, directing the combat operations. We buried him with full military honors, his closed casket draped with the Martian flag and his posthumous Medal of Valor. Inside, with what was left of him, was my Navy Cross. I didn't want it any more. All hail Admiral Redmond. All hail the Martian Navy. Our vengeance was not swift, but it was terrible. It took a while for our own black fleet to descend like nightmare bats on the solar system from their distant orbits. They existed as a deterrent, like the massed nuclear weapons that nations stockpiled after 1945, and the promise was implicit. You fuck with us, and we will destroy you. The crews of the Black Fleet were carefully chosen and thought to be reliable if punishment had to be meted out. That punishment could include the squeezing of entire cities, but not, contrary to what the powers on Earth were told, the squeezing of the entire planet. We would not destroy the planet, but we'd do almost anything up to that point. That threat had held the Earth powers in line for a long time, but no more. As in the previous wars, it was far from clear who had attacked us. No declaration of war had been made. No one had announced who they were before they started shooting. That made it easier to deny responsibility if things went bad. The political situation on Earth was far too complex for me to follow, but the military situation was fairly simple. Very few military ships were landing or taking off from Earth. The winds were usually so strong that going through the atmosphere was extremely hazardous to all forms of aviation. The Martian Navy had lost several ships over the past year. The generals on Earth had solved the problem several years earlier when the climatic trend became clear. They based their fleets in orbit, mostly at the lunar Lagrange points, ahead of and behind the moon's orbit. I'm sure these huge bases had formal names, but everybody called them battle stars. There were 5 of them, all run by a Byzantine consortia of nations and corporations and individual power brokers, many of whom were more powerful than nations. Alliances shifted constantly. It proved impossible to determine which battle star or combination of them had launched the attack, and they all stood together, neither admitting anything nor ratting out any of the others. So we destroyed them all. An announcement was made. Your bases and all your ships are about to be destroyed. You have 1 hour to evacuate. All lifeboats leaving your ships and bases will be spared. All armed ships leaving your bases will be destroyed. Your 1 hour begins now. Lifeboats began leaving in 30 minutes. 2 of the battle stars decided to fight it out. As soon as the first ship undocked, the bases and ships were surrounded by 1,000-mile bubbles and compressed. 60 minutes later, the 3 remaining bases asked for and were given 1 additional hour to evacuate. Then those empty bases were compressed too. The 5 squeezer bubbles were taken to high Earth orbit, about 10,000 miles, and detonated where everyone on Earth could see it, and the Black Fleet returned to its hiding place. In 2 hours, the nations and institutions of Earth went from being the most powerful force in space to being totally unarmed. From that moment, Earth became irrelevant to solar system politics, a beggar planet. Do I regret the lives lost on those battle stars whose commanders decided to fight? You bet I do. A lot of the people who died were certainly grunts, like I had recently been, just serving out their terms of enlistment. But if you want sympathy, go to the families of those civilians killed in the bombing of Thunder City. I'm fresh out. Long before these events, while I was still sleeping under the ice, something else was going on, quietly, under the radar. On Earth, on Luna, on Mars, everywhere. Travis's agents were hiring. "How did you keep it secret?" I asked him once. "Nothing secret about it. We just didn't take out ads on the net. It was mostly word of mouth. I let it be known I was building a ship and that I was looking for crew and passengers." They didn't have to be rocket scientists, though some were, and they didn't have to be ecologists, though he attracted plenty of them, too. Grumpy's arrival had given Travis a sense of urgency concerning the Rolling Thunder. At that point, no one had any idea if the crystals were going only to Earth, or if they'd hit Mars, Luna, everywhere. Having a ticket on the first ship out of the system, or maybe the only lifeboat leaving the Titanic, looked pretty attractive to a lot of folks. There were conditions. You worked for nothing but your food and lodging and a ticket out of Dodge. Those few who had a problem with that were simply not taken on. Travis's agents recruited carpenters, masons, steel workers, anyone with the skill to help build the ship. Travis already knew that even his billions might not cover everything he needed in a project this size. You didn't have to be blue-collar, an artisan, a farmer, or a scientist. Travis recruited artists of all sorts, scholars, historians, librarians. But there was one other condition. You had to be prepared to spend part or all of the voyage in a black bubble. The capacity of Rolling Thunder to support life in its huge centrifugal terrarium was not unlimited. In fact, the ecologists told him there was a population cap that could not be exceeded ever, or the whole thing might collapse. That number was a lot smaller than Travis would have liked. "When we get to wherever we're going," he told me, "some Earth-like planet, the more people we have, the better our chances of survival are. I'd like to hit the beach with 100,000 minimum. Twice that would be better, maybe more. One thing I've got, though, is room." That's when he took us down to the catacombs. Nothing dank or gloomy about these underground caverns. What we saw was a series of tunnels, about 100 feet in diameter, encased in insulation, but still quite chilly. There was no need to heat them much, and cold seeped in from the surrounding rock. We were given warm clothing and taken on a tour, riding on railed vehicles equipped with grappling devices. The temperature was just above freezing. The tunnels were arrow-straight, lit by overhead strips, and so long they seemed to reach to the geometrical vanishing point. All along each side of us were standard warehouse racks in all sizes, from shoebox to dumpster or even larger. They were not at all heavy-duty, because they didn't have to be. All they supported were black bubbles, thousands and thousands of black bubbles in nets to hold them in place. Each net and each rack was clearly labeled with a description and a barcode. Once you've made the bubble, there's no way of telling what's inside, Travis was saying as we rolled swiftly by this fantastic warehouse, library, attic, a little of all those, I guess. He stopped beside a row of some of the larger bubbles. One of them said, "Elephant, African, male, about 20 years old," and a lot of other information. "From now on, I'm calling you Noah," Grandma Kelly said. "Noah was a piker," Travis said. 2 by 2 isn't enough for genetic diversity. I've got dozens." "Why elephants?" Dad asked. "Why not? They're extinct in the wild now, and nobody on Earth is going to have the time or resources to care for captive ones. Do I think we'll need elephants where we're going? I doubt it, but they cost me nothing. Nothing to transport since they have no mass, nothing to feed since they're frozen in time. When we get where we're going, there may already be something like elephants filling that ecological niche. We may never open these bubbles, but I don't like a world without elephants. I think it's a poorer world. All the big mammals on Earth will soon be extinct. I'm saving everything I can." "Sounds good to me," Mom said. "I've got little blue poison dart frogs. I've got rats and snakes and dragonflies. I've even got mosquitoes, because who knows, maybe they're necessary for the ecology in here. We're playing a lot of this by ear." "I hope we don't need skeeters," someone said. "Me too." We didn't go all the way down that tunnel. There was a cross tunnel with a curving floor, and we took it to the next storage tunnel to the west. "Books," Travis said. "Some are catalogued, some are just what could be salvaged, tossed into big bins and then put in bubbles. They won't deteriorate." He took us to bigger tunnels that held boats, aircraft, land vehicles, all in bubbles. Zero maintenance, zero dry rot, zero deterioration of any kind. The last tunnel we visited, though there were many more, contained people. There were already a lot of them in there, but there were endless empty slots. Everyone was quiet as we rolled down the tunnel. It was silly, of course. These people were alive, or at least potentially alive. But the atmosphere was that of a mausoleum, and respectful quiet seemed to be called for. Travis stopped the vehicle, and we all got out and browsed. You could shop for people here. Need somebody who could work in decorative ceramic tiles? Just enter the job description, and 3 names and locations pop up. Can't remember where you left your son, Skipper? Enter his name, and the machines retrieve the proper bubble for you. It was all a little creepy, especially when I thought of myself, sleeping in one of them for a decade. But it was the best solution to a bad problem, and I'd have to get used to it. It was going to be a big part of my life for some time to come. I wandered, reading the labels. So many names, so many occupations, and yet such anonymity. Tran Van Ning, age 35, occupation, rice farmer. Peasant, really, Travis said, from behind me, but that sounds condescending. You know him? Never met the dude, but here. He called up the barcode, and I saw a picture of a small, smiling man. There was a picture of his wife and his 3 children. Then there was an extensive written biography. I asked them all to write about themselves, Travis said quietly. A biography, as long as they'd like to write it. And hopes, dreams, stuff like that. Poetry, anything. He wrote this, and his family. We only accept literate people. In English. That doesn't hurt, but it's not necessary. We want to bring as many languages with us as possible and keep them in use. But English will be the working language. We were still quiet as we climbed back aboard, and not much was said as Travis took us to the inner surface, boarded us on the train, and we rolled back to the ship. Everyone had a big decision to make. There came a time when all the decisions had been made, all the preparations had been made, all the people we were interested in taking were loaded aboard, peacefully, timelessly sleeping. Everything that we could afford had been bought and stored away. Travis was broke. I was broke. Neither of us cared. I was glad to be shut of the money, to tell you the truth. There had been far more of it than I could ever have used, my tastes being fairly simple. I did one last tour, going only to Martian locations, saying goodbye to the planet of my birth. It was no secret that I was leaving. There was no resentment, no hard feelings. Most of the people in the audience were related to someone or knew someone who was going with us. I donated all the proceeds to Earth rescue operations. Soon, no ships would be going to Earth at all. They would have to fend for themselves. So there came a time. We were all assembled on the village green, of the village that still had no name. None of them did. They were just Village 1 or Village 20. There hadn't been time for frivolities. Places were going to be named by the people who lived in them after we made sure the place wasn't going to fall apart. They were mostly in suspended storage now. The asteroid that had become Rolling Thunder was sturdy rock, through and through, but acceleration was going to stress it. No bands played, though there was food and drink. It was not a festive occasion. You might have expected Travis to be excited, pumped by the culmination of this long project, but he was gloomy, almost despondent. For once it was Jubal who had to try to cheer him up, not the other way around. "We're leaving with our tails between our legs," he moaned at one point. Travis hates to lose, and he hates to run. "No, Cher, no. We doing the smart thing. We seen how dangerous a place can get, practically overnight. We need to be other places, too." Travis knew he was right, logically. Hell, he was the one who started this thing in the first place. But logic doesn't always mesh with emotion. Some part of Travis really did think he was Superman, or at least he ought to be, or the combination of his daring and Jubal's brains should be. And Superman never ran from a fight. He never gave up. He never lost. And he lived in a comic book. There was the traditional countdown. Though it was hardly necessary, I saw people bracing themselves as the clock neared 0. I realized I was doing the same thing. Travis was sitting at a control console, and we were all watching from a drone camera about a mile away, focused on the stern of Rolling Thunder. At 0, the scene lit up. 8 fantastically bright lights in a circle around the axis of rotation, balanced around the center of mass, began to shove the huge rock. These were the bubble engines, powered by the unimaginably compressed rock excavated from the asteroid. There was enough energy in those bubbles, and the many others aboard, to keep firing for 10,000 years. Total mass to energy conversion is a frightening thing if you do the math with the good old E=mc². Nuclear bombs only release a small fraction of the energy in matter. Bubbles convert it all, but luckily, for us, they could do it a little at a time. We felt nothing at first. You don't want to hit a big rock like Rolling Thunder with a croquet mallet. You want to ease it forward. But gradually, we began to feel a shift beneath our feet. The rock was still rotating, of course, providing 2/3 of a g, and it always would rotate. But now we were getting another thrust vector. The ground that had formerly had a slight slope to it now became level. 0.05 Gs, Travis announced. 1/20th of a gravity. It may take us a while, but we'll get there. By there, he meant near light speed. Jubal explained it to me, how it doesn't really matter how fast you accelerate, as long as you can do it forever. It just keeps building and building and building. Why be in a hurry? If we boosted at 1 G, we'd have to have decks perpendicular to the axis of thrust. This way, we got all our serious gravity from the spin, and a little extra at right angles from the thrust. Once you reached a big fraction of light speed, you could never actually reach it, according to relativity, and confirmed to me by my genius husband. It hardly mattered how far you were going, unless you were planning on coming back. Time would slow down relative to the rest of the universe, and the miles would just race by. A 1,000-light-year trip wouldn't take much longer than a 10-light-year trip. Of course, there would be a lot of changes if you went back to Earth. There were thousands of strain gauges throughout the rock beneath us, and soon the computers reported that all was well. No cracking, hardly any bending. They estimated that we could pile on 10 times the acceleration and still have a nice safety margin. I'd asked Travis at one point why he had decided on 2/3 G for the centrifugal gravity. "I don't want to get there with a bunch of weak-legged Martians," he said, and grinned when I scowled at him. "I know you'd prefer Martian gravity, but we have no idea what our new planet will mass. It might be a bit more than 1 G, but not a lot. I don't want us all to get hernias. Or it might be less, in which case we'll all be the stronger for it." Which made sense, but I didn't have to like it. I'd been thinking about getting another bra. I'm sure Travis has some somewhere, probably the low-cut push-up kind. But Jubal doesn't think it's necessary. I'll defer to his judgment for now. When Travis was sure the multiple computers had the situation well in hand, as if they had needed his guidance at all, he moved to another console, which controlled all the interior machinery. Again, computers would handle it, but they needed him to push a button first. "Here we go, folks," he said. "Let's hope this works." I didn't see what could go wrong. It was just pumps, and they were brand new and thoroughly tested, though quite large. They were Martian-made, and we Martians know a lot about pumps. We all looked to the north, which was the bow of the big ship. Mountains had been sculpted all around the hollow hemisphere at that end, a ring of mountains where pine trees grew. Some of the mountains were 1/2 a mile high and would make for good hiking. The higher you went, the lighter you'd get. Now water began to gush from some of them and flow down their sides, slowly at first, then faster as it moved into regions of higher gravity. By the time the streams reached the surface, they were going over waterfalls. Sections of whitewater, deep pools. We'd be putting trout in there. Over a few hours, the method behind the system of cliffs built into the floor became apparent. There were depressions where lakes formed. Then the stream would dash or trickle over the low cliffs and into a new environment. There were 3 rivers moving slowly south, filling in low areas as they went. We'd have to name them soon. There was going to be a lot of naming going on. We watched them brim over, getting closer and closer to us, and we all walked a short distance to where a wooden mill had been built over a dry creek bed paved with natural rock. Inside the mill house was a real grinding stone, and outside was a big wheel. We would make flour there. Travis figured we all needed to learn rural skills, though I'd believe he was willing to lend a hand at tasks like that when I saw it. The water came flowing down, and soon the stream bed became a burbling brook, and the big wheel began to turn. Something about it made my city girl's heart swell. I felt Jubal hug my waist, and I knew he felt it too. My eyes teared up. Then I was applauding, along with everybody else. We were underway. Rolling Thunder is a living, breathing organism. Each day I'm struck by its incredible beauty, not just around me, not just in the distance, but overhead. There were forests, there were mountains, quiet streams and rushing rivers. I quite liked it. Jubal and I had picked out a home in the little tin-roof town built out on stilts in a marshy area, where bullfrogs the size of house cats filled the evening with their song. Every few days Kahlua would bring in a brightly colored songbird and lay it solemnly at my feet. Yuck. But I guess it's the thought that counts. There were no mice, no rats. We had them in storage. Never know what you might need. But I hoped they remained in the category of mosquitoes. Got 'em, don't want to use 'em. We did have June bugs, and other insects deemed essential to the ecology. I was slowly getting to the point where I didn't freak out every time one landed on me. Jubal even had me handling one for a short time. Everybody was calling the town Jubalville over Jubal's protests. He wanted to call it New Lafayette. We're getting to know our neighbors, who are either unimpressed by Jubal's great brain and my notoriety, or are damn good at acting that way, which is fine with me. Ba'aku lives 2 doors down from us. The other night we had a crawfish boil. Ba'aku and I sang Alona Lafayette and other numbers appropriate to the setting. I've learned about 100 words of Cajun French and can almost make a sentence. As the central light pole dims, our equivalent of nightfall, I can still see tractors halfway up the slope, tilling soil for corn planting. A little to the south is an orchard with both full-grown trees, brought here intact and transplanted, and seedlings. Apparently, I'm going to learn to farm. I'm going to be a farmer in the sky, a singing farmer, but a farmer nonetheless. Not what I had set out to be, but life takes some strange twists. I've found I enjoy tending our little patch of garden out back. I'll enjoy it even more if I conquer my horror of earthworms. You should taste my tomatoes, to die for. Since it is a living, breathing organism, Rolling Thunder is subject to both the joys and sorrows of the human condition. To everything there is a season, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to die, a time to be born. Turn, turn, turn. A time to die. We woke Grand Betty on Mars before most of the family settled down in the ship. We gave her a condensed version of the horrors of the last 10 years, but she was no fool. She understood how bad it really was. When told Rolling Thunder would depart in a few weeks, she asked to be put back in the bubble and then awakened again when we got moving. When she came out again, she surprised us all. "I'm not going in again," she said, to the assembled family of which she was the matriarch. "But, Mama," Granddaddy Manny said, "Hush, son. They didn't figure out how to cure what I've got in 10 years, right? And Travis, be honest with me. How much advanced medical research is going to be happening in this big old rock?" "Well, Elizabeth is aboard, and—" "I said be honest, you old bastard." "Practically none," he admitted. "I thought so. Y'all are going to be too busy making a living, and that's as it should be. I think I've already lived my allotted time. That's what it feels like, anyway. I don't want to wake up in a few 100 years to find all y'all are my age or dead. I'm going to let nature take its course." And that's what she did. She died a week later, sitting in a rocking chair on my front porch, Manny and Kelly at her side, a lot of heroin coursing through her veins, and a fat joint handy in an ashtray. Letting nature take its course didn't mean you had to die in agony. Her last words to us were spoken with a smile as she looked up at the bountiful land arching over her head. With the last of her strength, she lifted her hand to it. "Look at this, children," she whispered. "Not bad for a little girl from Florida. I was born before men walked on the moon, and I've gone from running a cheap motel to traveling on a starship. I wish I could get there with you." "You'll be there with us, Mama," Manny said. In spirit, in spirit. I'm so happy." An hour later, she was gone. It was the second time I ever saw Grandma Kelly cry. A time to be born. 4 months into the journey, Marley gave birth to a perfect little boy. I guess all fathers are proud, but Mike seemed ready to explode with pride. He makes light of his short stature, and I tease him mercilessly about it, because I know that's the way he wants it. But I know it hurts. It would hurt on Earth, and it's worse on Mars, where I'm considered only slightly tall for my sex. Being a father was important to him. I'm sitting on my front porch alone, babysitting. Mike and Marley are off somewhere, learning about pruning fruit trees, I think. Then they plan to have dinner together in a restaurant that just opened up a few miles from here. I look after little William once a week so they can have some time alone, baby rearing being a sometimes stressful job. I don't mind. William is 3 months old, gurgling at me, his tiny brown hand gripping my finger tightly. I'm a little distracted, wondering when is the best time to tell Jubal I'm pregnant. Oh, yeah, I know what I said before, but I never really ruled out having babies, did I? Jubal and I had never talked about it, but we didn't have to. There was just something about Jubal that told me it would be the best news he'd ever received, so I wasn't worried about that, not a bit. I'd had another girl-to-girl talk with my vagina. Me. Yeah, I know Marley opted for that natural childbirth nonsense. Never saw so much sweating and hollering in my life. And the blood. Ms. V. Yeah, and what about me? Me. All you have to do is handle the fertilization part, and I know you like that. Ms. V. Well, sure, but... Me. No buts. They can cut it out. Doesn't even leave a scar anymore. Ms. V. Now you're talking. Let's get fertilizing. So I stopped taking my birth control, and my reinstalled ovaries did their egg-dropping thing, and Jubal's little wigglers did their thing with their usual enthusiasm. And here I am, 3 months gone, puking every other morning, just almost, sort of, beginning to show, and looking at myself in the mirror every morning to see if I have that fabled motherly glow. No sign of it yet. Aunt Elizabeth is the only one who knows so far, and she says everything is looking very good, and that's after about 100 tests. So, now, when to tell Jubal? See, he's sleeping. Nothing is ever going to entirely solve the age problem between us, if problem it be, which I don't concede. But life aboard Rolling Thunder is going to be different, very different, in a lot of ways. Consider black bubble hibernation. The star we're headed for doesn't really have a name, just a catalog number. I don't know how Travis's panel of astronomers chose it, except that the giant telescopes on Luna confirm there's a planet circling it at about the right distance from the star, and it definitely has water and oxygen. I am not going to name the star, because Travis asked us all never to do that. He's worried someone might still come after Jubal, and I can't say he's wrong. So we're not currently aimed at that star. We're going to change course a bit as soon as we're comfortably out of the range of telescopes. But the trip is going to take about 40 years. That's ship's time. I don't know how much time will pass back home, but it will be a lot more. There are some people aboard who would be perfectly happy to spend that entire time awake and working. Maybe they'll be allowed to. That hasn't been worked out yet. But most of us will be spending greater or lesser amounts of time in hibernation. No one will be spending all their time in a bubble. Part of the signing agreement is that everyone gets a little time outside, though with the last, relatively unskilled ones rounded up more or less to provide strong backs, a population base, and genetic diversity when we land. That time will be short, a few weeks here and there to stretch their legs, as it were. Others, skilled workers, administrators, engineers, and friends of the captain, which means my family and Travis's friends, will be out for longer periods. We friends will be able to choose what we want to do. I know, unfair, but it's his boat, and he gets to make the rules. Travis is the supreme captain of Rolling Thunder, and though we are forming a civilian government, with Grandma Kelly in the thick of it, his word is the final law. That's always the way it's worked on ships, and I wouldn't change it. Jubal and I don't plan to spend the next 40 years awake. He'd likely be dead before we ever reached the new star. We had tentatively worked out a schedule for the first few years, though. I was going to stay awake, and he would sleep 3 weeks out of every 4. I'd be gaining ground on him, age-wise, at a ratio of 4 to 1. I'd never catch him, but this plan would mean he would be gone for 3 weeks, which I knew I could handle, and then I'd have him for a week. He'd have me all the time, by his clock. At some point, we'd both go into hibernation for 5 or 10 years, then reassess when we came out. The baby was going to disrupt that plan, but that was okay. I expected to stay awake until I gave birth. Then Jubal and I would talk it over. My preference would be to stay awake another 4 or 5 years, and I fully expected Jubal would want to do the same, so the child could grow up with both of us. Then we could all 3 hibernate for a while and decide how much time to stay awake until we got to our destination. I was thinking we should give the child enough awake time, with both of us, of course, so that he or she, don't know yet and don't care, would be almost grown when we arrived, say 14 or 15 waking years out of 40 ship's years. I know it sounds weird. Everything about Black Bubbles is weird, and that's only part of it. With the majority of the people aboard spending a lot of time in suspension, we were all going to get slightly out of sync, except for friends, who would be able to choose to hibernate in a group, and thus remain about the same age, relative to each other. Our family had already talked about it, and had some tentative plans. Again, the baby might throw that a little out of whack, but we'll figure it out. For most people, the dislocation could be a bit more severe. Everybody was going to be going by 2 clocks, internal time and calendar time. Don't even think about back in the solar system time. You'll make my head hurt. Of course, we're not going to separate families temporally, but you might not always be awake at the same time as all your friends. Our hope was that the little interior world of Rolling Thunder wasn't going to be too exciting. Excitement we didn't need, because it almost always meant trouble. We were hoping for bucolic, even boring, at least in comparison to the last decade. We were hoping that the biggest events would be more in the nature of gossip. Who's going with whom, who just had a baby, who got married, who died. How Farmer John's pigs broke into Farmer Fran's rose garden and rooted it up. What went on at the square dance, the town meeting, the football game. Whose prize heifer won the blue ribbon at the rolling fair. Nice rural stuff that had kept rural folks satisfied for thousands of years. That way, bringing the newly awakened up to speed wouldn't be lengthy or too traumatic. Just hand them a big file of newspapers and let them read for a while. But I could imagine conversations in the coming years. Were you awake when... I've been sleeping the last 6 years. I'm 25 internal years, 41 calendar. What year were you born, and how old are you? It was likely to be confusing, but I thought we'd adjust. Travis seemed confident that we would. He was still awake, but soon he planned to go on a 51 weeks off, 1 week on schedule. He had 3 sub-commanders, who he trusted, who would take care of ship's business while he slept. Then he'd wake up and get brought up to date, do a stem-to-stern inspection, savor being lord of all he surveyed, then go back into a bubble. Sounded like a good plan to me. Most of us couldn't take Travis for more than a week at a time anyway. There was a possibility, small but real, because you never knew with Jubal, that we wouldn't have to adjust. That somewhere along the way, Jubal would figure out the new problem he was working on. "I've been studying," he had told me,
before he went into the bubble again, still chanting his Hail Mary. When Jubal starts studying, I prick up my ears. Not that I'll understand what he's studying about, but so I can take it to a physicist and see if there's anything useful in there. With Jubal's approval, of course. He knows he's way short in the practicality department. I've been studying on it, and I got to wondering why we have to take so long to get to wherever it is we're going. Well, we can only go so fast, and we can't go faster than the speed of light. At least, that's what you said. And it the truth share. But maybe we don't have to go no speed at all, and don't have to go nowheres at all. Maybe we can bring the somewheres to us. You've lost me. I've been studying it since we got connected in the no-place place. We've been there, you and me, and we know that everything, it be in contact with everything else. We got tangled, like quantums. Didn't matter we were millions of miles apart. Wouldn't have mattered we'd been a billion light years apart. We was touching, see? Mebbe. He had me doing his accent now. So I was wondering, could we make a way to get from over here to over there without no time and no space? Maybe we could make a sort of tunnel in the sky, pop right through that sucker, and save us a lot of time. That would be nice. Do you think you can do it? I don't know, me. I'll study on it while I'm a-sleepin'. I think I do my best thinking while I'm sleeping in the no-place place. So there was really no telling, but that the next time he woke up, Jubal might have a way to get us to the stars in an instant. I'm not holding my breath, but stranger things have happened around my husband. Meanwhile, we were not out of contact with the folks back home, and wouldn't be for some years, though the time lag is getting longer and longer. Eventually, the Doppler effect and the time dilation will make communication very interesting, but that's still a long way off. That's what happens as you approach the speed of light. The radio waves you're sending back to Mars get stretched out, and so do the ones coming at you. You start out broadcasting at a certain frequency, but your message gets there on a lower one. Something to do with the red shift, I think. The engineers know how to cope with it, they say. Also, though our clocks on the ship will be running normally from our frame of reference, if we compared them to clocks on Mars, they'd be running a lot slower. We won't notice a thing, but time will be stretching out. I probably completely bumbled that explanation, but it gives you an idea. So we still got news from back home. Most of it was bad. There were still people alive on Earth, perhaps millions of them, but we were in contact only by radio. Things were looking up on Mars, though. People were no longer living elbow to elbow, and the economy was thriving. They were entirely independent. I just referred to Martians as they, didn't I? Well, it's true. I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for the planet of my birth, but I was no longer a Martian. I was what? A roller? A thunderite? I think of myself as a rolling stone. We're all rolling stones now. How does it feel to be on your own? It feels pretty damn good, with a good man at my side. And I still have a career. I write only for myself, but I perform in all the little clubs scattered around the interior. I've jammed with many other people, and we have some very talented musicians here. We have a famous trio, and we have a complete symphony orchestra, and everything in between. We have opera. I send everything back to Mars, where Tina and Quinn elected to stay. I am still extremely popular. I'm still raking in the money at a fabulous rate, and Tina is distributing it all to charities as fast as I make it, minus her commission. It won't last, and I won't miss it, but it feels good to be making a difference, even this far away. I'm sitting in a rocking chair of an evening on our back porch, which is over the big pond. Jubal is beside me, his hand resting on my belly. It's a warm night. It almost always is. Neither of us is wearing anything. My feet are up on the porch railing. I wiggle my toes. Hello, toes. I haven't seen you for months, when I'm standing up. I look like I swallowed a friggin' pumpkin. You could drop a coin on my tummy, and it would bounce halfway to the other side of the pond. My belly button is sticking out, and my breasts are full and a little sore. My back hurts. My ankles are swollen. I'm a week away from the cesarean. I've never been happier in my life.
We both have fishing lines hanging from cane poles propped on the porch railing. There are big, hungry catfish down there, and if we catch any, Jubal has promised to blacken up a mess of 'em. But neither of us much cares if we catch a fish. Hard to believe this peaceful scene is hurtling outward from everything we've ever known at a speed I don't even like to think about, toward a destination still very much in doubt. I know a story is not supposed to end this way, but my story is still a long ways from its end, I hope. Still all those loose ends. Did the crystals communicate with me? If they did, was it intentional, or just a side effect of being in the no space they know like a fish knows water, and which is still largely mysterious to everyone but Jubal? I don't know, sorry. What were the Boojums? I don't know. Ask Lewis Carroll. When we get to our new star, will we find the new Earth populated by people like us, or occupied by vast, slow, crystalline life forms like Europans? Again, I don't know, but as Jubal pointed out, the crystals back home seem to only cause trouble every 60 million years or so, and only for a relatively short time. What are the chances we'd hit New Earth just as those crystals were doing their thing? The odds seemed pretty good for us, and if we do find a body like Europa, with vast seas under thick ice, we'll damn well steer clear of it. We now know 2 types of life. One is carbon-based and much more vulnerable than we ever imagined. The other is crystalline and totally alien to us. We never even managed to say howdy, as Jubal put it. Who knows what life forms might be lurking beneath the clouds of Jupiter or Saturn or Neptune? We might never meet them, because we sure can't go down there to look. If we're lucky, we may never meet them. The last alien contact didn't go too well. Who knows if creatures of billion-degree plasma might be frolicking in the center of the sun, like Jubal speculated. If they're there, I'm pretty sure we don't want to shake hands with them. And what's the deal with my fainting episodes? I'm still having them, timed to some Jovian cycle, and we're a very long way from Europa. Will I still be having them when we're 5 light-years away? 20? I don't know. Why is Jubal the only person who can create a bubble maker, a Broussard singularity? Is it because it's named after him? Well, this time I'll share a little secret with you, or part of it. 2 days ago I was doing my mental concentration exercises. That's right, I was still doing them, trying to stare through some optical illusion Jubal thought might twist my brain in such a way that my brain could twist space just a tad, just enough to make a pinch in space that could, in turn, fold space in a way that produced a squeezer bubble. I can't tell you what happened because I don't understand it myself, but suddenly it all fell into place. You know how you feel when you cross your eyes? Magnify that through the 7th or 8th dimension. Imagine crossing your 3rd eye, your inner eye, falling into some Zen contemplative space. What is the sound of one hand clapping? How do you cross one eye? Where there is no space and no time, and then there it is, floating above the picture you've been staring at, the most incredibly beautiful, incredibly minute, very frightening, tiny little whirlpool, an eddy in space. Jubal nearly fainted. He did some things with some devices of his to trap it. I won't tell you what devices or how he used them, trade secret. I won't tell you what I was staring at, and I won't tell you if it takes a year of staring, half an hour a day, like I did, either, because I don't know, but I wouldn't tell you if I did know. Did it really have to do with having been inside a black bubble? If it does, then there are many millions of people who might be able to do it now, given proper guidance. I don't think we're ready for that. Or did it have to be a black bubble in close proximity to the European crystals, such that one became tangled with Jubal's mind? Don't know that either. Then there's probably the biggest question of all. Why didn't any of the old starships come back? We will probably find out one of these days. Is it because of some new force we aren't aware of? Some interstellar factor we're not taking into account? Dark matter?
Dark energy? Something we haven't even postulated yet? Is there some sort of malevolent galactic empire out of a bad science fiction novel our ships fell afoul of? If so, why haven't they come for us? Is it something even stranger? We know now that the universe is a stranger place than we had ever imagined. We've always known that man is a very small, very delicate animal. We need conditions within an extremely small set of parameters to survive in this hostile universe at all. If we can't find them on a planet like Earth, we have to recreate them on a planet like Mars, or in an artifact like rolling thunder. And now we know how easily those parameters can be upset on a planetary scale. We were learning about it even before the catastrophe, because what was global warming but European-style planetary engineering in slow motion? Rolling thunder is even more vulnerable. If Earth is a tiny grain of sand, circling a pinpoint of light and heat, rolling thunder is a molecule rushing through spaces so vast and so hostile it doesn't bear imagining. When you think about it, it hardly seems we have a chance. We are fleeing, after all. This is not a triumphant voyage, but a hasty retreat. Travis was right about that. We can't even kid ourselves that we put up a good fight. Stories of alien invasion aren't supposed to end that way, you know. In the end, we've always assumed humanity would triumph. Aha! Water kills the alien creatures. Thank God we're saved. The aliens, Martians, were killed by the common cold virus. Didn't happen that way. Not in this story. Not in Kane's story. So, do we have a chance? I don't know. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have Manny Garcia and Kelly Strickland, who with Travis and Jubal and 2 friends built and flew the first interplanetary ship to Mars and back. We have Jim Redmond, my grand-père, Evangeline Redmond, my mother, and Elizabeth and Ray Strickland Garcia, who with Travis entered the red zone right after the big wave and brought Gran out alive. And then Mom and Dad and Travis fought off a fleet of black ships and brought the planet Earth to its knees. We have the spirit of Betty Garcia, who held off looters and saved about 100 survivors while waiting for Mom and Dad to get there. We have Jubal Broussard, quite possibly the smartest living human, and Travis Broussard, possibly the gutsiest, sometimes the most obnoxious. I'll put that crew up against any galactic empire. And we have thousands of people I haven't even met yet, living and working in this big rock, and many thousands more hibernating. I'm not worried. Kahlua has just jumped up and settled himself on my belly. He's staring suspiciously downward, where the babies, twin girls, just tried to kick him off. These kids are either going to be black belts in karate or world-class dancers. I'll try to steer them toward dance. Something's tugging on my line. I may have to land the damn thing. Blackened catfish a la Jubal sounds mighty good, but pulling on that line sounds a little too much like work. Life is so hard. There is a time for everything, a season for everything, a time for traveling, a time for settling down. We've managed to do both at the same time. I'm going to miss my home, the red planet, but now I'm between planets. Now it's time for the stars. End of Rolling Thunder by John Varley. JOHN-VARLEY. Read by Mary Kane in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, December 2008. Published by the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Group USA, Incorporated, 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York, 10014. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.